love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe, she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, 'cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do.
said, could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I
I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the This ride could blow up your mind. It's the most crazy that you ever find. Do it tonight, there is no try. Close your eyes and let it shine. Nothing can stop us, no one will. And underneath the bright blue sky, I see your future next to mine. Tell me where to go. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the air. I can take you anywhere. We could fly through the
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free. What a precious moment. We will always be young. We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
blushing like a fool, 'cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign you need to stay cool? You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire, and she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire, and she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels the fire, and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. I bailar.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're back where you belong, and that is in the LPL. Every time you come here, you get a little bit more mojo for the system, a little bit more pizzazz. And I'm all about it here because I feel like coming here for 4 years straight, Lyric. Wait. 3 years? No. 2019,
2019, 2020,
4
2021,
years
2022.
straight. We got there.
Yeah.
Gives the pizzazz. You're on 3, sir. It's good to have you for what should be another pizzazzy day of LPL coming through.
Yes. It'll be a good day. We actually got a lot of implications today, which, we can talk in a few minutes.
Yep.
But first of all, we got to talk about yesterday, because yesterday was another sad day for the life of all people who are out there rooting for Mole, but also a great day for people who support JDG, which I'm both. So, it was a mixed day. We got 3 games. IG versus JDG. JDG doing their usual shenanigans, making us get to the end of the series, but also still looking like an extremely competent top-of-the-table team.
Yeah, that 10 might be a big deal. Before we get into that, though, Lyric, imagine being a Mole fan from 2021. So you're a WE fan and a Mole fan. Both got beaten yesterday. I mean, that's the double whammy. But let me go on to something a little bit more important that won't ruin the show. JDG, today, Lyric, it's very important because they have a chance to qualify for playoffs, and you've got a big brain, so I thought I'd let you tell the audience.
Yeah, today, if TT and LNG win their series today, JDG are just locked in. They will be our first team locked into playoffs on a day they're not even playing. So JDG definitely have clear favorites in who they're going for today. Once again, they need TT and LNG to both take down OMG and Ultra Prime.
Okay, there you go. I said it wrong in the chat before the game, ladies and gentlemen. It ain't TT. It's about TT beating OMG and LNG beating Ultra Prime. Lyric, I might have to go and fix that. As we get towards today's matches, we already highlighted it before. LNG versus Ultra Prime, that's a big deal. I feel like the crazy thing is that Ultra Prime actually look competitive in that matchup. So for JDG, I don't think they'll be resting on their laurels for hoping for today.
Definitely not. I think both series are incredibly contested coming into today. TT's been on an upswing, OMG been on an upswing, Ultra Prime and LNG kind of both had their own struggles. So today could be a 6-game day.
Could be. Let's strap ourselves in and get to the first series then, because as we get underway, it is that TT versus OMG series to kick it off. Remember, if you're a fan of JDG, you're hoping for OMG to win throughout this one. Sorry, for TT to win throughout this one. Oh, it's only week 7. Lyric, I did some anagrams over the past couple of days. TT and OMG, and I thought, how does it go together? And I thought, these two teams together equals got them. Because all these fans out there would be like, these teams, we wouldn't expect them to do what they've done this split. Like, they got us in a way.
Oh, 100% right. Starting off with OMG, they started off the split 0-3, somehow made their way up to 5-5, and they've just looked again, respectable overall. It feels like a lot of members on the squad have stepped up. Shanji, Abel having good splits. And then for TT, TT, as an org, just have not been able to get it together. They haven't been able to put together a cohesive, roster of players. And they finally have. This TT team has not only picked up, numerous wins, but have also had a lot of close draws with a lot of different teams. So this is definitely a lot funner one than we expected. And just starting off with TT, I feel like we've seen a lot of action come through, especially in that early game. Beichuan, Yukal, and Yao Yao especially stepping up.
I even think, Yukal coming through is the biggest surprise of all. Had a really rough debut into the LPL, and now that these other pieces are coming in, as you said, really stepped up to the plate. And I feel like stability of Bechuan here, Lyric, is worth mentioning because this once FPX jungler finally on a starting roster is just doing so much work with the TT roster that is, I guess, broken pieces, missing pieces, trying to make a name for themselves in the league too.
100%. I mean, Bechuan was someone who I think was extremely promising when he was on FPX. Obviously was a standout on some AP junglers like Karthus, no doubt. But coming onto this TT roster, he's just made a lot work with very little. He really has been the glue for this team. When we've highlighted, it's a lot about, you know, jungle support and, you know, even throwing UCal in there. Sometimes it can leave TT to, like, openings on top side. Their mid game not always the best, especially if they fall behind. This is a team that, you know, still needs time, is still finding kind of the framework of what works, but it's nice they have a great foundation in Bechuan and Yao Yao.
Their mid game makes me hurt. Seeing how clean they come out of the gates at some of these games, like the IG game, the IG series, and then it all falls apart in the mid game, as you were saying. But we can look at those positive elements and see how TT progress throughout the split, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, they still have a chance at playoffs. I mean, today is not just about beating OMG and helping JDG get across the line. It is about looking at the parts that work here for Thunder Talk Gaming and Lyric. We just talked about Bechuan a lot. I think we also need to bring in Yao Yao to the equation because this support has been so solid for TT, and I don't think we really put a name on him, put a spotlight on him, considering he didn't have much of a background coming into the league with.
No, and he's, like, again, he's been one of the elements really bringing together the TT roster. I feel like the early game, these two are just usually on the same page. You can see both incredibly aggressive in the top 6 of kills plus assists at 15. They're both, like, large parts of their team's overall action, and they're always the ones finding first turret as well. It's typically down towards that bottom lane. Bechuan linking up with Yao Yao. Getting Kepler involved too. Won't be playing today. It will be Puff, but still, these two being that bread and butter. It's been really nice to see, especially with Yao Yao really identifying with these engaged supports, right? The Amumu, he's had some good games on the Alistar's been something he's to stand out. And Bechuan, as flexible as ever with what he's willing to bring onto the Rift.
Remember you and I talking in rehearsal about the Karthus days on FPX? This jungler was one of the most fun to watch because his champion pool was so unique as someone who was a secondary starter. As we go through, just remember, ladies and gentlemen, that for TT, as Lyric just said, Puff will be starting today, but they're keeping that core that we like. So all the best to them running up against OMG, who I think as a team right now are quite fun to watch. Lyric, OMG this split are putting on the showboat shoes once again, and we've got a lot to dissect with this team too, considering that their last series was against FPX, and they beat FPX after their 5-win streak with Summit.
A 100. It was great to see from OMG because OMG have been a team that we've seen the improvements this way. We've seen Shanji really step up in that top lane, been a bit of an innovator with the Shyvana. We've seen Abel having a good split. It's really still just been some of their setup around objectives and team fights where we've seen them fall short. That is actually why they did go down and lose a game to FPX. FPX finding, superior vision, the superior setups to be able to get the position. But the other big thing has been Cream has really felt like he has disappeared this split and taken more of a back seat. Well, guess what? He's bringing out Comfort once again.
Oh, yeah.
The Akali came out against FPX. We have things like Silas coming back into the meta. And it was just great to see that for this roster, if your top lane is performing, if Abel, who felt like one of the big weak spots in the past split, is now having some just highlight moments. I mean, you were there for the crazy Samira turnaround. It was like a 3v5, or maybe it was a 4v5 at first, but someone also died very quickly. The point is, now you have numerous threats on this team that you have to worry about.
And they brought Jerry in for game 2 and 3 as well. Like, it feels like OMG, a couple of parts coming together nicely. For OMG, let's not forget what Lyric said at the start there. Cream has been a little bit silent this split, and I think, sir, you wrapped it up nicely that OMG, in game number 2 especially, on that Akali, Cream came out swinging, and he did play Akali again. I think the yay sounded better from you.
It did. So I'll read it again. Cream played Akali again. Yay! Again, he's bringing out some more Comfort, which I think is nice, right?
Yeah.
I think it's clear that his champion pool is limited in terms of what he can bring the most like effect to the team throughout the game, right? Like maybe he can lane on these other champions. Maybe he feels comfortable, but it feels like when you get him on things that can especially find flanks and find really crazy situations where he can go in, he can find the one shot, and he knows he has the ability to get out. It is just phenomenal. His stats against FPX, great across the board. Almost 35% of his team's damage.
Yep.
One solo kill being first in one series, no surprise. But point is, the man has shown he's still got it. We just got to keep seeing that consistently.
And if OMG keep playing like this, if we do get a bit of a skill expression with Cream, you know, I didn't like the game 1 and game 3, I said before, Lyric, on the Victor, but hey, when you see that Akali, you see the original flare-up that Cream was known for. We're moving into a Silas meta now. There are more champions through mid that are getting experimented with as well. I feel like it is kind of Cream's time to shine. When we just talked about UCal and we said he had a bit of a rough entrance into the split, it's kind of ironic that both of them are lining up to get better as we kind of get towards the later end of the summer league.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see them kind of line up, and both are going to be incredibly pivotal when we kind of think ahead and look towards what the possibilities are for these teams in making playoffs.
Oh, yeah. It's like a close race here from OMG especially. A bit of a heads up. When you look at OMG, you know, their schedule's not too bad. We'll bring that up for you now as well because, as I said earlier, for TT, they're not out of the woods, but they're also not in the woods. They're on the outskirts. They're in the hut. They're kind of waiting for Little Red Riding Hood and making sure that Grandma's not a wolf. But they're not sure. They're not sure if they're the right storybook. Lyric, you can go on with that story if you want, or you can tell me about what you think about OMG. Your choice.
I think both are very similar, right? Just the amount of teams is a different point, but both very mixed schedules, right? When you look for OMG, I mean, you have teams like BLG, IG, they should be favorites against V5, which will be very hard, and then AL and Weibo, two teams who, it's possible. We've seen the heights of Weibo, obviously taking down V5 recently, but we've also seen the bad games. TT, very much same boat, Ultra Prime, RA, LGD, a lot of teams they could beat. And then, you know, the mix of RNG and TES, FPX and Weibo, two of those are beatable. So it's kind of nice to see that both of these teams do at least have a hand in control of their own destiny, right? It's not completely on them that they have put themselves in a little bit of a hole, especially TT only being at 3 wins. But point is, they have the ability to pick up enough wins to get there.
And I feel like we will consistently go to OMG's chance of playoffs throughout the next couple of series. Not only because they've played more, but because, as you said there, you know, there are beatable teams. OMG currently sitting 5-5, and before we get into pick and ban, just another further point on that, Lyric. I feel like the EDG series win for OMG changed so much in the perspective for them for the rest of the split. And even though they lost to teams like Ultra Prime, RA at the start, now they've been bringing it together. You know, that EDG series win gives them a bit of, not even momentum, but a safety net.
Like breathing room, yeah, 100% right. Because since they lost those series at the start to teams that they really shouldn't have been losing to, if you're trying to cement yourself in that playoff spot, it's nice that they've been able to find some wins off top teams to give them that bit of breathing room, because it's going to feel horrible as OMG if for whatever reason you end up not making it and you look back and you're like, oh, those first few weeks, we hadn't figured it out yet, which... To be fair to them, right? We had some pretty big, like, sweeping meta changes coming into LPL summer. So there was a lot that teams had to figure out. Luckily, it seems like OMG have finally figured it out here today. I do feel like they are still favorites coming out over TT. I feel like their laners are just a lot more stable. Their early game, like, sure, Aki can be a little bit hit or miss, but it feels like TT have been very volatile, especially when we look at like that mid lane matchup that you were honing in on earlier, that I feel like Cream, even though he hasn't had as much of a presence, he's still been very like stable. He's just there farming. Like he can show up in a team fight. To where UCal's been very flippy in terms of he is constantly trying to look for plays. Just some of the plays, sometimes they're not it. Sometimes he goes in too early, just gets himself picked off. But sometimes they're the play that sets a team up for success. So it feels like that stability coming from the side of OMG is what makes me think they should edge out over TT. But TT definitely have been, honestly, one of the more exciting teams to follow in recent weeks, just with how their games have went.
What a difference. TT were, you know, one of the, I guess, most confusing, bedazzling, puzzling teams.
Bedazzling, I like.
Is not the right, probably not the right word. Bedazzling in a negative way. It's probably the right direction.
Someone go bedazzle a TT roster image and give it to Hysterics.
Oh my god! But like, TT are more exciting to cast, more exciting to watch as a viewer. I agree with that. OMG, you could say the same thing now with their run towards playoffs as well. Shanji's champion pool has been really exciting to watch. Lyric, we've seen the Shyvana, the Shen, his Rumbles come out. He's played things like Ornn and Sion, which aren't really looked at in the LPL at all. And then on the other side, like unique champion pools like Yukal, who's played Seraphine through the mid lane as well. Some of his TF, like Rise. I feel like alongside some of the unique pockets throughout this team, pick and ban is going to be super strange because there's all these unique identities that have to be tracked from both TT and OMG.
Especially considering that I don't feel like either of these teams have like with FPX or JDG. I think both are good examples of like when you see them on the Rift, you're like Ari. They want to pick Ari. You go into picks and bans and you wonder like, how's the enemy team either going to shut this down with a ban or are they going to like give it through, pick something against? Like, what are they going to do? I don't feel like these teams are as heavily leaning on those sort of picks. I mean, Yukal has seriously played his most played champions at 4, and it is the Ari. Everything else 3 games or less. And same thing going over to OMG. They really have been very diverse in what they can play, kind of outside the Corki, which is what they were leaning heavily on for Cream. But I really hope, you know, they're starting to move away from that. Maybe even for OMG specifically, being one of the teams to adapt blind picking Silas.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a good thought there. Cream is currently 4-0 on the pick. So worth noting here that TT have started this pick and ban off of our first series of the night with 3 targeted bans. 2-0 for Aki with Poppy just being strong. Abel Samira popping off as the play we saw in the highlights. And Shanji Shyvana, which is 3 out of 4 games with a win streak as well.
Yeah, now to see what OMG go with as their final ban. Right, typically this is the Wukong, but that has been very hit or miss in LPL lately in terms of the Pria we've been seeing it given. I feel like the other thing I'm looking out for is the Aphelios. That really has jumped out to me as one of the go-to first picks in recent weeks. We kind of swapped over it to being the Renata for a little bit, but now it feels like we're getting the Kalista bans a lot more consistently. It just opens up the way for Aphelios to be strong.
And we're seeing a lot more Jinx in response, right? It feels like we're back in spring yet again. And I've been saying that on repeat for a couple of weeks now, but truly with Aphelios Jinx being the prioritize, with Zeri, Kalista already banned away, we're just running it back a little bit here as OMG. Look for maybe a different priority. Remember, Lyric, you know, they keep flexing this every single game. They flex Aki's champion pool, and the enemy team does too. It's like something that's a hidden smile.
Come on, Hysterics. Let OMG lock it in. Go for the Silas. And we got Cream on something. He is extremely comfortable. 4 games to split, 100% win rate. Fits his play pattern perfectly. Now for OMG, you would typically expect for the Jinx or jungle to come out here. They will just opt into the Jinx pick now. And I'm kind of wondering, you know, where our priority does go with junglers. Viego, Wukong, both still being open. I feel like Beichuan especially has leaned a lot heavier on that Viego. 10 games played so far. Not the highest win rate, but definitely something he would be incredibly comfortable getting his hands on. Yeah,
an insane play rate though, right? So Viego, the first thought in mind, you've already brought up the Wukong. Lee Sin's been looked at too, but instead we get Yukal's Azir. Now, Lyric, this is something that we didn't get to talk about, but also a 3-0 pick here from the mid laner of TT.
And it gives them a safety net to fall back on. We can already see TT can set up their comp really well for a lot of range to be able to go through. Support, that's where I'm very interested because typically, right, you would think, okay, well, if they want to go disengage but still have engage, like you could always go towards something like the Alistar. But with the fact that there's Silas on the opposite side, you really don't want to be giving Cream that unbreakable. So, gonna wait for that one. They are gonna pick the Gnar, which is still just another fantastic ultimate for Cream to be able to get his hands on. But TT have set themselves up to have a bit of range, to have a bit of pressure inside lanes with the Gnar, but mostly set up for those huge team fights later on. We just need the supporting staff built around it.
And it makes sense, right, when we consider that Shanji, Cream, even Hoya, Yukal have been pretty pivotal for their teams. So as we get the GP locked in as well, Lyric, you know, I like this from OMG. We get a bit of global presence, but we kind of have to move forward and look at what's being missed out by getting these early priority solo lanes. We don't have a support on the Rift whatsoever.
No, neither side going towards it. I feel like OMG have a lot more options that they are more comfortable with to look at, especially since, again, they don't have to be afraid of things like that Silas on the opposing side. To where for TT, still actually just wanting to go down that boat of just focusing down these support picks, taking away some enchanters that could be a little bit more annoying to deal with in laning phase, because I feel like you don't really care about things like Tom Kench or other defensive supports coming through for OMG side if you're TT, just because you already have the range advantage to come through. And typically things like Braum or Tom Kench, I mean, you can just whittle them down in an extended standoff, and those defensive tools don't really mean all that much if TT aren't looking to commit into you.
So what about things like Leona then? What about a further engage for something like Jerry? He hasn't played it yet. The Nami, Braum, as you already mentioned, and the Lulu that's banned away. Those are his champions, and we normally see Nami paired up with the Lucian as per regulation.
For OMG, I think you could definitely look to go towards it. I would expect that, you know, things like the Alistar still being open as well.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Any of these, they can be looking to go towards as TT. Just keep taking away these enchanter options. But I'm still just more curious about jungle, just with how far it's fallen through the priority list. OMG going with the Wukong, so going with the more engage-heavy side of the trade that we usually see brought through, which, you know, leaves the other side of the trade open for the side of TT.
But you already raised this issue. Beichuan, this has been one of his favorites, but he's only won 2 games out of 10. And I know, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking a lot about win rates here. It feels like this matchup is quite specific to it, with a lot of comfort picked around the board. A lot of the best, what am I trying to say, Lyric? Best champions picked up for individual players. And for Beichuan, might be his 11th game, might not have the best win rate, but it is still his comfort, which it looks like OMG don't really care about.
Yeah, and for TT, I mean, going towards it now, picking up the Braum as well, you don't really have anything that super easily sets up for the resets to be able to come through. A ton of DPS in extended fights are able to come out from TT. They now have a bit of disengage, have a bit of zone control to come out from Yao Yao when members like Shanji and Aki will be jumping in and trying to find access to the back line. And now for OMG, just going to index into more engage. We already hit on the Leona option being there, and now also highlighting this Rakan. They're going to go with it, so should have a very easy time just like eating onto one of his allies, jumping in there with the quickness, and finding a way to lock down UCal and Puff. Because for TT, I mean, front-to-back team fights, right, it's going to be all about keeping UCal and Puff safe, to where for OMG, it feels like they're a lot more skirmish-oriented. They should be much more willing to take fights in the early game, and it's all about finding creative flank opportunities or just ways to get access onto TT's backline.
Maybe a bit of access on, a bit of presence on Jerry as well. This is his 5th game of the LPL. Cold was in for game 1 against FPX. They subbed him out. OMG won the 2 consecutive games after, and now Jerry has earned a place next to Abel. We'll have to see how long that lasts, but at the very least here on the Rakan, he's got some duties to do. Now, Lyric, back over to TT. We talked a little bit about Yao Yao and Beichuan syncing up, the 2 core members of Thunder Talk Gaming. And I want to get your insight here and into how the draft's going to work, maybe more in the early game, because I feel like when you're saying front to back, when you're saying that OMG want to be the ones who play it bloody, play the skirmishes, then for TT, maybe early game isn't as proactive as we've seen from this team in the past.
No, definitely not. I think they come in with less options, right? Like, you should be able to gain prio, you know, throughout some lanes, like in mid especially. You know, Azir should be able to bully out the Silas for the first few levels, and maybe that could turn into things like early Scuttle Crabs or so on and so forth, but not much in terms of like 2v2 or 3v3 power there. Bot lane, maybe potential, but you are still a Braum at the end of the day, so you're kind of relying more on OMG to go into you and you looking for counter ganks. So great point bringing up the fact that TT can't be as proactive as they like, because that has been one of the things they needed to succeed.
Well, maybe their mid game's going to look a lot better then. Maybe they sit on their laurels a little bit and TT make their way to a cruisy mid-game that, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen a lot of TT's mid-games. They haven't been too great, but here's hoping. Remember today, it starts with TT beating OMG in the series to start JDG's run towards the first team to secure players. Good abscond abduct here from Cream, but it's simply a trade with Beichuan standing guard. Now, Lyric, anything on the map you want to talk about? I see pretty standard runes across the board. I see pretty standard champions as well, which, when we're talking about OMG, I feel like is a rarity.
It definitely is, but still, I mean, being able to find semblances of that comfort is also easy when you have certain players like Shanji who, right, he's played the unique picks, but he's also just played everything. He's played the Gwen, he's played the GP, the Sejuani, the Kale, like all the things we've seen throughout the split, he's been willing to pull out. So going back to what is standard, and when we've hit on for TT, expecting a bit of a slower early game for OMG, it'd be nice to see a little bit more actually coming from the 3 positions we highlighted for TT. Mid jungle support. Abel shouldn't feel too much threat if he is left in lane alone, which should open up Jerry to having these roam opportunities to look to impact mid. And then you're setting up for Cream, Aki, and Jerry to be looking for these plays, controlling enemy jungle, and just overall using the amount of CC they have to lock TT's members down and find the early game advantage for themselves.
Because again, you talked at the level 6 markers, we see Shanji absolutely clobbering Hoya. Welcome to the LPL, champ. Shanji has been on a bit of a tear recently. If you haven't been tuning in, I mean, this top laner running his Siobhan at top, but even more so, his 12 unique picks, Lyric, have been insane to watch. And GP now is most played. It's just a nice time watching this guy after spring was a great start, by the way, but just didn't end up being great towards the end.
No, looked like a bit of a I don't want to say one trick, but had certain picks he excelled on to where now he's really shined on a lot of picks and found a great level 1 trade. Trial by Fire and Parlay level 1 just incredibly strong. But we could see on the ward that the Observer showed that it didn't look like Aki was spotted out. Beichuan, though, is, but Flash.
Yeah, the Flash already burned away, so maybe the jungle's done enough. Beichuan now over the ward as he exits. As meanwhile, we look in the mid lane, and Cream is taking bad trades as well. Lyric, there's some pretty devastating lanes to kick us off with already one summoner, showing that this game could get bloody a little bit faster than expected.
And we can see on the bottom right hand of our screens how it happened. Actually, Yao going for the flash Q first. Abel playing it safe, not wanting to wait out. In terms of what happened in the mid lane, right? For Silas, you have to be willing to trade mana and HP to keep up and farm. And if you look at the CS numbers, he's done that. But we don't have time to talk about farm numbers because Beitron's going for it again.
And he's not spotted out this time around. I mean, Shanji going for the deep trades. It started out great, but as he flashes over the wall, Hoya's able to match. Beitron commits the flash. And it doesn't matter that TT have a slower comp this time, Lyric. The early game's all the same.
We see for Beitron, he's looking for the opportunities. I guess Shanji just not expecting it from the fact that Beitron did just show bot side like 30 seconds ago. So he thought it was fine to try to bully out Hoya a little bit more. Aki now, though, wants to get a bit of bullying himself done, but no, ultimately with TPs coming out from both of TT's soul laners, Aki doesn't feel safe looking for this invade.
And Hoya got the first blood as well, so just to note that while we saw the jungler move topside, Hoya now in a much better position as Zanar, able to pick up cloth armor and boots on his first return back here, Lyric. So TP burnt for both top laners, but Shanji now a little bit vulnerable. Well, how vulnerable is the GP with Orange? That's maybe I have to reevaluate that.
I mean, we saw him die while having Orange before, right? So
okay,
I guess it just depends on how much aggression he's willing to put out, or if TT can force some kind of bounce back on top wave and force Shanji in an uncomfortable position where he is under Hoya's wave. So there's definitely opportunities there, but if it is just left in this isolated 1v1, Shanji should have a fine time of just being able to hold his wave close to his turret or in a decently neutral position.
So I wanted to come back while we're still in this early game and talk about what, I was mentioning before on someone like Cream. In draft, you said he still had some pretty good ults to steal this game, and for OMG, we know the first couple of objectives are going to be big because of how you set up this fight to work out, this composition. And I feel like 6 is worth mentioning for Cream, with all he can steal, plus the timing around the first or second dragons, even Herald.
The two big ones for Cream are going to be Hoya and Yukao's ults. Hoya's especially, I think, is just by far the best for Silas, being able to just jump in and find, like, a multi-man CC. But Yukao's will be fine, especially if you can catch someone like Puff or Yukao himself out with that ulti. The other ones, I think, don't have as much value. Yaoya's will be fine, but considering the fact that, hey, what's the first thing we typically fight over in the early game? It's Rift Herald, and one of the ultimates you prefer are the top 2 soul lane ultimates. So I think OMG definitely should be feeling pretty good as we near closer to that 8-minute mark. And we can see for now that, knowing that, we don't really have too much going on. Aki just clearing out his jungle for now.
Maybe we can just take track of the summoners. I mean, Shanji doesn't have his. Abel's was burned by Yaoya's flash before. So as Dragon spawns, we'll just keep track of that and see what happens throughout the lane, because Beichuan continues to pay visits towards the bottom lane. But I like this. I mean, Aki once again on the right side of the map, trying to make a counter gank if anything proceeds further.
Oh, they're actually going to run into each other.
Is it going to proceed further? Maybe it is. I mean, Aki, though, it's a Wukong against AD. Taking the extended trade now, okay, as Cream's level 6, by the way. He's stolen away the Emperor's Divide, but Yukao has his own, as it stops right there for now. Could have gone to Duck here as Cream wants to set it up for the flash ulti, but holds his trigger for now, and Yukao just takes a dangerous trade on the return back to lane.
And we can see now TT posturing in this around mid lane in bot side river. Looks like just wanting to make sure that Aki doesn't look for any funny business. We need to remember, though, that Beitron is a level up. That's why it looked like he felt so confident in taking that trade. It was only once mid laner started moving over, he did back off. But TT needs the prio they built up with Beitron invading in both lanes for OMG having to try to react, turning that into a dragon.
Really good to see the early games playing out as usual. I mean, Yao especially, right? Not only within the lane, showcasing his quick thinking, but moving with Beitron to the mid lane. The first dragon goes down, and TT once again on the board. It's so nice talking positively about this team, Lyric, because it has been like 3 years where I have watched since Sino Dragon days this team be a playoff contender. And even though like we're so far off, we're only week 7. They're 3 and 5. But still, the fact that they're just playing, one part of the game so cleanly is a nice addition.
It's just about the context, right? Because since they have been Thunder Talk Gaming, I mean, this has just been a bottom tier team in the league. And again, they're still sitting towards the bottom end standings of the league, but they're competitive. They're able to bring a fight to a team, and they're a roster that has just been thrown together. I mean, the difference between these two teams, TT just kind of plugging and playing different players until they found this amalgamation, compared to OMG, who kept the core together for such a while. Even with Cold being subbed out, him still being here, Abel on the roster, Aki, Cream, like this was the roster looking back at last year, right? So
Yep.
Two very different stories for two very different teams, leading them to a similar place.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, I was going to say with TT, they are towards the bottom, but they're not the bottom. That's the real difference, this split. WE, IG, LGD holding that place for now. TT, a firm way above as, it's early days, folks. We've only just started the series. What's more important is that Herald's being started here by Beitron, and OMG want to contest now with ults available on their jungle too, and Jerry having his own 2 Lyric.
OMG are a little bit late, though. I mean, Cream doesn't have TP. He's still far away, but they're going.
By himself. Jerry's going to pop the ulti. Cannon Barrage helps out from Shanji. They believe in him as...
Wait!
Aki got it! OMG walked in with a massive numbers disadvantage, and Aki's ult enough as Hoya flashes away. Empress Divide sends him to the Mega Nut, but he ain't Mega yet, as Puff joins in, and TT looking for the team fight. Puff enables it, takes it under his own wing, and TT find another as he runs forward. Shanji's now in trouble with the flash available. Hoya doesn't have his own to close the gap. Jerry's over the wall too, and it stops there, but I'm just surprised that OMG got away with that.
OMG opted into the fight despite how far Cream was away from the play. They got the objective. Sure, TT got the kills, but it felt like that should have been the objective for TT. Nice cleanup coming out from them. They did have to rotate Puff up towards topside, who initially had stayed down towards the bottom half of the map. But, yeah, I mean, both teams kind of trading back and forth in terms of what they're able to get. We see here Aki coming in, and I want to see where Beitron uses his smite, because actually used it incredibly early just to be able to try and survive.
Yeah.
Still ended up going down to the Ignite, coming out from Jerry. And then we see here, Yukal finding really nice pushback right into Hoya, who's still very healthy. It buys enough time for Puff to be able to get here. Moonlight Vigil finishing Aki off. And then Cream trying to find more access in, I assume, to finish Yukal off. That Empress Divide definitely being a bit of a game changer there for TT, along with the numbers advantage.
As the scrap seems to continue, though, I mean, we talked about both these teams, at least TT especially, in their last series being really scrappy. OMG have always shown those signs as well, and Lyric especially with this draft. As we see TT with a 1k gold lead, but Herald is in the back pocket of Aki now. And we can kind of question where this is going to go, because while Abel was able to... Oh, God, I can't believe myself. Well, Abel stayed in lane, I should say. He was able to pick up a plate, so Abel didn't join in. And Lyric, OMG, able to get some of that gold, in his back pocket. Now with the Herald available as well, I wanted to ask you what the options are for OMG to place.
For OMG, I think you're definitely looking towards bot. Mid is always an option, considering you do have such good wave clear on the side of TT, but... considering typically you'd want Cream to be looking to move, you'd want him to be moving out towards that bot side Yukal.
Cream has no flash. He's stolen the Empress Divide. That abscond abduct almost cost him his life. And, that's kind of like Lee Syndrome, but Lee Silasdrome doesn't really have the same ring to it.
Cream looking for the aggression, knowing that a lot of Silas's, how Silas wins trades is typically through these all-ins. Go in, burst him out a little bit. You get the healing from Kingslayer, you back off. You aren't just letting him whittle you down, but going a little bit too far to allow for the Emperor's Divide to be able to come through. But when we're talking about Heralds and just setting up how the game goes forward, right? this will be an annoyance later on. Is
Yep.
OMG being able to break down TT's mid lane turret when they do have such a immovable force with great wave clear in the Azir, but TT starting to angle down towards the bot side. Oh,
Puff is going
Oh,
first,
Puff.
but look, trying to scout it out,
Oh, he
doesn't
didn't
find
see it.
anything. And so now Jerry's all in with the flash, the quickness as well, the AoE, the super mega death rocket, and the cannon barrage. Lyric, OMG's global pressure taking over here, and once again, making it a fair fight for them.
Cheeky little play coming out from OMG. Puff getting baited into a false sense of security with the fact that the Calibrum shot didn't hit anything. And now OMG are going to end up using this Herald down in bot with the fact that they found that pick. And oh my god, they're actually going to be able to get the full turret off of this.
They are. I mean, Abel set it up a little bit earlier. He walks to the turret and perfect timing. OMG with the brain smarts to get first blood turret and second dragons up here. They'll be able to deny it from TT. So it looks like the condition isn't set this early on, Lyric. The camera's going to change in a second. And we are going to watch around Dragon because I might be wrong with Dragon already starting it at 2K. Beige1 walking in, but no, Aki steals it back away, if it even was a steal. And it looks like OMG with a beneficial play coming off the back.
Nice job by OMG. I mean, just the sequence of events was so nice for them. TT are aware, hey, we just should not walk through this choke. There could be people here. They try to do their due diligence. You can even see him starting to back off, but it just gives Jerry this beautiful opportunity to go in, chain that with the Cyclone coming out from Aki. They find the pick, and it turns into a turret and a dragon.
Man, OMG, shape it up nicely here in the early game.
Just real quick, like, I really wish we could just have Puff's thoughts given to us of where he's like, I don't want to walk down here. I'll check the brush. No one's probably in there. It starts to back up, and it just, I don't know. He was about to do his due diligence. He was this close to doing it.
And then he walks down anyway. I mean, Puff's that kind of 80 carry, right? Like, there's been some amazing team fighting moments, and there's also been some Puff moments. And once again, we're back at the Puff moments. TT decided to put him in for game number 1 instead of Kepler when... Kepler and Yao have been the bottom lane that we saw in the last series, and I don't know, I'd say more of the successful bottom lane, considering that Puff and Southwind haven't really made an appearance in a while.
You would just consider that they probably have more synergy together, considering Yaya and Kepler got brought up together and were replacing Puff and Southwind, right? So the scrim times already coming through, having played together, of course, in the LDL and things along those lines. So they're definitely getting a bit of a shakeup as more fighting.
Jerry caught out, exploded in a minute. Now Beige1 will have a further engages. He used himself with a shield, a knock up, and Arky's followed through. Beige1 again as the flash for flash comes in over the Krug pit. Abel's going to be able to help him out, but Beige1 a little bit unleashed here, considering that now Arky's still up for the chase. Level lead for this Viego, and Arky's going to burn the ulti, but one more hit, and Yukal finds the range. Now Abel is isolated, and Cream coming in. I don't know if he can save him, and I don't know if TT really care.
Hysterics, is this game really being decided by brush plays? That's what's happening, right? Teams just keep walking either close to or full on face checking where they don't have vision. And I mean, just nice setup by TT to know that OMG are going to want to look for this play. They find the pick. It turns into the objective. So this time around, no Aki around to steal that one away, and TT will be able to keep trying to extend their gold lead with this.
But let's be real, what you set up for TT in this game, now that we're kind of moving into the mid game, that we've got that first turret broken in the bottom side, OMG might be even in gold, but it feels like TT in a better position as Lyric. Let's first talk about this because Jerry did the same as Puff.
Jerry walks in, he's trying to get vision control down. As a Rakan, you feel a lot of safety kind of walking into places where you don't have vision, just between your E, your W, even quickness to an extent, right? Being able to get out of somewhere. So does get punished because there was a good amount of CC and just burst overall coming out from TT, especially with Yukal being so strong right now, already having the Ludens picked up. But you're hitting on, where we're at with teams right now. Definitely feels like TT are in the better position. I mean, they're up in gold, you're 1-1 in Dragons, you still have Herald. But the thing I'll say for OMG's comp, even if it falls behind, is with the amount of lockdown it has, you always have potential to punish TT and like use that one pick to find your way forward.
Ooh, Everfrost coming through. Hang on a minute. Cream double ulti. Everybody's staying alive. Oh, we're back to disco here as Yukal now starts punishing Cream a little bit, but the slide and glide, everybody divide.
Both finding their way to push the other one back. Cream wanting to find that all in so he doesn't get whittled out like we see in the extended standoff when Yukal is just right in front of his face. And now Shanji Are they going to find him?
They are. Shanji stops the back here, looking for the solo kill, but it ain't solo when Aki comes over the wall. Jerry moving down as well, but Hoya's okay for now. And Lyric, coming back to what you were saying with OMG's potential in the late game, I'm just going to quickly touch on this because I feel like the global presence we have already seen has just been used so damn well with the GP Barrage, the Super Mega Death Rocket. Of course, TT are going to get the turret here with Rift Herald on our screen, but I think importantly enough, OMG have been using the tools so well, which is why this game feels so competitive.
OMG have definitely been able to take fights or find picks, when they're the ones setting it up. TT have been the more proactive ones, so typically OMG aren't able to get the setups they want. As we see here, TT still being the aggressors.
Aki's just caught out. It's 20 seconds before Dragon, and with the turret going down mid, TT just moved to the right. And it's like Tinder. Let's swipe that, we'll take it. Okay, well, Jerry's next. Jerry is going to get out. UCal very ambitious with that ult.
He was, and we just saw one of those tools of why Jerry on the Rakan is a lot more confident to be able to walk forward and face check into enemy vision than, maybe should be, but UCal not able to connect with it. So now OMG are trying to pivot, right? They know it's getting harder to contest in these 5v5s, though. I guess it wasn't really a 5v5 considering Aki did get picked off.
Sure.
But it seems like OMG, now the play is looked across map. Put Cream on the opposite side of the map. He is still incredibly strong with the fact that he can steal away Hoya's ult and try and punish the Snar, but Cream's getting punished himself.
I mean, Jerry's coming up, but with the Mega Gnar and Flash, you don't risk it. Cream this game, Lyric. He's on Silas. This is his best champion. 4-0. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on with OMG because we just flip a script and Aki's now in the middle of nowhere. Well, his own jungle and dead.
And it just keeps coming down to these places where the players not expecting the collapse to come through. When you're just seeing them push through mid, you actually see them exiting into your bot side jungle.
Yeah.
For Aki, it seems like he's trying to stay in a position where he's still in the area, could potentially wrap around for a flank or a pick, once things get set up. But it is just giving a lot of emphasis over to the side of TT, who might not have the best engaged tools, but UCal and Beichuan still have the ability to jump forward.
And will it really matter when you're dragon stacking in this game, Lyric, and you have the front to back, and OMG have to come into you, right? The fight will be forced because there's an Ocean Soul coming up. TT got the last one. 3.5 minutes until we get the next. And right now in a comfortable position, considering that the objectives have been, in their basket in the last fight.
For TT, they're just feeling smooth with how it's going so far, and even making their way to nice secondary item breakpoints. Already seen the last Whisper in pocket for Puff, trying to get some, shredding of the resistances down. Even Beichuan making his way to that Kempung Chainsword. We talked about it the other day, just how efficient it is ever since it got given more AD and ability haste. And with things like Silas on the opposing side, going to give Beichuan, at least a decent little bit of value.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen people building it first. It's funny that we've been going back from Divine Sunder and out of Kempung to Divine Sunder again. But at the very least, those two going hand in hand for quite a while now. I also like that, we're getting alludance here from UCal, Lyric. Instead of other things on the Azir, we've seen some crazy builds recently. Leandre's, even Crown, we've seen randomly.
Yeah, we've had Crown some games. I feel like we've been having a lot of Leandre's come out lately, but UCal, going for pretty much a pure, pub stomp the squishies build with the fact that you are getting the Luden's proc able to come out consistently. You're getting the magic pen in there as well. So UCal going to be able to do a lot against members like Abel and Shanji, and just we've already seen the damage he was able to do to Jerry in an earlier engage. So definitely UCal coming in strong.
But just take a look on our screens. TT right now, they're trying to bait in the Baron, but that one ward from OMG, that's a nuisance. TT right now still waiting in the brushes, but OMG haven't seen them walk past into the tri-brush, into the pixel brush, excuse me. So TT for now, as they sit here and give safety to Hoya, OMG should be comfortable knowing that they don't really have to overextend.
And I like the way they've been playing the map, right? Because it comes down to the core that we talked about. Yao Yao, Beichuan, and UCal holding hands in the enemy jungle, going back and forth. They know their AD carry's safe to catch waves in mid because they have vision surrounding both sides, and then putting pressure up towards top. So I feel like TT's, how they're playing out the map right now is actually really nice and putting a lot of pressure onto the side of OMG. OMG's only response is Shanji pushing down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, at least getting a big push here. A minute 30 before Dragons, so you can see already some warning being placed by OMG, but TT are making their way down. In setup of the objective now. Shanji getting the scuttle, and he won't die for it, or will he? As flashes over the wall with a simple heartbreaker. Beichuan taking the risk, and Absolutely loves it.
Luckily as well, it's going to come up about the same time as Dragon. Like
Yep.
almost on the dot, it'll be up there for the Dragon fight. So OMG maybe looking for a bit of a fight right now, especially
TP.
while Cream has... Right, you just use TP, you have the Gnar ultimate, you want to find something, or it just feels like, one, you wasted a summoner spell, and two, you're not getting value out of this ultimate.
Did they see him? I mean, Yao Yao's coming back in. They're waiting for him. Now with the Everfrost, he flashes away, but Cream
That was so close.
doesn't Mega Gnar ulti at the beginning, and right now the mid lane are not getting the pick that they wanted, but at least OMG, that'll help set them up, Lyric, with 45 seconds to the objective. Set me up a little bit more if TT want to contest this with the position we're currently seeing.
For TT, you would expect that they want to start bringing Hoya down quite soon. I don't know what the HP is of the top turret, but you would think TT should feel good enough to be able to contest this objective. You've got to look for the push in mid because you do have the longer range, and just try to use that to pull one member of OMG out of River, like someone like Abel, and force your way in. But OMG aren't letting them get that far. They want to find and engage right now.
And look, the control wards on either side mean that for TT, as soon as this wave's cleared, going back to the Dragon is big, but for TT as well, top side still getting pushed, Lyric. And right now, Baron only has one ward around it. They want to threaten this objective while OMG try to settle for their second Dragon of the game.
For TT, I like that they committed to this for so long. Being able to get another turret off this play with the fact that OMG keep posturing.
Jerry, you cheeky devil. Like another episode of Seinfeld as Hoya jumps on in and Cream dodges away. He's about to go Mega Gnar, but a Mega Gnar ulti stolen in response. OMG right now in a different path as the Sun turret's put up. Mid turret goes down. Inner turret was taken by Hoya, and Dragon might go through, but TT right now getting a massive gold trade, Lyric, with 4K and positioning around this Baron once again.
Yeah, and it looks like they're considering going for it, but the fact that they took a bunch of turrets, they denied what looked like a wave and a half of minions up in topside that was just dying to turret. They denied a bunch of gold and EXP to the side of OMG. They got a bunch of gold and experience for themselves. Now it's 2 dragons apiece, but for TT, when you're confident you're scaling, expanding your gold lead is just phenomenal.
Oh, it really is. I mean, we've got a Rabadon's death cap on this Azir, so look towards him for the fight with an LDR on AD. This Baron going down fast, and as we come out of vision, Hoya's about to go Mega Gnar. TT looking for the fight. Cream still has his own, but how's that timer going? Well, Shanji sets up the barrel chain, but disconnects. Cream's to be spotted by a great control ward as Hoya ults him. Puff hits him over the wall. Vision wins games. Take that into your solo queue.
That was just from the setup of TT, right? Knowing he's coming.
Oh, Yukal with a brilliant ult off the side of our screen. Shanji is dead too, and TT Lyric, it ain't just about the early game this time around. Their mid game looking clean too.
TT just have been spot on in this game so far. I've liked the way they've played the map. They've been working as a cohesive unit, playing around Yukal's damage. Even here, Yukal knowing he can zone them out from the pit because he can always just dash away. And
Why?
double kill is a 1v2.
I mean, he's got a Rabadon's death cap. Double kill into triple. I see Yukal and I smile from ear to ear.
It's so great to see the members of TT delivering this kind of performance. From the early game, just from the bat, right? Coming out strong with Beichuan and snowballing it throughout this game. We'll see how this all started. Yukal going in. Stream of Shuffle. Flash there as well to close the distance. Sets up for Shanji to be taken down. They had already picked off Cream. Now it's a 5v3. They know they're safe to get the Baron, but Yukal, you've hit on it. Having the death cap, just look at the amount of damage that he's dishing out with those Sand Soldiers. And then Jerry, like, my God, he was at like 40% of his health, just absolutely deleted. Aki trying to find his way into a pit. This is a desperation play. They feel them getting outscaled. They feel themselves falling further behind, and they're just trying to find anything they can to keep themselves in the game.
I just love watching Jerry. There's so many moments where, you know, you start playing the Seinfeld music in your head. Yeah, bop, 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 bop. You're like, okay. Well, here's Kramer. Ladies and gentlemen, OMG getting smashed. This is no simple way to say it. If you're an OMG fan right now, you've watched the FBX series. Game number 1 didn't look convincing. It was game 2, game 3 recovery that really gave you hope. And I don't know if OMG do it again, but for now, TT are slaughtering them. It's been clean. It's now looking like it's going to be fast too at 26 minutes. And with Yukal having a Rylai's, well, OMG want to stop him from pushing the turret, so they engage on Beichuan, but Yao Yao with good disengage while Beichuan ults out. Yukal's ulti missing this time around as Mega Gnar stolen from Cream, but look at the poke. Hoya's going to hit him. Yukal going to do the same. Goodbye again, Cream. His Silas undefeated. no longer. They are getting slaughtered piece by piece, and TT looking like pure thunder yet again.
At this point, TT are just too large. The amount of damage this Azir is dishing out is off the charts. I can't believe they weren't able to finish off Beitron there. A little bit like their follow-up engage once he came out of his stopwatch. They just looked a little bit confused. And now TT going to be able to get so much off this. I wonder if they're just going to keep funneling in, looking for the end, or if they'll back off.
Well,
nope,
backing off, taking the soul play, I guess.
Gonna pay the respects. I appreciate that, right? TT are in a position where I feel like this is such a critical moment for them, right? We've kind of already highlighted the stakes for both these teams as we're on the last 4 weeks of LPL. The fact that they are in a position where they can look to get to playoffs would be so huge for them. We see here Beitron getting locked down, and then Aki and Co running forward. I'm kind of surprised they wouldn't opt into more of engage onto the other members of TT on the right side, but maybe not wanting to give a position to where UCal can come unchecked to be able to punish. And it just sets up to where, well, even though they actually don't all in on the members down in that bottom lane, UCal was able to do that anyway.
Yeah. I mean, he puts the soldier down, and as you said, the damage is too much. For TT, Lyric, this is a really good sign of life at this point where sign seal delivered OMG. You're right in the fact that this is crucial. TT closing out the game. It's been an issue before, and I feel like this tells a lot about the team in this week 7. But as top turrets looking to be taken down, they're really dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Hoya's mid as well, and Lyric OMG on their last legs in this game.
Oh, 100%. I don't really think there's much I can do. Even now, Puff just picked up the Infinity Edge, so now hitting that 60% crit chance. Like, he's going to be huge in these fights. And you have two waves of supers that you have to deal with. So TT playing out through all 3 lanes, trying to spread the members of OMG thin so they can take this final turret. But for them, it looks like you said, dotting the T's, crossing the I's. They're just going to go all the way back down to picking up that dragon.
Shanji can barely clear waves. Jerry wants to take this on, and what else can you do at this point? But Mega Knight about to come up as he goes golden, and UCal's coming on in. The ult against the wall as this Azir is hitting from the back line. Cream doesn't get him, and you know it's all over. It'll be the 80 carry and Puff who picks up number 1 as Shanji's ult not doing anything to zone. At least Puff goes down for OMG, but look at this Azir. The Bird Emperor still at full HP. Who cares, TT? Keep it going as Jerry pops his head through the wall and suddenly a spear rams it shut. Abel again. UCal is having the time of his life right now, trying to make himself look even better.
The best part to me is the fact that the person with the most, I'd say, like, maybe LPL or Mojo Energy in this play is UCal, which is just crazy, right? Considering how recently he's coming over. So the other members of TT are the ones like, no, we get Dragon, but UCal knows he's feeling it. UCal's feeling himself. He knows that no matter if other members come in, he could probably just explode them with a few hits of the soldier and the Q going through. We're going to see here, though, OMG, they see Hoya by himself. They want to all in and find this pick. Stopwatch comes in at a good time and then finds the lockdown onto Aki. They are able to zone some other members out, but Cream kind of left in no man's land after he looked for the engage. Cannon Barrage is able to stop the follow-up, and Puff does go down. He was trying so hard to get that kill on the Jerry.
Oh, he really wanted it. You could see in Puff's eyes. Got a stopwatch now, so things get a little bit easier when he dives in deep, but TT still faces and tatters against their enemy. They know Baron's coming up in 25 seconds, Lyric. They're not going to get to the Dragon at this point, let's be real. 30 minutes until, well, not till the game ends. It's been 30 minutes. I feel like it's a couple of minutes until the game ends at the very least, as TT continue choking out Vision, and OMG are going to try and walk this one in, but they know it's dire. Okay.
UCal's like pretty much full build. This Cream getting caught out once again.
Bye, Cream. Okay, Cream on size 0-5. He was 4-0 before this, and now he's got more deaths than losses individually on the champion. All wins, Lyric. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I know where TT are. Right to the Nexus. OMG just beat FPX. Suddenly TT show up. Hoya, UCal, Puff, right in their faces as Aki looks at the last stand on this flashless 80 carry. He has a stopwatch, but it's used at last minute while look in the back line. UCal still hitting away. Even though Puff dies again, it shouldn't matter. One Nexus turret left standing as the AoE from Shanji helping out. The wave thinned out. They just need to end this game. TT, who cares? Show me the gumption. Go for it.
I can actually understand this time, right? They find a kill onto the Aphelios. Abel got excited off it. His range right now is pretty insane considering he also has the rapid fire cannon, right? So I like TT's respect, but it's like, man, pup, we got to stop getting caught out.
Yep.
We got to
Gotta
be on the
stop
same
watch.
page because we see when Yukal's involved in the fights, that really is when the damage is being dished out. But is there a world where OMG actually bring this back? 7K gold down. They're up against a team that's on soul point with, you know, like strong damage. But Abel's being given time to become a little bit of a monster on his own. And Abel has been a member that we've been highlighting quite consistently the past few weeks, just with the amount of highlights he's delivered. I believe he's been in our top 5 plays to like maybe 2 out of the past 3 weeks, or maybe all of them. Like, he has been in there almost always towards that number 1-2 spot with what he's doing.
He has been huge, but is he caught out now too? I mean, he has flash available, but Hoya hits him against the wall. Jerry can't save him. Heartbreaker there, and down he goes. A great flank, and you curse the hell out of him, Lyric, as Hoya looks for a double stun yet again. I don't know how TT can lose it this time. Puff is alive, ladies and gentlemen. The 80 carry of TT. Stay back there. Leave it to Yukal, leave it to Hoya, and H1 who gets yet another against their final Nexus turret. This time, I can feel it, Lyric. I think this is going to be it.
TT fans, no thanks needed for hyping up Abel, but you're right. They're finally able to push us in. They're going to look for the end.
Well, it comes a little bit later than expected. There's another good ult here from Hoya, but at the very least, TT close it out. Better late than never here with their Game 1 win with 17 kills against OMG.
Great to see Bechuan keeping up the early game aggression despite the fact that we're like, you know, not as many moving parts in this composition. They leaned heavily on some of the pry on some of the strengths of their lanes to be able to do that. And then, I mean, the mid-game transition was just so much better than I feel like what we consistently see from TT. Like the way they were playing the map of like knowing using that 3-man squad, the vision down as you highlighted allowed Hoya to find that one pick onto Cream. And just nice play. I feel like Hoya had a great showing. Yukal especially was putting up those damage numbers. And just the fact that TT were on the same page and knew what they were going to do. And then you just compound that on the fact that how fresh this roster is together. Beating OMG, beating FPX, I'm sorry, is just beating OMG who beat FPX. That was the sentence. It's great to see it come together.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, especially when Bechuan and Yao Yao were the people we talked about quite a lot. I feel like Puff in the end had a couple of mistakes, but, you know, a relatively clean game outside of that. But the objective control there, Lyric, that the warding we saw choking out and stalling the game quite a bit. It feels like TT around Baron, even around these first couple of objectives. Bechuan was quite slick. Yao Yao with the roam as well. I don't know. It feels like TT are developing here, and it feels like some of these core players are once again hitting the marks that we kind of set up at the start of the show.
I mean, definitely, right? I mean, we saw the team right there between Jungle and Sport coming through for the side of TT. And then the fact that Hoya and Yukal, I mean, both coming over from the LCK not too long ago, can step up and show these performances now. Kind of having each other, you assume it bridges the communication a little bit. It's just overall really fun. It's really great when our teams who are at the bottom consistently over the years are able to slowly shift around pieces and then get to a split where things are working out. What was nice, and you can even see TT a lot of times trying to do their due diligence in terms of like, hey, we can push an end, but this dragon's up, let's go back and do that, or we got a bunch of kills, but we're sitting on gold, let's get the resets. It was nice to see how you can tell how seriously they were cementing their advantage and being able to find this Game 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, it was not over-forcing, and I think that gave me respect for TT, or at least gave TT my respect, because at this point, you know, we at that point in the game, rather, we'd see teams like anyone else in the league probably just try and force it, right? Flip away the Nexus. But TT dotting the I's, crossing the T's, as we said. It feels nice to be talking positive about this team, you know, despite the couple of hiccups towards the end, at the very least, punishing OMG so well. Cream on Silas there, Lyric, was not the performance I expected, and we can come back from the break and talk about this one because a little bit negative, but it'll start off our next segment as we go to Game 2.
LNG have denied Uzi once again.
Where were you when history was made? Because here comes Uzi.
RNG's hopes that a world title fall. EDG.
The LPL are kings again.
Now, I know what you're thinking. They're not really about to do an episode on EDG and RNG, especially not when Top Esports, JDG, and Victory 5 exist. Definitely not, right?
There's the drag back there with the handshake as Mako flashes away, does get caught out there by the Void Rush, and they're trying to turn this one around. Dawning Shadow, bailout is only going to delay you, and that is a great turnaround. The power of this bot lane just too much.
And you know what, Twitch chat? I get it. Those teams are pretty cool. But you know what's even cooler? LPL titles, MSI titles, and this little thing called a World Championship.
To try and stop any kind of retreat. There's a good ultimate there from the Renata, but look at them, they're like fish in a barrel, just throwing rocks at their faces. It's brutal, but it's just so damn effective. Scout flashes forward, doesn't land any more CC down, but a double kill coming in here for Viper.
There are very few guarantees in life. There's death and taxes, and EDG versus RNG being an absolute banger. In the middle of everyone, the closer prison safe is likely to be flushed over the wall, and Shahu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret LNG have just been hand dipped as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Spencer again, baby! That's RNG style on their opponents. This MSI champion is looking hot.
I can take you wherever
got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free. What a precious moment. We will always be young. We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. We'll look back.
我觉得 OMG 他们打法比较偏下路吧，一般上路玩个热，然后围绕下路打。我觉得要想突破 OMG 的话，就多搞下他们下路，针对一下下路 ADC 选手，然后对阵 Aki， 他们也喜欢保下路嘛，然后我们就下路3v3。
Well, makes sense considering that, you know, a lot of the time we've been talking about Abel in these last couple of series. But this time, Lyric, we weren't really. I mean, OMG, we weren't talking about them much past the 20-minute mark, considering that TT had pretty smooth sailing to round out their game. Minus a couple of hiccups in the base, but still, this man on Azir getting MVP shows you all you need to know from game one if you missed it. Lyric, his Azir was good. It was clean. I mean, the Rabbit on second just pumped out the damage from the get-go.
Yeah, we saw him just become so incredibly strong so early when he had that 1v2 behind Baron Pit and just popped Jerry from like 40-50% HP to nothing. That's when you knew this was a man you have to be terrified of. He was the one starting off a lot of the plays as well, right? Going in with that Emperor's Divide to catch out members that were too far forward. UCal, a player who was heavily criticized for his performance, you know, coming into the LPL early on this split as well, about how he was doing. And then having some recent games that have just really been phenomenal. Great for TT. Overall, TT as a team, we're really playing off the pressure that UCal was able to generate and just turning it into a swift win, right? There were hiccups, but TT were always in control of this game.
Yeah, like it was clean to come out from TT when we consider that their transition to mid-game has been one of their weakest elements. Beitwan once again in control, you know, showing so much good for this new TT lineup. And I also feel like UCal playing better is a result of everyone being on the same page. We talked a lot about that synergy in game number one. No one was really disconnected, where I think OMG were the complete opposite.
Especially considering, you know, them bringing in Hoya, just giving another person that they can like talk with in Korean, maybe get some ideas out more fluidly, more quickly, and make sure, okay, at least you have like pockets of the team that are on the same page and can look to either find picks or set up fights in a correct way. So for TT, it really is coming together. We are going to swap sides going into game two, which is no surprise, right? OMG going over to blue, wanting to open up some of those bans. TT not going to be able to do the same thing they did last game of taking away Samira, Shyvana, and the Poppy, all three target bans, all three, like, champions OMG are very much known for, especially when you're looking at that Shyvana and the Samira. So curious to see what OMG will be able to do to adapt when they got some champions that they're still very comfortable on. The Silas, especially, something you hit on, wasn't able to work out when we haven't really seen Cream on the Control Mage just be able to find the same level of impact he was on Akali and Silas in past splits. Brought out the Akali in their series versus FPX, found a win, goes towards the Silas this time around, and the 100% win rate now actually shut down.
It looked completely disconnected. I mean, even the plays we saw on our screen, Cream kind of going in by himself, like flashing for the final kill in front of two people. I feel like Cream, I don't know, we're talking about him like it was the rest of the split, not like it was the last series versus FPX where he had major impact. So I am also curious as to how this ban pick changes up with teams changing sides, Lyric, as you kind of alluded to, because we're getting a pick ban now. Let's see if OMG get any of those comfort bans here on the red side. Sorry, comfort picks. Because right now, I mean, the comfort bans, right? The Shyvana, the Samira now looks like it's perma banned against OMG.
Those would be the two I would expect him to keep, but no, actually changing it up completely, taking away the Silas this time around.
Yeah.
To where OMG, I love it. pay respect to Emperor Yukal. Also taking away the Gnar for Hoya, so feeling like, hey, these guys on these champions that are, I'd say, very hard to break in terms of like 1v1s. Like, Gnar, there's definitely picks right there. I realize the Sejuani Azir can just kind of sit in lane and hold his own against pretty much anything if he wants to. So it seems like OMG are trying to create more openings in terms of if they're going to run a similar composition where it's about engage, it's about kind of creating these skirmishes, creating this volatility, that TT won't have as much stability to lean on.
Well, let's see, because at the very least, we change 80 carries, right? We've got the Aphelios, where Puff played that in game number 1. TT right now looking at the option of giving Beitron the Wukong, where Lyric, in game 1, this champion really didn't have much priority. Like, Lee Sin was banned over the Wukong ban. That's how little they cared.
Yeah, both this and Viego went all the way to 4-5. This time, TT are going to go towards it. You'd expect the Jinx to be the usual answer alongside this. And then TT, I mean, if they go for that, right, they're going to set themselves up where they not only have the 80 carry with the range advantage, especially as the game progresses, but also just the fact to be able to start fights whenever they do please. And we saw that game that Beitron was really aggressive, but there we go. Actually getting a different flavor coming out with the Senna.
I mean, this is something that for even for Kepler hasn't played. Puff as well hasn't picked it up. Oh, he has picked up twice. But they swap it around to make him support Lyric. It's so hard to read.
Yeah, so I'm very interested to see what Yao Yao does go with, right? Because we obviously have things like the Seraphine that have kind of come in prevalently and hasn't, at least up until the patch that we're playing on, hasn't really been taken down a peg, so is still incredibly strong, but you always do have like the Stock and Sinner, things like the Tom Kench that you could just look to go into. If they do bring this one out, though, you're going to be playing against an Enchanter on the opposing side, so could be a lot of like poke and punishment potential able to come from OMG's bot lane, and then you also just even double down on the scaling of bringing out this Enchanter. So OMG's draft so far, very defensive, to where TT, it feels like they still have options to where they can pivot into. Like, sure, their bot lane itself is very defensive and protects the other members, but typically when you have Senna Tom, you go with a lot of engage or like a strong top side that those two can enable.
But we also have Giga Comfort for OMG as well, which I think is quite promising. You know, Abel on Aphelios, now he's most played. Aligned with Ezreal Samira. Jerry as well on the Lulu. That's what he came into the league playing against FPX with, I should say. So, once again, it slides through as Jerry picks it up. Let's go back to your top lane point because TT right now banning away Shanji's GP, getting rid of some of that global presence that we saw in the first game, which made OMG look competitive, and even, hey, the Shavada against Shanji, I guess a no-brainer.
Just want to give Hoya a comfortable, I think, laning phase against a player like Shanji, who, even though has played a lot of champions, I think still has clear favorites. I like the Swain ban coming out from OMG, because when we talked about typically champions that want to go in, they want to get into the thick of things. If you had a Swain on top of, like, a Senna, I mean, that's just so much healing able to come out for the Swain, keep him in those fights for extended periods of time, and now also taking away another early proactive mid laner. So for TT right now, highlighting the Gwen, I actually think this would be a pretty solid pickup to come through and would go nicely with what they've drafted so far, and then you save Yukal that counter pick for mid.
Well, perfect healing to add on to there as well. So if Yukal gets counter pick mid, look at what's already banned away against him. As you said, the Swain, Azir. We've got the Siles banned in general too. Be curious to see where this 11 unique player ends up going. While on the other side, Lyric, now we have to ask, what's Kareem going to pull out? Because he didn't look great on the Silas in game number 1. This is also one of his most played.
I was kind of scared that he would default back to the Corki, just with how they've kind of set up their composition of trying to keep TT at arm's length and you know, potentially set up for this big hyper carry in the late game. But now for Shanji, he's already flashed things like the Jax. That obviously has a fine time into the Gwen matchup and can set you up to at least be able to play out through sides. Not too much, I think, left open. Another frontliner could always come in handy, but when it comes to Shanji...
Oh my god. Okay. Now, Lilia was being played top Lyric in solo queue for quite a bit. Remember the pre summer split patches? Yeah.
When we came into the split, she was seeing... But I'm curious to see where they do go with this as well, because you always could bring it into the jungle, right, and have, like, the magic damage into the Wukong, who does get armor from his stone skin, so... For OMG, I'm very curious to see how this one does pan out. Obviously, Lilia would give you, like, double AP mid-jungle, but... if Shanji's the one piloting it, where Shanji is the one who really loves playing AP champions, you could tell, it would be incredibly fun. TT on the opposing side, we are questioning the Senna going down. the Seraphine going down to the center before. They say no, they want the Seraphine and the Tom. So this time around, having a lot of these defensive tools available, I feel like TT's comp is incredibly potent if this game goes extra late, just with the amount of sustain they have. The CC able to come out to where OMG bringing a bit of fun. They do have a lot to be able to peel for Abel and set him up to be incredibly strong.
It's tough.
I'm excited to see how the Lilia Poppy comes through.
Oh my god.
Top Lilia.
I love it, Luke.
Woo!
Dude, I feel like there's such a case for people to watch OMG's games. Maybe not because of Cream at the moment, but because of Shanji. I'm just calculating again. 6, 9, 12. This is his 13th unique pick, by the way, folks. Shanji has the most uniques on his team now by 3. Like, Aki was second, by the way, which was also just strange, considering junglers don't really go into the unique path pool. This is a great game to run into game number 2 because, Lyric, we had a lot of questions about OMG in the first game, and I feel like with these really unique identities within the draft, I don't know, they tend to excel. You know, they tend to go well. Is that wrong to say? Did I already curse it or what?
No, I definitely think, right, OMG have been one of our curveball teams, and they look confident when they are throwing these curveballs.
Oh, good. I'm glad. Thank you so much for supporting me. OMG versus TT, game number 2. The important of this is we see our next champion on the Rift in front of us. Remember, who did I say? Whose father was that, Lyric? Was it Aurelion Sol's father?
It was a Sol's.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I think it was mother. It was mother. Asol's mother.
All about perspective. As far as these people know watching at home, League of Legends Summoner's Rift could literally be like, 50,000 kilometers wide.
I mean, for all we know, Summoner's Rift could be a living beast like that giant turtle in Avatar The Last Airbender that Aang goes on, but maybe we don't go down rabbit holes of things like Deers being Asol's mother. Maybe it's fine now. TT actually not going to commit too much for the vision that it looked like they were angling for. So both teams get the ward. Both of us said a little bit of nonsense, and now here we are. TTOMG bringing us the nonsense as well.
Let's see if it goes the distance through it as well. Lyric, you said that ultra late game for TT is where it's at. I mean, Seraphine, Senna. The healing is insane on this comp, and I kind of see where you're directing us. Before we talk about comps, I think it's worth mentioning that Aki is actually starting on the top side. He's going to be vertical jungling for this Lilia. I think this takes precedence at the moment, Lyric.
Yeah, it's kind of splitting the map. At least going to steal away those Raptors, and it looks like pings are even coming down now for a level 2 gank to come out from Aki onto Hoya.
Okay. Well, this is going to be great if it works out. Hoya with only goes. He dashes in as well. Aki now has him right where he wants him. The hammer shock down. Hoya running for his life. The flash there. But he gets away. Aki commits, and Shanji upset as he walks back in. But OMG's gank, I guess Lyric, is going to be an even trade.
Not able to pan out. They will at least force Hoya to have to use TP this early on to be able to not lose anything to turret. So they get something out of it. They did expose where Aki is, but Aki was still also able to steal away one camp and find, one camp lead coming into it. So overall, it feels like OMG were able to get tangible things out from this play. As we see here, Q comes out from Shanji. You're pushing him a bit further. Ghost is popped and allows him to get a little bit further away, but not able to finish it off. E cooldown coming up clutch right in time.
I mean, by half a second, if even that. So Hoya also playing well, moving away from the wall. Even though he's down in CS, at least he lives. And as the wave continues to be pushed up, look at what's happening in the jungle camps for now. Aki back on his side, and you can see as well, H1 clearing up the rest of his topside jungle. Red, Krugs, making sure Aki doesn't really have much further to go here. As I could be wrong, Lyric. He's hex flashing over anyway.
Yeah, Aki kind of hunting down where Beichuan is right now, checking out the red. I wonder if he's going to wrap around, and both junglers do end up spotting each other. You look at the minimap, he's probably in both mid and top lanes, so he feels very comfortable looking for this play and this level of aggression to come through. He isn't going to spot anything out, is just going to end up picking up his scuttle. And you look at the minimap, he has his full bottom side jungle up as well. So there's still a lot that it seems like Aki should be looking to do and to pick up. So Shanji is going to have to be a little bit careful.
That ward going to pay in dividends if, well, Beichuan was coming in, but he's not. At least they spot out the ward placement in the Tribe Rush. OMG knows that's warded, and another one goes down in response. Lyric, now that topside shenanigans have kind of ceased for the time being, I did want to pick your brain a little bit more about the comps, considering that you said TT were ultra late scaling with, I guess, an also strange composition with Seraphine mid with Senna, something we don't normally see in the LPL.
I do want to say that they should be able to come online pretty strong in early skirmishes, just with the amount of like dive and sustain they do have behind them.
Okay.
Like they definitely want these types of 5v5s where they're going, oh wait.
Okay, this is low, this is low, this is a 1v1. Lyric, you don't get a chance because Hoya is about to snip to death, but Shanji getting away. Still has the flash available and the watch out for distance, but the blooming blows have to be perfect here if he walks back in range. Full mana bar, the swell seed hits as well. Shanji has flash. I want to watch out and then I want to eat. Hoya, are you ready? Is he going to do it? Ladies and gentlemen, get your Shanjis rolling. And no, because Gwen's immune.
No, it's Hoya. You were building it up perfectly, too. If he could, like, hear the essence of your energy, Shanji would have gone for it. But you know, knows better. Doesn't go in and potentially suicide. He's on a ward.
Oh, and Hoya was thinking about it. Ghost just came back up available as well. I love it. Top lane is... What a treat. What an absolute treat to start off this game.
I mean, they've been going toe-to-toe, but Hoya trying to leave his wave in a decent position to where he can just get his own reset off, walk back to lane. Bo's going to just come back with the, you know, cooldown boot, so a bit more trading able to come through. And not much going on in other lanes, right? When we kind of talked about the defensive capabilities of the bot lane able to come out from TT, and even UCal can kind of just sit back, throw out some Qs, and be able to clear this wave just fine. It is still OMG who I expect to look to be the aggressors first, with Aki and Cream especially. We've already seen Aki keeping that up, but now with Cream hitting level 6 and needing that Spirit Rush, it does open up a potential to start finding picks, either in mid onto the Seraphine, who is immobile, would have to blow something like a flash, or even just looking elsewhere.
So what do objectives look like? Because I think I cut you off rudely when Shanji and Hoya started going for this beef in the top lane. You said, you know, being able to come on early, that ult mark is obviously important. Objective-wise as well, I feel like there's things in both drafts that kind of set this up as, I don't know, positional advantage, if I even say that.
Yes, I feel like OMG have a lot more tools to like pick out isolated members, right? The Spirit Rush, and then if Shanji can throw out the seed, like maybe hit an isolated member, or even find like a big sleep. Like there's ways for you to get numbers advantage and take a fight that way, to where TT kind of want to walk in together as this just like burly tank of units. You know, you have Hoya and Beitron up front, you have Puff and UCal supporting them behind with all the heals and CC able to come through. So two very different ways I think both teams should be looking to take fights, and we can see that now that both teams are focusing different areas of the map.
I mean, Beitron topside, good steal here. Wolves up and available, thank you very much. He's going to get some revenge from the early game that Aki set in motion with the vertical jungle, but as he was spotted on the bottom side, I believe, by a cheeky little defensive control ward from TT, it means that TT at least getting some kind of response. Lyric, Aki going for the invade himself, though, as Cream comes to help out.
This is the byproduct of the Spirit Rush being online. Cream able to more confidently hover over, is losing Prio in mid, but hey, as long as Aki's picking something up in the jungle, it's fine. And even Prio in bot lane from having the double range champions, just allowing for Aki to keep up the aggression. So it's nice to see that OMG are being aggressive where they know they could, coming out from jungle, and then now the support system coming in from the other lanes. To where for TT, they've kind of just had to cross map and respond to being like, hey, they do have all this control on the bot side of the map. We kind of have to hover up to the top to look for an answer.
True.
But not really too much being set up for them.
No, not really. Shanji just walking towards the tower. TP going to come out. Beitron's here. Cyclone is available, but so is the Lilting Lullaby. I guess another tool at OMG's disposal too. Lyric, we didn't really get to talk about the build path. I mean, you know, we know that Leandri's on Lilia has been the jungle build. I was wondering for your 2 cents as to what works best against the comp that heals beyond healing.
Yeah, we have seen Leandri still be the go-to even when it is in top lane. I think Night Harvester is also like potentially opened up just from all the ability haste it's gained, but a lot of healing on the opposite side. Things like Leandri's, things like early Oblivion Orbs would be, I think, really nice for Shanji to be able to get a lot of this burning, and then, you know, the Grievous Wounds on top of TT's members, because you're going to be someone who is able to hit a lot of people with your Q coming through. And now, especially with Rift Herald being up, we're seeing a lot of attention be put up towards this top side and to this Lilia specifically.
Oh, yeah, we are indeed. I mean, you can see Pop B is just waiting here. Keep his verdict up and available. Aki waiting for his moment, while Hoya having his ult, having Ghost too. That's a smite coming down. Very obvious here, as meanwhile, Cream is getting ganked on. But
that was a nice charm.
It was invisible Wukong, and he just picked it.
Yeah, able to make sure that Beitron isn't able to connect with the engage, with the Cyclone to set up a kill, potentially coming out from UCal, and now being a little bit cheeky by getting some of this trading down. But both teams just trying to fight for control over mid and top to try to set themselves up to do a Herald. The reason why OMG don't seem too confident, even though they are sticking on the objective, is their bot lane is being forced to recall right now.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's Abel and Jerry who have been slow, but at least moving towards it. Herald's close to losing its patience here too. As it walks back at Hoya, we got 1 bar left, and there we go. Reset Herald, and at 10 minutes in the game just about, OMG just can't get this done.
No, and we're going to get a replay of what happened on the bottom of our screens. Oh my god, it was actually pixel perfect coming out from Cream to guarantee that, but OMG were hesitant on the Herald because after Beitron was forced out of River, he just looked back mid, put more threat onto Cream, you get the wave push in. That's where OMG are kind of doubting themselves, especially with their bot lane situation being like this, with Jerry and Abel going for that reset.
Backs against the wall, it's great. Keeper's verdict though, great as well. Hoya comes through with the smite onto Arky, but Hoya wants the 1v1 as the lilting lullaby from Shanji to save his life. The Dawning Shadow helping out TT, but Hoya's still in the middle of the whole team. Ignite with the help of Arky's blow gets first blood over to OMG.
The Keeper's verdict was just so big coming out from Aki, taking Beitron especially out of that fight, but knocking 2 members back. Guarantees that the Herald does go over to the side of OMG, and that maybe could start looking to push this forward as Moonlight Vigil.
Look at the shurikens coming out. I mean, Puff might have to be eaten up if he gets hit by another Q. Abel keeping the shurikens available too. And we'll be able to pick up this turret plating Lyric with that great play from OMG, plus the pressure now reciprocated in the bot lane. Feels pretty big here, but as I say that, Beitron on the way down, spotted on a ward, won't commit the flash, won't commit the ulti to get into range. So OMG just winning across the board.
OMG just coming out ahead stronger in the early game, especially once they have gotten, the Ahri online, and Shanji's been fine on his own, absorbing a lot of pressure. But now, I feel like this is right where they can really start to find some momentum. As never mind, because we're not finding momentum, because we're going straight into the replay. Keeper's verdict was perfect to be able to force the Wukong away, allows the smite to be able to come through. And look at Shanji just prancing around, and then Aki locking him down. That movement speed from the Q on the Lilia is just so valuable, so you can be this nuisance and then allow the other members to be able to finish off the kill.
Conqueror coming in clutch there as well. He started building the Fiendish Codex, so we don't have our answer just yet with Leandri's Night Harvester still being on the table, but at the very least, surviving the play there with Hoya going down. First blood went over to Aki, so this jungler going to be a little bit more ahead than we expected. And at the very least, Lyric, they still have the Herald, which we have to talk about which lane it goes in, because right now, you have a couple of opportunities with OMG's lanes actually building up a bit. Hang on. Lilting Lullaby is available again. Hoya is getting auto-attack, but won't be taking the ulti for now. Lyric, you're going to have to answer my question because I asked.
Bot lane, to me, would be the obvious answer for the side of OMG. It's already down 2 plates, so realistically, if you can get pushed, which Cream has been keeping up consistently since hitting level 6, you can 4-man bot lane, try and get that last plate, get the whole turret down with Herald, and then transition that into some vision in bot lane River. But TT, knowing and expecting this plane, Dragon being upright, they have full members here. Cream!
He gets caught out. At least he has himself the ultimate. The Everfrost, comes through as well. He's one of the few that has the first item on the Rift, but as Herald does get placed bot, OMG start moving to River while Cream still has a couple of elements of the ulti and flash available. Keeper's verdict again. I mean, TT are walking into a trap. That ulti from Aki, though, was not great. He thought Beitron would go in, but never mind. Against the wall, he still finds a heroic charge as Abel's running it forward with the turret on a bit of a lifeline. Jerry almost dies to it as he walks on up, but Cream got what he came for. It's scrappy, it's weird, it's messy, but it's still OMG's.
OMG, I mean, they pull TT down. They find the engage. I'm a little bit puzzled why Puff channeled his ulti there, but he went for it. Aki finding the knockback and just setting up for the damage. Now for OMG, they're going to be able to turn this into a dragon and keeping the momentum going full steam ahead as we get to see what happened in topside. Does look like we had a lot of heavy trading coming out, especially with the ultimates being popped.
Okay, spinning, lulling, and emoting. And did Hoya die? No, he's still 0-1, so he didn't die, but good to see him.
just the stacking MS from the passive on your Q is so annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
We can see there just Shanzi dancing around him in these trades, and even in the skirmishes we've seen Shanji be a part of. It's one of like the strong things about this Lilia in a lot of fights, kind of being able to weave in and out with a lot of your damage coming through.
Well, Lyric, I feel like I'm getting more OMG this game, though. Let's be real with what we set up with, you know, Abel being in a better position this time around, 1-0-1 with the Gale Force. I think Cream has had a much better performance already. Shanji's strange pick with Aki being in control. Like, Poppy jungles in the LPL, by the way, just continue showing up big. But back to my point that OMG are looking so much better in this game number 2.
OMG, I mean, they faltered in game number 1. TT had a beautiful showing, but it has been a bit messy, but this is the kind of the chaos that OMG thrive in right here. Decides not to use it. The Gravitum is what locks him down. So, okay, that's why Puff decides to channel the ulti. He was going to go down no matter what. Nice job by Abel to be able to guarantee that one going through. And then they use it to find the turret. Everfrost available for Yao Yao to go down. And OMG just using the tools they have to punish TT. And now you look across the board at their items, Everfrost, Gale Force, Frostfire, just so many of these mythics being picked up. It looks like it is just going to be the stock and standard Leandri's for Shanji as well, and he should be incredibly close to having that one in his pocket. There it is.
Pick up, and yep, perfect timing, Lyric. As that comes through, only the 3 there, but remember, Glaive from Puff, if I could speak properly, is going to be there in place of a mythic. Notice that Yao Yao has his, of course, as the farming time, Kench. In that last replay, Lyric, really good pickup. The hammer missed on purpose, so that the kills could come through. I didn't catch that one, but for OMG, those smart plays have set them up in this early game, while Abel now with good Gravitum. TT are grouping up, and it looks like they're going to set themselves up for this Herald, Lyric, grouping up in the way you said this comp would like to, all as a massive unit and family.
Oh, Charm connects.
Oh, that's not family-like at all. Aki against the wall sends Yao Yao. The ulti hits again. Moonlight Vigil not doing enough, but Aki this time not connecting the ult, but maybe not on purpose. Cream jumps in with the Spirit Rush, but Hoya is chasing him down. Shanji needs to get a big ulti, and he will! It's bedtime! As Shanji jumps into the background, this Lilia keeps dancing, but now is dead. Venison for dinner for OMG. Well, I wouldn't eat their teammate. That's cannibalism. But at the very least, hey, you got to have a fancy meal after another play goes so right.
OMG just keep finding the fights. It's going to be another Rift Herald for them. You can see Abel getting a lot of pressure down onto mid, Baytron being low. Trying to get some sustain back up from taking his Wolves, but I don't even think he should be safe enough to walk in considering there's 2 members here for OMG. They pick this up. They're going to take the safe route and just make sure that Aki is able to take this Rift Herald. So OMG delivering on all levels in game 2 from what we didn't see in game 1.
And now it just looks so good. I mean, 3K gold lead. Let's look at the replay again because Yao Yao was one caught out here, and Aki
the aggression, the fact that Aki went for this was insane. Cream following up. TT opt into taking this fight after the Keeper's verdict misses. It's specifically Yukal here. Pay attention to him because he follows in with, you know, an ult flash to be able to lock members down, but Shanji kind of being the hero on the other front to find a big sleep, taking down members like Puff. The burn is able to come through, and it's like, sure, some members did go down on the side of OMG from the aggression of like trying to keep their backline at bay, but they were able to buy time for Abel and Cream to get involved and find more than what they lost.
I just love that Abel was untouched. Hits to the side, and you know, everyone's like, oh, we've got to focus on this big clump. And Abel's just free hitting his time through. Once again, for OMG, a 4K gold lead has now sufficed as we come back from the replay. 17, 18 minutes there on your screen, and 2 dragons already picked up. Lyric, we talked about the ultra late game of TT, but when you talk about the picks from OMG and how they want to move across the map, utilizing those tools, the CC is burning TT alive right now with some really difficult to deal with members that now have bounties, that now moving into position in front of this third objective. Bait1 with the ulti. Everfrost is going to try and catch him on the way out. The Orbit Deception too. Double Cyclone to stop Baki, but look at that. TT now without a Wukong ulti, and OMG can walk in again, and Bait1 can maybe walk it home. He's going to have to catch a bus tonight. Yao Yao seems to be public transport. That knock-up grade is the TP is going to hurt. It's Shanji rolling through. We've got a ball. We've got a swell seed. And once again, the lullaby's playing. TT get taken to daycare, but Are they going to let them out of the cot? OMG top laner still zones them away, slowing them down, blast coding them through. Somehow TT are alive, and that healing now finally starting to show itself.
All the survivability tools coming in clutch, whether it was from Yaoyao's Tom Kench finding to eat both ults from Puff and Yukao. They kite them out, they buy enough time.
Oh, no,
and
Jerry.
OMG, Jerry, we'll be fine, we'll get out. But OMG, after their initial lockdown, they really don't have much, right? It's a charm from Cream, Aki knocking someone in the wall, like you have Sleep on Shanji, you have the Gravitum. But all these tools are very niche. Like, Abel needs to have the Gravitum up. Like, once Cream's on cooldown, there's nothing. Shanji, that is an ultimate, so it feels like a lot of it has to come out in that initial burst. As we see how the fight started, Avatron trying to set this up, and then they aren't able to lock him down. They do manage to get away, but they want to keep forcing this because they know they forced out a big engage tool. And TT, this early in the game, actually do not have much damage. A lot of their strength comes in their survivability, which is what they're doing here perfectly. But the fact that Abel got stunned and locked down and couldn't walk forward meant a lot of this damage not able to be followed up on. And then Yukao with a great ult to just keep the members of OMG at bay once Hoya gets into the fight. TT able to find some kills back.
I mean, it's insane. Puff's ult as well. The last couple of fights have been pretty impactful too. OMG still trying to force this one Lyric with their gold advantage, but TT got the last dragon. And that means game can be stalled out a little bit longer than we expected. However, with Baron now available, OMG start choking vision of their own. They've got so much on this top side, and TT, as they move as a unit here, Lyric, are trying to find themselves a pick, and onto Jerry, they may have dropped the beat down, double stun, and Yukao will find OMG support in the transition of the moment.
TT finding the picks they need, because we've hit on some of the CC of OMG. TT having an incredible amount of CC in their own, and they're going to be able to push in this mid lane turret. So OMG can't respond. They opt into just keeping Cream topside to maybe try and pull some pressure, but actually being a bit indecisive. Stops his recall, channels it again, and OMG now just going to have to sit there having accepted the fact that they lost to turret, and TT making a good pick into a good objective play. I
mean, TT are now only 2k gold behind. This game was built on 4,500 after the last plays. We look at the replay again, and yeah, this is Cream getting caught out. Lyric, which one was this?
Oh, yeah, this is, maybe this is what just happened before we got the pick onto Jerry. You know, we've had a lot going on this game. Both teams is all we have more.
Beitron's caught out. Everfrost used, but Yukao's next to him. And have the damage to take down Beitron either at this point as they just walk away after an attempt at a bait. OMG still around the Baron here, Lyric, and still have themselves lanes as a push state.
We do see, you know, a lot of key items coming out for both sides now. Seraph's Embrace being picked up by Yukao, so a good amount of ability haste coming through. You know, the more mana, just make sure you can keep spamming those spells, and even a bit of healing, so just even more healing unloaded into their kits. But luckily, Shanji does have his Oblivion Orb, so obviously Grievous Wounds has been kind of nerfed to, like, off the face of the earth, but against TT's composition specifically, it really feels like something you're going to need.
And Morello base stats as well, looking a little bit better. I remember talking to Orcs about it too. Feels like we're in a much better position than it has been in the past. So as the second item here, Lyric, he will be getting close to matching Hoya, but I think the problem is that Hoya now with 2 kills of his own and matching CS should have himself that Nash's Tooth sooner rather than later. And right now, Hoya has been one of the primary damage dealers we've seen in these last couple of fights, which is why it's important. As meanwhile, Shanji, okay, a little bit late here. Hoya was almost caught out on the return path, getting that second item we spoke of.
OMG still just trying to look for these picks, so knowing how to use their prio and their vision especially, like, very well. They have those 2 keywords in TT's bot side jungle. In TT, going through the steps, they don't just blindly walk in, right? They group as 4, they go to mid to contest first. They're trying to pull OMG members out from river to show, to know where is safe territory for them to force their way into.
I mean, as a 5-man unit, this team is just so much better towards the later half of the split. For TT, this is what we saw in game number 1 as well. This is why we're talking this team up. And against OMG, they've fought back in what has been such a better early game from OMG as well. So now it's all up to this as Beitwan's into the wall. Aki goes into the engage and then back out. As a heroic charge has been used, Aki now wants to keep his verdict to separate the units. He hits one, and there goes Tom Kench. The safety down as Shanji puts them all to sleep. Will the damage be enough this time as Hoya's targeted and taken down? All the utensils and the kitchen sink from TT have been burned, and OMG have just given themselves their third dragon.
We saw once again TT just not really having the damage to be able to keep up in the fight. Beautiful knockup coming out from Aki to take Yao Yao out immediately. And then with members able to follow up this time, able getting to deal the damage, they're able to actually secure the kills that they weren't in the bot side fight. So making a big difference when some of these skill shots from TT aren't landing, because critically in that fight they won, I believe it was Puff who landed the stun onto Abel, and now TT, there's no way you should be able to reply with the Baron with this composition in terms of how fast you do it. They are going to be forced out, but will clear out a little bit of vision.
Yeah, I mean, that was their ambition to say the least, of course. For TT, as they do clear out that vision lyric, I mean, still, danger strikes because OMG in 4.5 minutes had this dragon where TT have to fight, right?
I mean, TT have no options. I mean, they need to go for it. Infernal Soul going to be really big for the side of OMGs. We see here Cream looking to lock them down. They're having to blow so much, but it's Shanji who wants to get into the middle of things, and that sleep was just perfect coming out from him. That was the difference maker in this fight to make sure that they go down. Abel as well, like we said, actually in this fight, unlike the last one. So the difference that can make, and Shanji, I feel like we've highlighted Shanji so much this split. He really has been the key player to look at for OMG in terms of like the picks and the personality that he's brought out. But really, him and Abel have just stepped up so much this split. It's great to see them continue on and us getting these exciting new prospects in the LPL like Shanji.
That's right, and giving OMG a little bit of hope. OMG, the team in spring that just didn't bring it all together when Cream and Shanji, both came in, showed us their colors, and I feel like a lot of people were hyped on Cream, but saw Shanji in the first couple of series, thought he was good. He then went up against tougher opponents, and it all came crashing down. Shanji this time around, showing up big, but for OMG, we want to see them continue this game on because, as you already said for TT, the game going at a stable pace is a good thing. Even though OMG have tools, we've already seen as a 5-man group how well TT can move. Once again, moving back to Baron, by the way, continue to threaten this, even with a scuttle taken by OMG. TT moved to this objective to at least clear out vision yet again.
And TT, you can see, are being much more, I'd say, cautious of their approach. They've already committed 5 members. They're completely ignoring the wave pushing into them in topside because they don't know where members of OG can be, and they're very afraid of these potential picks coming through.
Cream hitting an angle here. That's where Hoya's placing at the moment. A good ward there placed by OMG too. And their vision control actually towards this top side. Not too bad at the moment as Puff should be clearing that out with a one-shot Umbral Glaive. 2 minutes 30 until the Dragon as we just continue to lull about in the mid lane. Lyric, I still feel like that is what we're going to need to talk about here and what items come across the board for TT to give them a better chance of having a threat and having a bit of damage to affect OMG.
I do gotta say, right, at least we finally started to pick some things up, like Puff now actually having his mythic, because for a while he was just sitting, without that item. So more damage able to come out from him. We have stopwatch on Hoya, so he's been the big one going in and out of fights, able to buy himself some added security. Feels nice, because for TT, we kind of already hit on it, it's about baiting out a lot of these big cooldowns for the side of OMG, and they're gonna go straight back towards it, playing off a reset coming out from the members of OMG.
But I mean, Puff's still in the river. Shanji's walking up this level 15 Talia. Excuse me, that is a Lilia, not even close. Flash is not available, but TT doing the damage. Keeper's verdict coming through. Jungler's out of there, but Seraphine takes it. Now with the healing and the lilting lullaby in the pit, TT have to get out of there. But Shanji once again with a beautiful ultimate, and TT lose 3 in a matter of seconds.
Beautiful ultimate from Shanji, right into the Moonlight Vigil coming out from Abel. You did lose Baron, but you picked up 3 kills, and now OMG can definitely turn this into some added objectives.
With OMG having themselves a bit of time as well. 25 on UCal, 20 on the bottom lane. This is going to be inhibitor broken here, Lyric, and I mean, there's multiple lanes set up too with Shanji pushing up the top side. OMG's gold is going to skyrocket off that one denial Baron play.
And now for OMG, you've increased your gold lead with what would be your 4th dragon coming up in 40 seconds. So we see here, Keeper's Verdict taking out Wukong was huge. Luckily for TT, UCal does have Spellbook, so he had Smite ready to pick things up. And then right there, we saw it right. Shanji able to get in, and you pop the stopwatch to give yourself some own safety, and Moonlight Vigil able to follow up. So the combo being on point for OMG, but lucky for them, Yukao was able to secure that Baron, because that play could have been even worse for TT.
Oh yeah, maybe the game goes even further to be feeling like it's over and we're going to game 3 for sure. It is still a 4K gold lead for OMG, and as you said, Dragon's coming up as TT trying to make the play, but Yao Yao and Beichuan not finding the angle. Hoya burns the TP, but it is right in front of the Dragon as it now spawns, Lyric, and OMG are not in this river yet, so TT might need to burn this one.
And let's remember, the one thing that OMG can't do is look for a trade, because no Baron, but Cream.
Going in, going out. Spirit Rush once again smites down. They deny the souls. Hoya now front lines here into the rest of the members. As he goes gold and he's by himself. Beichuan flashing for the ulti too. But TT are not together. The unit is separated. And a shutdown going through. Shanji once again getting the AoE. He will die in the response. And even without Beichuan, the healing's insane. Yao Yao just flushed into Arky, and he's about to taste what this poppy means. TT with a double off the back, and Lyric, the healing is obscene.
The extended fights are where TT thrive. If they can get you to use a lot of your initial burst, initial damage, they feel fine at kiting you out, keeping that poke in with the long range coming out from Senna and Seraphine. Let's remember that Senna is still just kind of scaling to Oblivion with the amount of souls he's picking up. And now they're going to push in bot lane, have Hoya control mid, and kind of bring it back. We saw a bit of a gold lead for OMG only a few minutes ago, and now we're right back to square one. The game's even.
It's even again. Oh, God. What a great game, too, though. Let's be real. It has been fun watching these two comps play out as we look again. And Lyric, Hoya's angle, helping out a lot to start this and make it go.
Hoya just creating so much pressure. Aki does a great job with the Keeper's Verdict. He keeps finding multi-man Keeper's Verdicts.
True.
But the fact that we still see Beichuan able to get onto Abel after what Hoya was able to do feels like the real difference maker. OMG tries to follow up with the engage of their own, but just the amount of sustain able to come out from the side of TT is able to put the fight in their favor, especially when you look at OMG, right? A lot of these members jumping in, leading the charge to Lilia, incredibly squishy. So TT able to take her down.
And how good's Yao Yao? I mean, saving away, I think it was Hoya in the end. And then even the flash forward on top of Arky. He's been a core player to watch in TT. And if you didn't watch our opening segment, we talked this player up because him and Beichuan have been the stable members of the TT roster that have made their early games look so good. Again, Thunder Talk right now at 3-5, yes, but they are looking so much better than they have in previous splits. And as this underdog team in the series, they took game number 1 quite handily in 30 minutes. In game 2, they're definitely not out of it with the game going past this 30-minute mark, Lyric. And I think you and I need to have a serious talk about this ultra late game. And again, what kind of spells disaster for OMG with how long we're seeing these fights going.
I mean, we already have Rageblade now picked up for Puff as well. I'm curious to see how many souls he's sitting on. I feel like we haven't hovered over the Senna in quite a while because that'll be very telling as well, right? How much space, how much distance he can build between himself. And then, of course, you know, like things like the damage and the crit chance that you're gaining as well. He will be just decimating the members of OMG jumping forward. So for OMG, I feel like you're at a point now where, I mean, you're online. You're at 3 items across the board. You're hitting hard. OMG are still strong. They need to be able to get the lockdown, though, and find that immediate burst, right? You look at Abel. Abel definitely has it sitting on 4 items of his own. It's just about that initial lockdown, right? If Shanji can find another huge sleep, and that sets up the Moonlight Vigil, for OMG, that should be a fight they take, and then they could try and transition that into finally ending the game. If this game keeps going on at this pace, that's where I feel like TT should be favored. But the silver lining, still Soul Point.
It's still something big to mention. Minute 30 still comes up yet again, right? I like that you brought out Abel because it feels like here we're once again back in OMG's condition. TT, we're looking at one of their control wards up towards the Baron that could enable a bit of a flipperoonie because Hoya has TP available. But coming back to the point, Lyric, the fact that it's on Abel here for the damage is exactly what this split's been about for OMG. For TT, we're like, hey, it's about these fights going longer. Well, Yukao, even Hoya, right? Puff is someone who's just come in this series. We are looking at these members to make it go slow. A minute to go until that soul coming through. And Lyric, once again, TT are like, hey, let's use this window between soul to move up towards Baron.
TT just keep trying to threaten them with an area that they feel comfortable taking control of. And it also kind of puts OMG in a weird place in terms of what they're able to go towards. But even if you're OMG and you ended up looking for that trade, you would be the ones getting the Infernal Soul end of it.
H1
as
flashing in.
Engage.
Wants to take the full-on 5v5. Abel's already ulted. Keep his verdict. Gets Yukal out. That's the healing of TT's. The Everfrost on Cream has a perfect angle. H1 saved by Yaya, but Hoya's down. Puff's down. TT pulled the trigger, but the Keeper's verdict denied them once more.
It's about the tools picking them apart, the Keeper's verdict, and Cream also found the flank and instantly deleted Puff. So
now,
numbers advantage fight for OMG. They're just looking to finish it off.
But now can they? I mean, there's a lot of ultis down from OMG. The flash, the encore, the TP! Shanji TPing the minion. He wants to save it so they can get the Nexus turrets, but they may have needed him in the fight. At least Base 1 going down means that for OMG, they take another member with them. And yeah, Lyric, I think Shanji wanted to make sure they could try and end the game.
Keeping the minion alive, but I mean, with only one minion there, 3 members in front of you, I don't know if that is the play. They still found the pick, though, and now they are picking up Soul. So this, to me, is, you know, the significant point for the side of OMG when we're kind of talking about, you know, bursting a lot of these members from TT down. But this isn't just a straight-up 5v5, because we see how this fight starts off. Cream playing off to the side. Puff playing a bit cautious is picked off. It looks like the sleep also came out from Shanji to set that all up. Keeper's verdict takes out the Seraphine. And OMG just taking these members out of the fight with their ultimates. Crucially, the Lily of the Pot. Wait! And we're
back.
still going!
Yeah, we're
still
back.
going.
I mean, they got Infernal Soul now. The confidence is in. Needlework has been pulled out as Cream once again wants that angle. But this is TT getting denied the Baron 2. Shanji flashed over the wall. Wants another lilting lullaby as he pulls the trigger. And looks like he won't even need it with the Swirl Seed getting the slow, the Encore too. Yao Yao's down and Shanji is up, man. OMG's top laner starts it off and enabled to get us to a game 3.
OMG bringing all 5 members together to get it done. Shanji with the CC, Abel as the big carry as always. You love to see it when our middle of the table teams competing for a playoff spot are giving it their all.
Man, that's good League of Legends when you see OMG throwing everything against the wall to see what sticks. I mean, Aki on Poppy, huge highlight there, but Shanji has had some pretty ball of plays. Even that last one without ulti, the flash over the slow. Good stuff. I mean, we get a game 3, but more importantly, I think we get some fun drafts, Lyric, that, you know, entertain the senses when we were going 35, 40 minutes into the late game.
And it's just great, even just the game overall being competitive, right? Like, us seeing when, like, maybe OMG was misstepping or when TT was setting up well and able to find their own fights. So both teams very much going head-to-head, being toe-to-toe in this game. But at the end of the day, right, I feel like this was going to be so hard to judge of, like, who we're going to, like, single out because, like you said, the lilting lullabies were huge. But Keeper's verdict, he was taking out crucial members of fights every single time. Even the Baron, which TT still got, like, he did hit the jungler out. Just also another member had in Sealed Spellbook, right? Like, it really felt like Aki was doing a significant job that game. To where Abel got to play, he played well. He played just as aggressive as you always expect, but he got to lean on a lot of the space being created by Shanji, Aki, and Cream in this game.
Look at the damage. 35k here from Shanji, getting the most. Cream's angles played well, and, you know, OMG, they did start that game off well. Like, it was a 5-0 start. It was a mid-game that looked sketchy. It was a long fights, Lyric, you were telling us about perfectly. But OMG finding a couple of windows here and utilizing it so nicely. A good win for them, but let's be real, that was a hard-fought win. That was a very hard back-and-forth game for them, and they almost lost control completely when TT started evening up the goal.
Yeah, TT, right, they had an idea of how they wanted to play this, especially in the mid-game of staying as that kind of like 5-man deathball squad. You go in with Wukong Cyclone, you put the Seraphine Encore over that, extend the range, and you try to pick them off. And then, you know, if they're the ones engaging on you, you try to kite it out, you have these safety tools available. Once they have nothing left in the tank, that's when you re-engage. So TT had an idea, weren't able to find it, some great picks by OMG. And when we think back to the interview before this game, it was TT saying like, hey, OMG plays for their bot side. It's all about bottom lane. It was their top half of the map that really stepped up in this game in my mind.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, 90% kill participation was huge. Like, Shanji was a part of so many plays. The Lily atop had some pretty big moments, let's be real. And once again, with his third unique champion bringing out into this LPL summer split, OMG are able to get themselves a big win. Cream as well with a better game lyric. Worth mentioning from the 0-5 Silas game and in game number 1. We go to a break and hope that OMG vs TT will be as good as what we just saw there in game 2.
They don't, and even Cryan having to go towards a much more defensive build, not going towards the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, in fact going towards the Zhonya's, so his power spike not going to be as potent. And TP comes in here from Zoom though, a scout. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one here. Cryan should be able to check that brush, and they should, what? Oh my god, no, oh my god, they think he got out. They think he got out with teleport or something. No way. That's absurd.
Now they're going to be looking to contest on this Drake. But Ala try to keep up pressure with the Gnar bar stacking up, but Care has the Gnar opening up his own.
Yep, both Gnar should be available. They do jump here onto Gnar himself, and they are going to start to take him down before he gets into Mega. There's a good hostile takeover, but it was while the Moonlight Vigil was coming out, so LWX picks up the first kill as Care gets himself a second. They're jumping onto I1 to make it a third. Lights in no man's land, and you cannot trade it back for Summit, and that's 4 kills for none, and that's going to be FBX, yes, losing the Dragon, but they'll gain so much more.
In this series, I was going to say, Knight actually gets locked down, the Encore flushed away from, but Knight still gets a return kill. The shielding massive too as Wayward comes in with a massive ulti onto Arky. A couple more blows to it with the permacross. Ignite down, autos through. LNG move up as a 3-man unit, but Ming is here. He's running into 3 people. Now falls. Soulflake comes through as TP as well. Ming in the middle of everyone. The Glacial Prison saves his life as he flushes over the wall. And Xiaohu coming through with the wall too. Gala picks up the first kill. RNG with the cavalry in the nick of time as Panda only just dies. Under turret, LNG have just been hand stiff as the triple comes round. The Quadra and Gala! Penta again, baby!
That is the problem. They need to find a solution for you. You see the Aki walking around looking for a flank angle.
I mean, Jackie Love just walks into him with Gravitum. You think Jackie Love cares? He ults at melee range and takes him down. Aki, for the dreams of OMG, tried. But try as he might, he's now dead, and there's no smite available. The Dreadline doesn't connect, and now the 5 versus 4, the Shadow Dash doesn't connect. It's a cleanse from Jackie Love, actually. That was pixel perfect. And now the backline able, finally starts spinning to winning as the bailout is used but not saved. And yes, they do get the dragon all of a sudden. Abel looks good on Samira in this one fight.
Don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey, I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night. We have what it takes. We can make it if we try. Oh, oh. Run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh. You let me be me, as happy as can.
我觉得这个赛季我们表现就可能开始就是有点不尽人意，因为那个时候大家可能对于版本或者说彼此之间的磨合不是很够吧。然后现在可能磨合好了，然后版本英雄我们也就差不多练起来了。然后目标的话，肯定就首先还是先进个季后赛吧。
I think well said, considering that we knew OMG weren't performing right. I mean, the start of their season was nothing like it is now in Lyric, even though game 1
0-3.
was a little bit shocking. Yeah, you know, a really rough start. We're now at a point where OMG have brought us to a game number 3, and in game 2, what a recovery from, you know, the start of the series.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, the recovery brought on by Shanji, who we just heard talking. Oh, you know, we've been practicing so many meta picks. My boy, this is also practicing the non-meta picks.
There
We've
you
seen
go.
it with the Shyvana. We've seen it with the Shen. And now we're seeing it with the Lilia. Huge damage he was doing in these fights. Again, they could not lock him down. He was so fast, stacking up that passive movement speed from the Q, just getting off the damage. And he found some beautiful, you know, sleeps this game.
Oh, he did. And even just his aggression was something to aspire to. As we start rolling through the clips, I mean, Shanji, this is his 13th unique champion. Alongside Aki and Cream as well, who deserves respect. They took over this game in the fights, Lyric, that we thought, TT is scaling into.
We saw the early game, right? Just them using the pressure that they were able to create to take these with the picks that they found, and then just the damage that they accrued to make sure they were locking down members of TT, able to burst them out before they're really able to respond, or they're able to out-sustain the damage that was being put out. And yeah, it just brought them forward beautifully. We did see them have some struggles, you know, when they weren't able to connect it, or maybe some members were disconnected, like Shanji wasn't in one fight, or if like Abel's locked down, because TT do have a lot of ways of locking members down, but when OMG were the ones pulling the trigger and they were together, it just felt like everything was on the same page, a lot of it coming from Shanji. So who knows? I'm expected to see what wild ride Shanji takes us on in the next game, and if we're going to get any more fun, unique picks.
Yeah, I honestly think it's on the cards, right? Cream playing a lot better has already been talked about. I feel like Abel and Jerry is going to be, a big lane we talk about. We've just been told that TT have chosen the blue side, and also Kepler is coming back. So Puff has been benched once again, and this was the bottom lane lyric that was saying was a little bit more solid, considering that you also raised their,
like
their,
the synergy, right?
The
time
development.
spent together.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely feels like Yao Yao, has played more with Kepler than he has with Puff. Puff was the member even in game 1 who, not only in the late game, but even if we remember in the early game of him walking up to that brush, did do his due diligence of shooting the Calibrum, but still got engaged on. So I could see you wanting to look for the swap. I don't know, maybe also could have things with comms or how the game is played out, right? Point is, they look to make the swap in this pivotal game. We've already hit on both teams still very much with their playoff hopes alive. OMG, I think, are in a pretty good spot. And TT, the fact that they still have so many series left to play, how's it possible? So if you can take this one over one of those teams who you are battling with for one of those middle, lower tier spots, I think it is extremely important. So kind of nice of TT to identify that they think a shift needs to be made.
Yeah.
And, we're going to see with them now back on blue, if blue side can pick up yet another win.
And for JDG fans at the time, remember, you're kind of looking at TT to, win this one because they beat OMG today. And if LNG are able to beat Ultra Prime, then JDG qualify for playoffs today, flat out right. It's something we learned at the start of today. It's, maybe not as important because we know JDG are going to qualify, Lyric, but at the very least being the first would be, a big thank you, I guess, to TT.
And it's so important. We'll just reiterate it one more time. If TT wins this and LNG win the next series, JDG are confirmed, locked in 100%. Nothing you could do to stop them. They are there. But, TT, that's probably not in their minds in the least going into this next game.
They just want to make playoffs. They just want to make playoffs. And you were alluding to it before. This is a winnable series for them because after this, it's Weibo, FPX. Okay, maybe one of those are. Top Esports, RNG is still on the agenda. TT can still make playoffs. But every series counting, not even a meme here. It is just a reality. Let's go to the final game. Lyric, 3 targeted bans. Aki, no Poppy. No Samira for Abel. No Shyvana for Shanji. While first pick Silas for TT is what they wanted to bring out.
Yeah, with the Azir ban going towards this, also a huge takeaway from Cream. Despite the fact it didn't work in game 1 for OMG, they still have a lot of respect for this player on what he's done with this pick. UCal's also 2-0 on it this split, so does work quite well for them. OMG going to take the expected pick of the Aphelios.
Yep.
And we keep seeing the Belveth hovered, but not going to come out. We are actually going to get Cream's Akali.
Thank you so much. In the FPX series, we saw Cream's Akali again, and creme de la creme hit the riff. So good things hoping here for the mid lane, but we're going through pick ban pretty fast, Lyric. TT are just getting in those expecteds. Hoya back on the Nart was banned in game number 2. We already talked about the Silas, but even the Jinx here for Kepler as he debuts in the series, and Shanji just returns to the GP.
Shanji constantly going back to this pick rather than going towards maybe something like the Sejuani, which has been one of our more recent go-to answers with the engage that it brings. But hey, Cannon Barrage, especially against an immobile AD carry, right? You can do a lot in these team fights. Right. And now both teams, we're probably going to get back to just thinning the support pool and then seeing what these players are comfortable with. And could be like game 1 where we could see a Wukong Viego swap, which should seem pretty evident, but game 1 made it to 4-5. This game, TT actually going to take it away.
I just also like that for OMG, the takeaway is also this Nautilus, right? I feel like Yao Yao has had that ban against him 2 out of the 3 games so far, and being a pivotal engage tool, we know that Yao Yao is someone who needs to be targeted like that. So alongside the Xin Zhao, it looks like OMG trying to take away tools further here, Lyric, from TT's comp.
Especially with the Silas, right? Setting up the all-in, wanting to come through. So I kind of like they're taking away some of these tools and even just harder things to be able to burst down, like the Xin Zhao once you pop down that ultimate, when Cream especially, right, going to be heavily indexing into that burst. Now, things like the Viego still on the board. We know Lee Sin's still up as well. For OMG, you could just opt into taking jungle here and then save support for counter pick.
Oh, that's a good point. Take jungle here. What's available? Lee Sin. Belveth. I don't want to see Aki on Belveth ever again, Lyric. I'm glad it's the Lee Sin this time around when you have an Akali mid.
Yeah, so they're going to go towards, again, one of those two options we just highlighted, having a lot of strength, a lot of mobility to be able to find access onto Kepler. And now for TT, when, I mean, the game might just be about Kepler being that big damage carry, they are going to give him some safety, but also doubling down on the engage that you're able to go with the Rakan. The Viego, 90% going to be locked in as it is, and now it's up to OMG with what they can respond with. Ooh. Yeah, this would be pretty fun in its own right? Just, again, being able to bully out in the 2v2 and then set him up, but you would be a little bit lacking in terms of a front line able to come through. You'd be playing a lot off of Cream's flanks or even Aki being able to find these kicks, to where if TT can find the engage, like, it could be really hard for Abel. At least he will have the wild growth available to keep him alive.
I mean, Jerry's been showing us that this Lulu is a priority pick for him. You know, this guy coming up from the LDL, and straight away, this is his 4th Lulu game of the year so far. Sorry, of the split, because he hasn't played the year. And as Jerry comes through and finalizes the draft here, Lyric, you already just gave us a little hint. Setting up for the kick, the pick, the angles here from OMG. Engage is good. Team fighting here from TT. Even though we know that, you know, team fighting has lots of different elements in League of Legends, and both of them look pretty set up in this final game to give us those specifics that you just laid out.
Yeah, right. It's going to be all about formations because both teams are going to be looking for it, but it feels like to me that OMG's comp is a lot more reliant on flanks, a lot more on like off angles or picks to set them up, with the fact that they just really don't have a front line available to be able to soak up damage if we are in an extended standoff over Dragon or over Baron, or even just in the mid lane trying to force Prio, to where for TT they have that. And TT, the comp kind of has like a lot of different avenues, right? Because you also have side lanes coming through with the soul laners that you have in like Silas and Gnar. You have front lines of your own. You have Engage coming out from the Rakan, but you also have late game carries like Jinx. So it feels to me like TT are more flexible in terms of like how things can play out, to where OMG need to be more on point with how they're taking these fights and being able to make sure that the Sakali gets into the back line, the cannon barrage is sorted over it, and Abel gonna be a little bit left on his lonesome in terms of positioning. Like, sure, you're gonna have the speed up in the shields and wild growth coming out from Jerry, but you're still gonna be the one piloting your champion, making sure you aren't going too far forward and walking into UCal.
Well, sometimes that's been an issue, but for Abel this split, maybe we have a bit more faith as we re-enter Summoner's Rift for the final time in this first series. Are TT able to do it? It's going to be a big moment if they pull off this series and then continue their road towards playoffs. OMG wanting the same thing, but they're in a much better position being 5-5. A win here puts them over the 500 mark and sets themselves up for playoffs sooner rather than later. Right now, TT setting up on top of Shanji and Yukao. That's a Silas. Are you ready to flash Shanji, or is Aki going to be enough? Exhaust is laid down as he flashes away immediately, but Hoya now gets range with the hop and the attack speed through it as well. Beitron coming over, but Cream trying to zone him out. They're chasing up the Shanji, but the flashes, all they'll get in the end is Yukao. That was close. I could sense it, as Cream will get away without having to burn a flash. And even Kepler's here, Lyric. TT once again has that 5-man unit, are on point.
This will still be like a small lead for TT, right? Because you think about it, Cream already being chunked out. This should be able to give UCal nice control over the mid lane. Hoya will be in lane first, so we'll have control over the wave. We'll be able to get control over the brushes as well to be able to try to chunk Shanji out. And we saw in game one, right? If GP can get on top of you level one, like Trial by Fire and then Parlay are very good tools to win that trade. Sure. But if Hoya can manage the distance well, then you're only worrying about the Parlay, which does outrange Gnar this early in the game and is on a very low cooldown, but still will have a much better time than Hoya did in game one in terms of laning phase.
And let's just quickly talk about jungle path and how it affects some of these lanes we're also mentioning, because Beitron is around this top side. He's going to be starting with a vertical jungle here. And Lyric, when you said that OMG solo laners are pretty crucial to how this comp wants to play its fights, already setting them behind in a scarce position, that's something TT can do.
And I think TT, is UCal,
close
not going to be able to do anything off of it, but still, right, you're hitting it. The soul laners able to get themselves in a good position and keep up this Prio.
Jerry might be dead. The Ignite's down. He flashes over the traps, and Kepler does a nice little bit of damage to finish off. TT's bottom lane in the 2v2, Lyric, coming in over Abel and Jerry.
And that's really rough when you're playing an Enchanter support into, you don't engage support, right? Because now not having the flash, you have to be a little bit safer. It is a little bit rougher when you're looking for the harass and trying to get them under turret and find these advantages. And now Beitron set up for potentially easy gank setups down in the bottom lane coming out from Yao Yao.
Yeah, he's already moved down there with a red buff. It looks like a switch map state as for now, Beitron has a full bottom side camp clear, top side as well as also there. So he might be looking at a bit of triple buff here, Lyric, as Aki has just gone back to his own jungle to clear his own camps. So 3 buffs here for Beitron. Feels like a significant start worth mentioning.
And I even like it. Beitron heading back up to the top side to guarantee the scuttle. Aki reads it well, like assuming that this play can come out because Beitron knows Aki pathed up towards top side.
Yeah.
So he would be looking for that one. But Aki's like, no, you have prio top. I know you're going to know what I'm thinking to know you. So he resets and he's heading towards that bot side scuttle. So we'll at least be able to get something. But look at Beitron. He even still has his whole top side up, his Krugs up. Like, he's founding himself a very nice advantage.
So it'll be interesting to watch Aki here and how he responds. It looks like pathing towards bottom side or looming in the shadows of mid for the time being. There's a Scuttle Crab there. He's going to go into the bottom side camps. No, he's not. He's going to Scuttle. Okay. So at least we're not getting double Scuttle as well. Remember when that used to be a big deal, Lyric? Remember when getting double Scuttle was like, oh my god, jungles just win the game now. Like, that's insane.
Yep. Then, you know, the nerfs did come through. And, you know, not as prevalent, which feels like a better timeline to live in is Yao Yao.
Sure.
Just, emote's going to go back and forth.
Yukal's still going all in. He has no mana, though. And so for Yao Yao to be here means Sonic Wave is going to do a bit of impact and he can continue running forward to help out mid lane as a Gleaming Quill just on the exit path out. And now for that, I mean, Yao Yao's still spotted out in the mid. Aki keeps going down and Beitron is back to invading.
Both junglers are invading, though, because you look at the minimap, Aki's trying to take away Krugs, even gets a nice control ward down in bot side, so kind of back to the map being a little bit split in terms of where teams have control.
Yeah.
Like, OMG, look at all the vision they have down towards the spot lane. They're setting up for Abel and Jerry to have a comfortable game and try to allow Abel to pop off and be a carry once again, and Kepler in a bit of a dangerous position. Yao Yao's now here.
His first game of the series, and this is how he's going to be treated, but the problem is, Lyric, the minion wave already cleared. Yao Yao, as you said, comes into pathing, and OMG's bottom lane, nothing comes of it here as Abel just gets a nice little route in the end, but Kepler's going to be just fine. So Aki now spotted out, gets out with a safeguard, but Beitron just goes back to clearing his own jungle because there's no response here. TT, look at the jungle difference that's come through.
Just building a huge lead in his own right. OMG trying to answer the team by picking up the dragon. But TT, I think, still feeling pretty comfortable with where they're at. But hey, an early dragon to start, get this stacking going through, especially if you can try and force them, you know, to some early fights. You know, if we're getting things like soul fights around, you know, 25-minute mark, that could be really advantageous for OMG. And when Cream, especially on the Akali, should be hitting a pretty strong spike.
Beitron thinking about invading, though. Aki is still a level behind. That Gromp going to heal him up nicely as they've cleared the vision. Abel and Jerry... Lyric, the wave is a pretty lull state right now as it starts pushing against Abel and Jerry. I'm wondering if he commits for this.
He wants to abuse the fact that they got Jerry's Summoner early on, and they haven't been able to do anything with it, right? Because that's when OMG started setting up their beautiful vision line in bot side river, even still having that in the enemy bot lane jungle. But they have a feeling Beitron being in the area with the way the TT's bot lane is playing, they're playing safely. They're not gonna give any opportunities over, and Jerry's flash should be up in just a few seconds, but TT, Hoya.
Yeah, he's just going to go in and find Aki. The problem is Shanji now has ulti too, so never going to be a 1v1.
You look at mid as well. Like Cream's pushing. Yukal's not even in lane, so Hoya does have range. You don't have to worry about Aki being level 6 or anything like that, right? As long as he has eyes on where Cream is, he knows he's fine, and he makes sure that Aki isn't able to go and get that topside Scuttle Crab, just keeping Beitron's advantage going. And now, right, Cream's the one who resets. Your mid laner's back. Looks like he's stolen the Akali ultimates, and now Beitron wanting to go for those heavy invades and that aggression once again.
Aki going to spot him out, but as this red starts going down, I mean, Hoya is level 6, about to be a Mega Gnar too, so Aki wanting the Sonic Wave, finds it onto red. Steel not going to come through. I remember that Smite has been upgraded for Aki, but doesn't have it available. Beitron using his last stack, and now it's going to be upgraded. Now it's going to be his red buff, and the gold lead continues throughout jungle, but Lyric just drawing attention back as Cream returns. I think on the other end, let's just note that Cream is ahead by about 20 CS in his own right.
And Cream was the one who got chunked out at level 1. Has been completely fine in this lane. Hasn't even opted into what we've seen a lot of Akalis do. If he just goes straight towards the Oblivion Orb. Actually went for Source Shoes first, which just double down on your all-in potential and your ability to assassinate people with that magic pen coming through. So with Cream now at a point where, right, he can start traversing the map and maybe looking to double down on your bottom lane, or even go up towards Dinar, right, if he is in mini. Like, I feel like as Cream, you have a lot of options now, and that magic pen is just giving you even more ability to find the burst.
But we come back and look, Herald is going to be started here by Hoyer alone. Baytron joining in. Cream's burst, you know, we'll pay attention if they actually come up towards his top side, because for OMG, right now, not interested. Instead, Aki wants to get himself down the bottom lane, where they set up that vision before Lyric, and that control ward next to Aki right now has paid off dividends in tracking a bit of Baytron's bottom side pathing. But Herald is going to be given over for this, so I hope that for OMG's sake, they actually finally find something with their bottom continued play.
Yeah, so far it really isn't anything as Cream getting heavily punished.
Heartbreaker going to be used. Flash from Baytron. Cream? All right, that ain't the Akali we know. Is on to Aki. Baytron going to be a little bit cheeky. He's got the Herald, and he knows with that mid laner down, they can abuse this.
Cream thinking he has enough mobility, especially with the flash still up, to be able to escape, but Yukao with a beautiful abscond abduct, and they chain the CC perfectly. And Yukao, he keeps going!
Oh, he steals the flash kick! Yukao trying to show his least in mechanics as now it's about Aki's kick, because he can turn the play onto Tara, but for TT, they don't continue.
See, that one, not as coordinated, also much harder, right? Because Yukao gets the kick, and then Baytron isn't able to connect his W for the stun. But still, as we see what happened in bot lane, OMG going for the all-in. No flashes blown, but, you know, the other aggressive summoners were used, and OMG using both of their ultimates. They did have an ult advantage. Yao even still not level 6 yet.
Oh, yeah, he's actually still level 5. Let's look at the replay, though, because Cream here, as you said, thought he was safe in the face of the jungler.
He just, right, he believes he has enough mobility to be able to escape, but we see that E does come in. And then, yeah, the flash from Cream, not on point. Baytron able to follow through with his own flash to connect with the Q, and then the W to be able to finish off the kill. So, nice job by TT. Great job by Yukao setting that one up. And, again, just a little bit, I don't know if over-aggressive is the term for Cream, right? Because, again, like, he knew he was in harm's way.
Yeah.
He just thought he had the tools to be able to get out of it.
Greedy, we can use the word. I feel like as well we can just use, you know, Cream's name, because his name this split has been as someone who's been underperforming. Everyone out there saw the debut of Cream, and on this Akali, Silas even, this guy took over. But we've had very rare games where Cream has stepped up to the plate, as even now with his lane lead, giving away that kill, you can see that Yukao doing okay now with the gold given over from the Rift Herald play, and OMG almost walking into disaster, wanting to contest his second dragon, and Cream's here, but he's had the ulti stolen away once again with the shuriken flip out, going very aggressive. Well, our camera goes top, camera goes bot, it's rocket time, baby! Kepler for the win! Okay, Shanji's gonna survive at Hoya with flash. Let's see if it goes any further.
Well, I mean, TT, they try to find the advantage. They try to find the kill, but Shanji not low enough. I'm surprised Shanji even got hit by it by the fact that it passed right over Cream, and, you know, he knows it's coming. But, yeah, for TT, having some pretty solid advantages in terms of plates and top side. They use the Herald to collect mid, and now trying to force this Dragon coming through. No Cannon Barrage available from Shanji, and no TPs on either top laners.
But as you said for OMG, even though it's this early on, Lyric, they want to play the angles in the fight. Cream has the ulti, and he's got one of those set up towards the blue buff. As he comes around the corner, Yukao with the stolen version might just be impactful as the ult comes through. Onto Baytron, Cream begins, but down to the backside. Dragon's taken, but is it going to cost too much? Yukao not getting the abscond of Duck while OMG have to flee for their lives while the Silas picks up the kill, and TT continue to hit on that board as Aki just wants his gromp. He just wants respect. The Dragon's Rage gives it to him, but Baytron's still hungry. He'll get out this time around as, once again, OMG with their second Dragon might be worth the trade here, Lyric.
Might be worth, but still, it's got to be scared of TT just expanding on this gold lead. Heck, that could have even potentially been a kill on Aki if the knockup from Yao Yao would have connected. We'll get into this fight. Like you said, Cream trying to find a way in. Moonlight Vigil comes straight onto Baytron, but look how far forward Abel walks up. Sets himself to just be isolated by the members of TT. And like a call, okay, I get it, you're trying to burst on Baytron, so like the jungler's not there, the smite's not there, but his initial burst not really doing anything, and Baytron just walks right past him once he goes in Shroud. So Yeah, OMG not really setting themselves up for success with how they were looking to take that fight. But like you said, at the end of the day, they were able to pick up the Dragon, sitting on 2 now at about 13 minutes. So at least will put a lot of pressure onto TT if they are up against an only soul point. And even though TT have had a lot of momentum in terms of how they've been playing the map so far, gold isn't all that different.
Yeah, it's only about, what, 1,500 at the moment, so all things considered, not going to be a deal breaker. But I was going to ask you a little bit about, hang on, UCal actually finding the Abscond of Dark. Now, right now is bullying down Cream. I mean, look at the turret plating thanks to Herald. Meanwhile,
the items as well. Like, you have Crown of the Shattered Queen, as well as another Null Magic Mantle up over Cream, which is why we're seeing him not do much damage.
Action
and TT
everywhere.
keeping the aggression going.
UCal's coming down, the quickness begins. Abel's going to flash to start off. He's got the cleanse, which is almost pixel perfect here under the turret. Yao Yao slowed down, almost dies in the Felios turret, but Kepler gets the snipe yet again, this time at closer range. Beichuan now with the kill himself, and TT's extended turret dive Lyric. That's a plus.
TT just keep working as this 4-man unit. We seriously just can't praise it enough because of how nice it is to watch TT in terms of how they're playing as a team in a lot of their recent series. OMG try to respond by putting pressure onto mid, but sadly not enough pushing power between Akali and Lee Sin to really be able to take this down. And with this, they haven't even really been able to pivot this into any even like shallow vision coming out. Probably not any control wards in their inventories anyway, no camps topside, so very hard for OMG to be able to find a response play. And with TT getting resets first, they're even going to get prio for the second Herald.
Remember, we said gold's not that big a deal. It's now 4,000 gold, by the way. As we look again, I mean, Abel and Jerry spotted on the blue buff, and they knew that there are a couple of members of TT there. And he walks down.
And you even look at the bottom of our screen, there's no TPs that can come save you. There is a cannon barrage, but 4 members here, they get it done. Especially here as we see, once UCal joins the fight, Kepler throws out the rocket. He confirms that one to come through. UCal had wild growth, so he felt very comfortable tanking a lot of these turret shots. And TT just executing the dive well, and OMG's Ballin kind of giving up their lives.
Yeah, and now another Herald too. I mean, the double dragon's great, but that gold lead, as you said, you know, OMG are comfortable as long as it doesn't balloon out of control. Well, I think we're getting to that point in a very quick fashion. Gold at the moment, 3,000 in the lead. This other turret is going to drop down. Only 1 outer now available through mid. And for TT, they've also got that second Herald Lyric, and they can continue this balloon so much further forward. I feel like third dragon might be hard for OMG to look at.
It is going to be pretty rough with TT having this lead, especially with the fact that they can just force pressure anywhere with that Herald that they do have. I don't even think you need to use it on the mid lane outer turret, because now having pressure in sides, it should be very easy for them to push out side lanes, overload mid, and just finish that off with the numbers advantage that they can generate. And then you could save that for next dragon, or even drop it for a tier 2. So TT definitely going to be the ones in the driver's seat in terms of options, especially now that we're hitting mythics coming out on their side. But hey, OMG, lots of mythics on the board as well.
Yeah, lots of mythics. I will say, just while we're on the point of TT, Kepler's almost towards his second item. That's what I'm scared about here. The Jinx is pretty much on a train right now. Kepler's hit some great ults this game, and this is the replacement 80 carry coming through. We had Puff in before, the person we thought would probably be starting at the year's beginning in spring. And Kepler and Yao Yao once again showing really good synergy here as he set up his success on the Jinx, and 10 seconds before the Dragon as he pushes up the wave. Beichuan so aggressive as well with his 100% kill participation of Felios, who's feeling pretty strong too.
And I think we need to pay attention, especially to UCal, considering now he has the stopwatch. So he should feel pretty good about, being the aggressor in this fight. It looks like he's waiting over the wall now just in case anyone walks into the river, and they don't. OMG realized it would be rough to take this fight. They're playing a bit respectful.
Well, OMG were waiting in brush. I mean, UCal still with the ult. You said the aggressor, and that Akali ult's going to help out that a lot, but trying to set themselves up for mid here, Lyric. We are A-ramming for a little bit. I'm still scared, though, for OMG's sake, and it looks like now they are too.
Yeah, they're going to back off. So at the end of the day, TT are the ultimate victors in the standoff for Dragon. And now going to try and get up to topside.
Is Shanji okay? Well, I actually don't think UCal wanted to go in on that. Still trying to be the aggressors. And Lyric, I mean, TT, they might be the winners, but I think they want a little bit more.
Especially with the fact that UCal still has that ultimate available. So I like that they're trying to use these windows to force some aggression onto the side of OMG. They also should know that Abel's Flash probably still not up yet, so any fight that happened would just be advantageous for them, considering he already has such a low amount of peel on their side, to where, you look at TT, all summoners up across the board. Kepler, though, did just back and pick up that second item that you were afraid of. Rapid Fire now in pocket. Chempunk Chainsword also coming up for Beichuan.
Hang on, Hoya might be taking a 1v1 he didn't bargain for with Shanji. Aki waiting in the wings, about to go Mega. So you expect this Na to feel extra confident as even Jerry's walking down if it gets brutal, but he pays the respect. Len's going to come out. Here's Aki, and as they spot him out, I mean, Hoya just lets him disappear. So nothing happens in the bottom side. Nothing happens in the top side. Just waiting for those items to pop back up, Lyric, because I feel like we have a lot to talk about, because I was going to ask you before if OMG Dragon Stack, if we get these 5v5s, to kind of reiterate your point, but there's no time. Aki has just been baited in. He flashed for this, and with the kick going out, Kepler's hands were right there with him.
Great pick coming out from TT. Now they can just keep forcing their advantage forward. Herald about the timeout, so TT, nice job dropping that one now. Trying to get themselves an inner turret bot lane as Peichuan making us think, but not exactly good committing for it. I like it.
That's all right. He's got to be cheeky as well. This whole game kind of feels like it's been cheeky. His Herald gets a charge, but no turret. But look at TT's movement. Lyric, they're drawing OMG across the map, cross thin, and this inner turret in mid is just being threatened.
Yeah, they're doing just like game one, right? Playing the map great level. Is
Cream
Cream
flash.
going to try and find the engage.
Well, Kepler's under a bit of distress here. Cream wants to take the ulti. A four-man knock-up too, and he's down. Kepler dead while Cream turns on to Beichuan, but is it going to be too much to ask for as the TP comes through? That's Shanji to join the fight as Yukal also caught in rotation. Cream setting up nicely here on Akali. That's more of what you'd expect.
Kareem being the one-man army did have help from the Wild Growth, as well as things like the Cannon Barrage and the Moonlight Vigil to follow forward. But he was able to get into the thick of things and start taking these members down. And those are the kind of picks that you want coming through for OMG to be able to find their way back in. We were just highlighting, right? TT kind of pulling them across the map, but here, the members of TT splitting up. This is what gives the window for Cream to be able to go in and isolate members of TT down, right? Follows through with the second follow through of the ultimate Cannon Barrage, doing a great job to layer the damage on top of them. We even saw Moonlight Vigil tossed in there. Gravitum popped by Abel, keeping the last member in place for the kill.
As you said, the Wild Growth just so clutch from Jerry. The three-man knockup. You barely see it, multi-man combos coming through from the Wild Growth that are so impactful, but there it is. And as you said, for OMG, shortening the goal gap a little bit. It's still 4,000, but, we do have Cream who's heading towards second item. Abel's getting there too. However, TT are still the ones in control of this game, and they've come for a bit of a revisit, Lyric, to get this inner turret finally that they stayed a while for last time.
For TT, they just need to be careful about when they split up, right? Because that's when those openings come for OMG to look for Cream to go in and just pop someone off. In that last fight, we saw, two members going one way, two members going the other, which allowed for the engage from Cream to come through. But as a five-man unit, they should be a lot more solid, especially when Hoya... It doesn't even have to be at Meganar, right? But as long as you have the threat of being able to get it whenever you throw a few auto attacks out, then that's where OMG are always going to be hesitant of looking for these engages.
And if OMG also get caught out, the Cannon Barrage is now stolen too from Yukal. So you talk about layering, and that's going to be amazing to watch TT if OMG again walked at the wrong place at the wrong time. Remember we talked about how TT played this fight, and Lyric stated, a little bit more simple of what you'd expect out of a team fight. OMG angles Lyric, Shanji, Cream. They're going to get set up here in front of the Dragon with 10 seconds to go. This will be third Dragon if OMG can sneak it under their wing.
Yeah, in my mind, we're keeping our eyes on Aki, we're keeping our eyes on Cream. If Aki can find a kick, or if Cream could just find his way onto a priority target, Cannon Barrage later on top, Wild Growth, kind of the same formula that we saw in the last fight. That's what OMG would need to be able to do. For TT, Hoya needs to start getting that Mega Bar stacked up
Cream,
so they
though.
have a strong front line.
Look at Cream, though, over the wall. Kepler's going to be exposed. The lens catches him out. Cannon Barrage used. Cream now spotted out as Dragon actually goes to Beichuan as Hoya goes into Mega. They turn on Cream! The member that matters most is Abel. Flashes over to meet him, but now Beichuan becomes Akali as Kepler is just doing so much damage. Beichuan cleaning up the rest of the fight, and that was so damn clutch. From the members of TT, this unity, this macro is unseen in this organization.
TT stepping up this split, finally finding, an amalgamation of players that works together Hoya looked like he was just going to get completely taken out of the fight, but then sees the angle to go onto Cream. And now for TT, not only also securing that dragon, going straight towards the Baron pit, Aki is still up. And, I mean, for Aki, you'd assume he's going to have to be looking for that steal, but members of TT zoning on the opposite side of the pit.
Yukao going to find him first, and Aki's going to walk into certain death at this point. Dragon's Rage helped by the Death Rocket of Shanji. Now he's up next. He won't be able to orange out of this one as Aki deals with Yukao again. Cream comes back in. OMG members surviving as Kepler and Beitron only ones on the Baron. It's getting a bit dicey, but Smite comes through, and Aki has been delayed enough. Yukao will sacrifice his life while Baron goes over to Thunder Talk.
It was a little bit dicey in terms of how the execution panned out, but still, TT able to get the Baron. But we'll go back to the Dragon fight. We see TT angling to get the fight. Nice Smite able to come out from Beishuan. And here I thought Hoya was just going to get popped before he's even able to go into his ulti. Flashes to guarantee the CC and the slam to come through. You can see now Kepler's excited. We can start having the resets come through for Beichuan. And Akali's another phenomenal one to pick up because of the amount of mobility you have going forward. You wrap around, you pop off Abel, but all of it starting out, Hoya kind of wrapping around from the opposite side, and Cream not expecting it to come through.
No, he's not. I mean, it was a great angle, right? Like, Kepler looked like he was going to get punished there, but at the end of the day, for OMG, you know, getting caught with their pants down, I mean, I'm not sure if I really blame them here, Lyric. I think TT, their decision-making, even in the loss, right? Their decision-making has been so much better, hence why we're complimenting this team, not just because they're winning. You know, I feel like I'm the biggest TT realist there has been over the past couple of years.
You know, I wonder if just like before that Kelsey is still the biggest like the leader of the TT army out there.
Yeah.
It's always nice when we have like personalities gravitate towards these smaller teams, whatever the reasons may be. You know. It is kind of disappointing that V5 actually became a great team because like 2019 V5 was my love, but
yeah. But I mean, it wasn't disappointing they became a great team. We waited so long for that organization, and maybe now the TT fans will be rewarded as well. It's a long climb up to playoffs, but let's be real, 4 and 5, they can still do it. They've got a tough schedule ahead of them, as we talked about at the start of the show, but I think for TT, this would be a milestone of a split if we've ever seen one. But they're going to win this game first, Lyric. They're going to seal the deal because even a 6k gold lead, we've kind of seen how OMG can navigate the fights if they're given the space. And we know that TT used a lot of tools to lock down Cream the last time. A minute 30 until Dragon, and we still got to look at how they play the angles, even though TT are the ones who have map control for now.
I feel like crucial things is the fact that Kepler now has IE, so on that big power spike, and Yukao has been able to sit on his stopwatch. So still having that possibility available, but like you said, for TT, even though they might have some superior tools, the one person they have to worry about is Cream coming through. So as long as members like Hoya, Yao Yao, you know, these guys are stepping forward, they're not opening up an angle for Cream to get on top of Kepler, I feel like TT should just solidly be favorites to win out in fights. We hit on earlier that OMG don't really have a front line, so you're pushing into them. All of their damage is sticking and connecting onto targets. They have engaged. They have ways to buy space. Their comp was just a lot more versatile coming into this one. And with Dragon coming up in 40 seconds and OMG having no vision on Drake, it feels like OMG just don't really have a way of walking in and contesting this. You're probably just happy to sit in your base and catch waves, hope to fight, you know, in a few minutes from now.
True. Means we're going to have a third Dragon, and then waiting for the Ocean Soul where OMG throw everything against the wall. Baron's coming up in 2 minutes 32, so it's not like OMG can make a trade and try and build the bridge. For now, I mean, TT are still looking for picks themselves. Hoya hovering to the side as Lyric. Aki's going really deep. This might be an SOFM move. Looking for camps in the meantime, and yes, it absolutely is.
To be fair, I would not say it's the same thing. Like, he's not looking to go get this Dragon, right? He knows if he does, it would just be a mission to his own doom. So go on the opposite side of the map, steal something away. Maybe he's waiting to see if someone walks in and he could like find a pick on a member. But now for TT, they're just going to be able to force their way, playing out their 2 lanes in mid and bot, and try and put more pressure onto the side of OMG.
And let's hang on, be real. SOFM would take it when the base is burning. You know, he'd take chickens while the Nexus turrets are being sieged. So you're right, you know, maybe not as much so, and Aki's still waiting. Who are you waiting for? waiting for the Baron? Are you going to sit here for a minute 30? Will he do it? Or is he still just waiting for top? Okay. I believe Cream's coming.
We get to find out. If he did wait here to Baron, I would have the most amount of respect for Aki ever with the level of patience.
Maybe he needs to go to the bathroom, Lyric.
He feels it.
He just
senses
sits there.
it.
Hoya
He knows.
senses it. Oh, Hoya senses it. Wait, Hoya, the lens! Oh, the lens. Hoya knew something was sus.
I wonder what gave it away. You know, like, I don't think he walked over any vision. There was some wards in the top side of the jungle, but I thought Aki had moved before those have been placed down. But point is, we don't get to see, we don't get to find out the level of his patience. I think he was going to do it. I think he was going to wait the whole time.
I think so too.
And it was going to be insane, the biggest brain steal of the century. But now we have to come back to reality with the fight possibly about to come to fruition. Luckily for OMG, they've at least gotten their summoner spells back up because those weren't up the last time that TT were posturing in front of them. We do have pretty big item advantages, almost full items up across the board for the members of TT.
Okay, well, this is going to be a fun one then because the damage is just going to be huge. Kepler sits at arm's range near Yao Yao. And for Abel, as he gets stunned down, every moment is a little bit scary. OMG clearing out this wave, but you can see TT want to end it
beautiful.
here. Yao Yao in perfectly. Death Rocket too, but as he gets low, Cream now wants to jump on in. Kepler will get himself down with a heal, but the exhaust as well stops Cream. As rooted down is Yukao, baits one off the wing. This ain't clean as Kepler goes golden, and Hoya needs a beautiful Mega Null, but this one is Yao Yao once again. Hoya hasn't got the ulti, but Kepler remains untouched. He kites it back and is ready to run down Abel. TT make it look scrappy, but at the very least, finally, the Thunder talks.
TT, they find the fight. Kepler left untouched. He was just kiting it out as members around him were being focused. Yao Yao and Beishuan. Cream was able to get into the fight, but he was taken so low so early on, he actually had to back out. And now, with Kepler being so high HP and having these two members who can take the Baron, TT are going to try and go for this one.
OMG going to try and contest. It's only Jerry, it's only Cream, Aki in 5, and even over a ward, look at the damage as it goes down. Kepler just sitting over the wall with traps too. Cream trying, but Hoya with a 2-man ulti. They've walked into their trap. Take your way of perfect execution, and Jerry's up next. Yukao 4-2 and 7 as he gets back over with the ult too. And TT are doing it, ladies and gentlemen. They are looking to take down OMG and put themselves in a fine position in this.
Nice job by Yao Yao to lock down two members, but Flash comes out from Shanji. Aki able to go golden, and Cannon Barrage buys a lot of space. Cream tries to use this opportunity to go in, but with the exhaust down, not really able to follow up on that promise to go through. And now OMG kind of scattering, throwing different abilities at different members. And Cream finds his kill, but he got taken so low. And keep your eyes on Kepler on this side of the fight because no one's focusing him. When Aki went in, he took down Yao Yao. And then with Hoya able to achieve Mega Gnar, it allows Kepler to run forward confidently while he has gotten excited.
10k gold lead. This is it. I mean, TT right now, Lyric, I said before the replay, they're in a fine position because I feel like this team realistically can make 7 with an upset on the way. That could be playoffs for the first time as their label is Thunder Talk Gaming. TT right now channeling into the bottom side. 4 items for Yukao as well, by the way. Zonya's, Banshees, a lot of safety tools. And even this Jinx, now with a GA. How do you get the picks you want as OMG?
No, and these tools really stymie what they want to do, right? When they're all about burst, when they're all about assassination potential able to come through, if you're going to use these tools on one of these members, they're going to buy the time, they're going to outlast the damage, come back with the GA, and TT will still be running at full steam with the amount of DPS they have with their composition.
Kepler so more willing to step up now as into the next turret. The Baron minions doing work, and you look at this, there's not enough range to really clear those two cannons. A Shuriken flip on Beitron is good. Cream finally able to step up, but another inhibitor drops down, and TT now moments away. They were very safe in game number 1, however, even with the Baron, and once again, TT won't overstep. There's an Ocean Soul up, or maybe they want OMG to think that they're leaving. Okay.
Oh, they do, but they're
not.
they were a little impatient. You could see them trying to pull a member out, thinking they have the ability to go in with that Shirelia's, but not able to close the distance. Still, though, they really lost nothing for posturing for that play, right? They're still going to be the team who's able to pick up Soul. And, right, with every play, it's only become harder and harder for OMG to be able to pull it out. It feels like a lot of their damage is negated at this point. You're relying on Abel, you're relying on Shanji to hit big barrels, but even then, Hoya, incredibly tanky. Just the whole squad of TT actually has a decent amount of resistances built in, like the top side of the map. Then you have Kepler with the GA, and you have Yao Yao, who has an extreme amount of mobility. So I feel like finding a member to where this burst can be able to stick, finding a way to connect barrels that are meaningful onto the members of TT is going to be pretty much an impossible task. So now we see if TT can close this out one comfortably. They're going to go back to playing out through 2 lanes like they have been doing, push in mid and kind of keep hovering between mid and top, keeping the pressure on to what should be a pretty nice engage opportunity to come out at some point from TT to hopefully, again, TT making their way up in the standings.
It would be huge after OMG just beat FPX. I mean, TT now look to beat down OMG. Move to 4 and 5 as Meganar comes through. And that's one of the engages I'll be looking for as UCal has stolen away the Cannon Barrage under turret. OMG are walking to their dooms as Cannon Barrage comes first and Hoya zone 3 people away. TT now have exposed the base with the one-man ulti onto Shanji. It could just be enough as Abel's ult's great, but Aki getting through with the kick on Kepler means nothing, especially with Ocean Soul as Cream on Akali just ain't the same vibe this time around. OMG have been outplayed here in this series as Thunder Talk Gaming look for the final kills. Abel steps up to the Nexus turret, but Beige1 turning into the Lee Sin wants him to die for now. TT need to wait for the wave lyric, and here it finally comes.
TT are going to look for this. No real tools on OMG to stop them, but at least they're near their base and get full health bars.
Cream doesn't want to make the move. He's going to flash away, and Kepler just autos him to death. Jerry's up next, and goodbye, Jerry. Abel too. Thunder Talk have done it. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 and 5. Is this TT split? If so, it better begin now.
TT stepping up. Like we said, this is an organization that we really haven't had too much to write home about since they've been in the LPL, constantly sitting towards the bottom of those standings, and now finally getting a roster that is pulling it together, whether it's, bringing some players over from the LCK, bringing some players up from the LDL, keeping some players that have been around in the LPL for a while. Just, they took a lot of different approaches, finally ended up with like a puzzle or a painting where they're like, this looks pretty good, maybe a little bit abstract, add this here or there, can it work? And they find out working, on all cylinders. Like, you hit it perfectly. OMG were the team that ended FPX's win streak. Like, FPX were looking super solid. Yep. OMG ended that win streak, and then here we come, right off the gates. TT are like, hey, that doesn't matter. Now we're going to take you down a peg.
I mean, TT just came off a loss themselves, excuse me. So, off the back of that, I mean, losing to anyone's legend, another 3-game series. This win against OMG means so much for them. And before we kind of go into the chain effect this could have in the league, especially with JDG looking for playoffs today and TT, getting the win against OMG, I think looking at individuals in this series, Lyric, I think Beige1 yet again having a great performance. Yao Yao as well. Like, the 2 people we kind of set up did feel the most impactful with a sprinkling of UCal. Having some great games on the Azir and Silas.
I definitely think it was still like kind of mid jungle support of where like TT are really shining. Hoya as well though, like had a much better series this time around than he did in their loss last week. But yeah, TT, the thing we kept highlighting, right, was their ability to bring it together. Their ability that once they found the lead of like how they're pulling OMG around the map in both game 1 and 3, really choking them out for vision and not really giving them any options to play the game. So that to me is where I'm most impressed with TT and what they have been able to do. This game, Kepler came in over Puff. He was left untouched in a lot of these fights. And when, again, these other members are creating so much space, he did a phenomenal job of really picking this up. But yeah, TT's a roster I'm very excited about. I think they have a strong core. I think there's no player you look at and you're like, okay, this guy isn't workable. This isn't a guy you can manage with on the roster. They've obviously now made it work with 2 different AD carries, and that probably being the position of concern coming through. But they were able to win with Puff. They're able to win with Kepler. Who knows? Maybe they can win with you.
Who knows what? Oh, thank you. Maybe the change.
I don't want to compare Kepler and Puff to you. That was not how that was supposed to go.
No. I'm so honored that you think I could AD, that well. But I gotta get into plat first. Gotta get there, and then maybe we talk. Maybe I'll start in LDL. At the very least, you know, for TT, getting excited about their schedule. So let's be realistic. I want to go on in this conversation because we are just kind of rolling through stats. Yeah, Kepler's gonna have the most damage. It was Jinx, guys. Let's be real. I feel like the biggest takeaway for me is that Yao close to 100% kill participation, but once again on engage. Like, this guy is a bit hidden OP lyric before we start talking about standings.
Yeah, just overall, Yao. I'll even give the shout out to Kepler for coming in as well and being able to step up in this 2v2 lane, because let's remember, these guys kind of got pulled up out of nowhere, like out of the blue, just being like, hey, this isn't working out. Let's try our LDL bot lane and see how it is able to work. So the fact that they've both been able to come in, I think, look very comfortable in the LPL has just been really impressive.
All right, so now let's talk schedule, because for TT, why is this realistic? Well, Weibo Gaming, maybe not. FPX, I don't know. They just took a loss to OMG.
I think Weibo is possible.
Like,
sure, they beat V5, but we've also seen Weibo. Like, we've seen both ends of the spectrum of Weibo, right? You can have a Weibo that can beat V5. You can have a Weibo that can lose to a TT. So I think that in the FPX one, definitely winnable.
LGD,
maybe not likely.
Ultra Prime, RA. I've just named 5 potentially winning series. And even if they pull up 4 of them, they'll be at 8. So for TT, this could be their split, considering that 8 has always been the kind of final closing number.
I think we've had like 3 splits of 8 since we've been here, like 3 or 4,
True.
and we'd one split. I remember where it was 7. 7 was enough because we had a bunch of teams tied on it. So
depends.
Continue, but yeah, 7 or 8. That's usually the sweet spot.
9 is the kind of absolute guarantee in most splits too. For OMG, now they're 5 and 6. They've got Weibo, Anyone's Legend, V5, BLG, and IG. BLG and IG, you'd expect OMG could win. You said Weibo could go either way, but there's no maybe for the Weibo series. There's no maybe for the Anyone's Legend series. They need 3 series to get to 8. And it doesn't feel like it's TT's schedule where TT have winnable matchups. Like, it depends on them. Where for OMG, it's like, are they going to be out of their depth with some of these series? Because they are versing some Titans and some, you know, very, very developed teams like Anyone's Legend who are doing a lot better this split.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, it's going to come down to the wire for both OMG and TT, but OMG especially, I mean, they have been leaning a lot on Shanji this split, like we saw in that game too, and the work he's been able to do. And we've just hit on a lot. Like, a lot of the members stepping up from what we saw in spring, kind of just their premier carry and Cream, been the one who feels like he has fallen off a little bit in terms of the impact he's been able to find in these games. And just overall, like, I don't want to blame these games on Cream, right? It feels like OMG aren't setting up or finding the opportunities like with their mid jungle and then getting into a comfortable place in the mid game where they have vision. They're able to find these flanks with the Akali. Like, they were the ones a lot of times trying to hard force their way into the setup that TT had.
It's really a shame. I know we could go in depth on this, but just quickly taking a step back. We've been told MVP is Yao. So well deserved as we talked about this for Carl in this game. I mean, the engages lyric, even around the Rift Herald, like, it was just so gutsy coming through from this man, and I feel like we said that in both game 1 and 3 quite a lot.
I feel like when you come up from LDL, there could always be this thing about being too trigger shy or even just getting caught out too much, right? Having like a lot of isolated deaths, not reading the situation well. But it seems like Yao's in a player to adapt incredibly well. Has been just so well on the same page as what his team wants to do and willing to lead that charge of like setting up the play. I've just been incredibly impressed, especially in LPL, where I feel like our support pool now has become a lot better, but that has been the place over the past few years. I've looked at and been like, okay, well, we have like Ming, Mako, and Crisp. Now it's like, cool, we have people like Hung who are exciting. We have Chocho stepping up. Now having players like Yao coming in as well.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal to see. And seeing him go up against a lot of this top-tier competition as the split goes on.
And we're looking forward to seeing him again. I mean, for Yao, like, he's not going anywhere. Let's be real. TT been happy to run him alongside Beachwan. They've been the core. A big win here for them today. Remembering that, you know, our 8th, 9th, and 10th place, 5-5, or 5-6, sorry, 5-5 and 4 and 6. TT aren't that far away from it. This win meant so much for them in the standings here in week 7. And Lyric, even coming up next, right? LNG versus Ultra Prime. LNG are also 5 and 5. If today is the day of upsets, if LNG take a loss, we will be saying a very similar narrative to OMG. There is no doubt in my mind that LNG right now are in a dangerous position, which is why the next series means so much. We'll go to a break and find out where they stand after this.
So, next topic.
What's you
Lyric
got
has
for us,
prescribed
pilot?
For us. So, we're actually halfway through the podcast already, so we're going to have to start blasting through these. Well, maybe not blasting through, but... right,
Wow.
which teams would you be most exciting to see? Lyric can't write proper sentences.
Exciting.
Which
That's
teams would
very
you be most
exciting.
excited to see versus other regions? So I think
I'm holding
Seven.
mine up. Just saying. I
Seven.
gotta see Carson Rookie destroy people. I want to see what happens when you just get everything.
Why 7?
Yeah, I'm lost.
It's not. It's the other way around.
Why
V
7?
5. V5. V5.
Oh,
V5, V5,
your
V5,
camera's
V5,
reversed,
V5,
mate.
V5, V5.
I was like,
Okay,
what's
whatever.
7?
Well, anyways,
I was like,
I gotta see Carson Rookie go up against international competition. I just want to see what happens when a team is presented with what happens on the rip when V5 takes to it, right? Like, I just want to see how that control comes to play, what teams do to respond to it, because a lot of times in the LPL, you have the responses. You have the cross-map plays that are happening either as plays are happening for V5 across the map or just seconds behind. But when you get to international play, not a lot of the time the Western teams will be following that up, and then you just lose in a snowball fashion. So I'm very, very excited to see V5 take on some international competition, primarily for the mid-jungle duo, but I think the rest of the map will do just fine.
Yeah. I think it's hard to disagree that Victory 5 is going to be fun to watch internationally.
Like, what do you do? What do you do when Carson Rookie come knocking at your door? I don't know.
I'll be honest, because I think everyone would expect me to say top esports, right? But I'm actually less excited about top esports internationally. I feel like that's going to happen no matter what. Team I'm really excited to see internationally, JDG, because they just go ham.
Yeah.
They just fight all the time. I want to see them against the Korean teams, against the American teams, against the European teams, like forcing those teams to fight all the time. Because I feel like teams like JDG expose the strength of another team, right? When you take a team like JDG up against a team like Genji, for example, who have insanely good laners and insane mechanics across the board, you are going to have a banger. You're going to have an absolutely insane slugfest of a game because both teams are just bringing insane players and JDG is going to make them fight. Like, they don't have a choice. They are fighting JDG whether they like it or not. So I just feel like JDG is this team that is going to give us some of the best games we get at any World's Championship ever, honestly. I feel like that's genuinely the case. If they get to a best of 5, it's going to be just mental.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it'll be also good revenge for like 2020.
Yeah.
I was so disappointed when Knight finally got to Worlds. Like, my answer's top esports easily.
Okay.
Apart from V5, because I feel like V5, my want is more personal. We've seen Rookie on the world stage. Like, Rich has been in LCK. Okay, we've cross-mingled with fans. We've all seen Casa. But imagine international casters from all cultures saying the word PP God on a professional broadcast, and they cannot laugh and they cannot enjoy it. You know, they have to
They
be
can't
neutral like
enjoy
they are
it?
with every other player.
I feel like that's
they can't enjoy
They're
it.
not allowed.
No.
You have
No,
enjoy
actually,
off the
to be fair.
broadcast. You're done.
I just want to quickly clarify. It is his initials. It is his
I know,
actual name.
Punk-
It's not actually...
Yeah, Pung Pung Shun. You know, Pung Pung Shun is his name's with God at the end. I understand. It is just such a great IGN. Like, there is no better IGN in this world, I feel. Maybe apart from Naruto, who's an LDL top laner.
I was just saying, I watched your LDL stream. There's some fun ones on there, gotta say.
There actually are. Dude, we got a 5-man Gnar ulti on the first show as well, which was insane.
So, I want to do another honorable mention before we move on from this topic. While we're still on the topic of teams that I want to see.
What happened to me talking about top esports?
You're not. You're talking about LDL. You're talking about some player called
hang on.
Naruto.
No, hang on.
Yeah, but you said we could get lost in the weeds.
Okay.
Finish
We're monkeying around.
I'll be super quick. All I can say is that and this goes with your JDG, when JDG and Top Esports went to Worlds in 2020 and sucked, and JDG didn't look anything like themselves, Top Esports didn't look close, like, it was just disappointment, and I feel like Top Esports, that's a year where they could probably win Worlds. I I was really sad. So I just want people to start talking about Knight again internationally, because I think Knight, alongside Rookie, of course, we would just have the two best mid laners, in the tournament, and even top laners. Hey, to be fair, I think we'd have two of the best top laners as well. It'd be insane.
Yeah.
About it, we are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you
这个版本的下路英雄其实就有特别多吧，就看队伍怎么去选择发育的或者进攻的都可以。我觉得对阵 UP 的话，我们先把自己的状态处理好吧，就打得蛮好打。
Managed to form first, a big agree from a lot of fans out there who know that LNG aren't in the right place at the moment, but that's what this series is going to be about. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Second series of the night, LNG versus Ultra Prime. And Lyric, we come into this series, I think, in a very realistic manner, because after watching LNG versus RNG, we got a taste of Tarzan and we got a taste of good LNG that made us believe.
Yeah. You know, I feel like Tarzan especially has been like showing up better in their recent series. His early games really have been delivering some hope for LNG and just overall, right? Because we've been down on LNG pretty much the whole split. I think for fair reason of like where they should be in our expectations to like where reality is hit.
True.
But in their series against RNG, once again delivering hope. We can start rolling the clips now because this man, my God, he was doing so much, especially on the Poppy. We had him come out in an interview before the series just saying like, yeah, I feel like Poppy's the strongest early game jungler right now. This champion can just do anything with the amount of control that it offers. And he was giving us a taste of that with what he was able to do. Actually forced RNG to eventually ban it out in Game 3 with the fact that once we got to Game 2, Tarzan was able to pretty much single-handedly pick up a win on this pick.
I mean, it was even the losing game we see, right? Like where LNG took an early lead, where it's like, oh my God, LNG are actually going to start with Game 1. I'm so impressed by Tarzan and his ability to make an impact in this game. And Lyric, as we saw, like the first blood percentage is realistically the most important stat there. Even the kill participation, let's add, because his impact was huge, but we also know that it was the same old LNG problems that were coming up despite his great performance also on the Rift.
Yeah, I feel like LNG just looks so disconnected in what they want to do. That's why they rely so heavily on Tarzan to be kind of the tape to bring things together. We saw TT moving as a unit. LNG, in my mind, don't really do that. They open themselves up to a lot of like potential picks getting cut out. They have some of the highest isolated deaths in the league. And that's why, like Game 3, when Tarzan isn't able to find that level of impact, they just kind of flounder. So hopefully we can see a better showing coming like one of the good showings coming out from Tarzan like we've seen in recent days. We also did a Panda C come onto the Rift instead of Allah in that last series. And let's be real, it was a rough debut. It's the guy's first time in LPL.
Yeah.
But LNG as a team, like, at least looked like, hey, we don't have to worry about top side. Leave this guy on his island, and then like kind of playing that 4-man squad.
Yeah, I mean, look, for Panda, it was a rude awakening, but at the very least, like, he got some experience in the LPL. We need to look at the other side of the coin because with Ultra Prime going up against them, especially after what we've just seen from TT versus OMG, I think anything's possible. And we know that Ultra Prime have been looking pretty decent, Lyric, coming off the back of a win. And we know that the reverse of down is up. So that means anything is possible yet again.
I mean, it's just a factual statement that you picked as a title, so I love it. You can't disagree. You can't disagree. It's 100% true. And like you just said, right, finally able to get back into the win column. They were struggling quite heavily in recent weeks. They have been playing a lot of like our upper echelon teams, so it's a bit understandable, but I still feel like I expected to see more out of this Ultra Prime squad, especially on paper when you're like, okay, it's Hacker aggressive in the early game. He's going to probably pivot down to bot side, playing around Elk and Shao, seeing how aggressive they like to be. You have a roaming mid, and Cryin, I think, has been having a pretty solid split. They've actually been playing a lot around top side and have been very indecisive even when they're the team in a lead and like have full vision control on the objective. Against LGD, we still saw some of those same shortcomings, but I'd say much more willingness to fight, much more willingness to start up these neutral objectives when they feel strong to find the advantageous fights that they know they can win.
I mean, and it should be in that case, right? Like, the experience should shine through. I mean, we have people like Shoutzy, who, you know, kind of quickly became LMS, PCS royalty. Like, Hacker was on the SIP team sooning. Yeah, MSI is a good mention there. Like, Cryin, Zoom especially was known as one of the best top laners for a while on JDG. And I feel like with Ultra Prime, connecting the pieces might take a while, but when it does, I mean, it should look exceptional, right, Lyric? We're talking about the accolades on this team, and it extends what you'd expect of a bottom 6, bottom 7 team.
I definitely think they have the tools necessary to be able to turn it around. The question is if it, you know, it's just too late in the season for that to really mean anything tangible right now. You know, more time could definitely help the roster, but going today up against LNG, I think this is very much a winnable match for them, a winnable showing, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to Hacker and what he's able to do in the jungle.
True. Hacker's been a big deal for me because I've watched him grow through 2019 all the way to now. He's been down on OMG for a little bit and, you know, kind of returning on this Ultra Prime roster to show himself against Tarzan, right? And I don't know who broke up with who in our rehearsal, Lyric. You were with Hacker. I was with Tarzan. And, you know, now they've found better teams, better people.
Yeah, they've found better partners. Tarzan maybe still hasn't exactly found his Jane yet, but getting close. But kind of seeing where the stats lie, right? Hacker in the first 15 minutes, like, can just turn on the fire and will just go. Most aggressive in terms of kill participation, finding first turrets, like just being involved with the team in that early phase. So Tarzan's kind of the opposite. We hit on how in recent series he's been doing it. It's been beautiful, and that's when LNG, I feel like, have looked their best. But when he isn't able to find that impact, when him and Doonby aren't linking up, or, you know, him and either Iwandi or Lumao, that's where they're really struggling. Still, though, he's spending a lot of time with his team, trying to peel, playing out in these team fights, which is why his jungle proximity to his team is actually the 3rd highest in the league for junglers.
But it's just so strange to me because we know Tarzan as a player, even towards spring, right? It was only at the end of spring or maybe playoffs that Tarzan really changed his core being. Where Tarzan, we knew, was so successful at setting up his team. Like, if LNG in 2021, when they went to Worlds, weren't getting set up by Tarzan, or Tarzan wasn't in good form, LNG didn't exist because his team lived or died by what was a top 3 jungler in the league.
100%. Like, he was like the cornerstone player to that roster, being able to work out, people like Icon enabling him. And we kind of thought we'd get the same thing with Doonby coming in, but just to a higher degree off of the performance he had in 2021. And it just hasn't been able to show up consistently. And then bot lane, right? There's been a lot of interchanging, mix and matching the bot lane. We've had Iwandi, Lumao. And last series against RNG, they did use Lumao. They are sticking with him once again, so we'll see if that can maybe tie things together, even if his own individual performance is a bit rough. But it also does give us Lumao, Zoom, reunion, back on the Rift, neither in the JDG uniform, and as enemies.
You said it for the first time, right? Because, I mean, with Lumao and I1D swapping so much, and Zoom
then
as
Zoom
well.
as well on top esports, played
Yep.
like 3 series and was gone.
And now we finally get it back again. I mean, this was the prime of JDG's roster. Lumao also was, I think, one of the best performing members too, which is so funny that he receives criticism now and the way he's playing. So versus these old rivalries, these old friends, I should say, I feel like it's going to be interesting to kind of talk about pick and bans and see what insight is added. Because for LNG versus Ultra Prime, outside of just Zoom versus his old friend in the support, I think there are like maybe not as many unique picks here, Lyric, but then again, hang on. Should I be saying that with Doinby in the game?
Like it's possible, but he hasn't been like bringing them out as much as you'd expect, right? We have had the Kled the Split, we've had the Gragas, which I'm hoping we don't really see much of anymore. But talking about draft, I think this is one of the better matchups for Ultra Prime when drafting because there's been 2 picks Ultra Prime really like hate playing against and have had to permaban against most teams, which is Kalista and Ahri. Luckily for them, Doinby hasn't played Ahri, and LNG also haven't really been a team that have leaned on the Kalista too much. So at least having some of those, you know, very potent meta picks that they can potentially, I mean, the Ahri outright, I think they just don't have to ban. The Kalista's the one you question about how comfortable you are. But guess what? This is a best of 3. So you always could go in, kind of test your waters if there's like a higher priority pick you don't want LNG getting their hands on, and then readapt in the series. So Ultra Prime at least feeling a little bit better than usual. But I still do think Ultra Prime may be the underdog coming into this one because despite how messy LNG has been, I still feel like, especially Ultra Prime's indecision around engages and like neutral objectives where they have the full setup has been a little bit worrying to me. And just overall, like I feel like there's a lot of times where it just looks like certain members of Ultra Prime are scared. Then we'll end up in games where like Zoom is like a 15% kill participation or something, but really doesn't have any deaths. And you're like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the trigger pull is on this roster when you have members like Elk, Hacker, and Shousey who are so willing to pull the trigger.
I mean, we've already talked about, you know, the experience in this roster and past play styles. We know that people like Zoom as well, like, you know, I wouldn't call him someone scared to pull the trigger, especially on 2020 JDG either. So there's a lot to be desired here from Ultra Prime running into LNG. Shortly, we'll be into that pick ban. I wanted to come back on some of the draft points because I feel like we are sharing quite a lot of abnormalities. No Ahri on Doinby, really no Ahri on Cryin either. He's been on Talia, the Azir, which feels like we could talk about it with Doinby, picking that up a couple of times as well. Things like Corki, Lissandra, some of these movement mids that, funnily enough, you know, Doinby hasn't played as much as things like the Gragas vid you already talked about, the Swain too, even the Azir. So some of those little pockets that start roaming around the map for Cryin, for Doinby, should pop up and be contested, considering that we knew Cryin on RNG was someone who liked to move to sides. We know Doinby on 2019 FPX was someone who liked to move to bot. I mean, both these mid laners, I think, are probably to have 2 similarities with each other, considering that, you know, they were at different times, but still relevant.
I also, like, you bring up a great point, right? Because I feel like if we get things like Silas taken away from Doinby and you get maybe the Lissandra taken away from Cryin, you actually have, like, can have very similar priorities, right? The Talia, the Azir, the Swain, the Galio, like, these are what jumps to my mind in terms of what could be prioritized in the mid lane between these 2 teams if those other picks are taken off the board. Cryin also having the LeBlanc as well, but point is, there's a lot of shared champion pool in terms of the things they don't like to gravitate towards. So, like, yeah, I feel like Talia especially being something that jumps to my mind is what could be extremely contested between these 2 mid laners, assuming Ultra Prime ban away the Silas. Because if Silas is open, I could also just see LNG really leaning on that and having comfort of putting Doinby on, you know, a melee champion that has a lot of aggressive opportunities and can look for these engages.
Yeah, true. I mean, he's played it once before as well. Cryin not yet. I want to talk also about bottom lane because I know we're going to get into pick and ban. We talked up Elk, we talked up Light, both are Aphelios users. Let's be real, at this point, I think everyone's just gone back to a Aphelios lyric, but even before we jumped into 12-12, I mean, these were some of the highest played champions for both Light and Elk.
And it's one of those things where I feel like we've seen it come out so prominently because I've seen so many games this split of where teams were opting into the trades of like the Lucian Namis or the Kalista plus whatever's against the Aphelioses. And it felt like a lot of teams were able to find the early advantages that you'd expect them to find, but were never able to win hard enough, snowball hard enough for it to mean anything tangible to where the team with the Aphelios or, the kind of better mid to late scaling would be able to come back. So, yeah, both teams leaning on it heavily. Both teams do enjoy it. And Aphelios, even though being one of those champions that, right, you want some items on before he's incredibly strong, one of the benefits to him over Jinx is the fact that you get that Gale Force and he's able to go for that all-in Gale Force straight into the Moonlight Vigil and potentially just try to pop someone.
I'm looking forward to it. Hey, AD's aside as well. I'm sure we'll be going back to that mid lane discussion. Even jungle, right? Ultra Prime has started this pick ban with the Poppy taken away. Lee Sin against Hacker too. So already some of those overlapping pools start showing themselves in our early rotation.
Now I just want to see the Zeri taken away. Luckily, this isn't the LDL where Zeri seems to be open every single game. They opt into the Wukong first, but still take that away. Light has been one of the people who was able to get his hands on it this split and just had like an amazing performance. Surprising to me that LNG take away the Kalista when we hit on that Ultra Prime. They've played it once, they lost, and they've banned it in a majority of their games so far this split. So now for LNG, you know what it is, Hysterics. It's not that.
I thought
There's
it'd
no
be
way.
Aphelios.
Oh, it is
oh
that.
My God,
I thought it'd be
that.
Aphelios too.
Oh no. So if it's not that, we know what this is. And that's that. Yeah.
So Aphelios is going to come out for the side of Ultra Prime. I guess with 3 junglers being banned, LNG putting a heavy focus on this Viego coming through. Because other than that, I mean, you're kind of getting into the tier 2 pool of things like Xin Zhao, something we were seeing a little bit of when the buffs came out to him. Trundle is something that kind of pokes his head in now and then, and Vi kind of being the other one, but Hacker hasn't played the Vi this split, and typically that's something I feel like you show after the enemy team shows the mobile carries on its opposing side, so you could figure that LNG will go towards something like a Jinx, but better to wait for them to actually show it than, just go for the assumption.
Okay, tier 2, there it is. I mean, Hacker pulling out something like a Xin Zhao. He's already played it a couple times. Trundle also available that we've seen teams gravitate towards, but will be the Xin Zhao this time around, which means for LNG, bottom support up in the air. I mean, Renata still being available, but hey, Lucian Nami lanes, we don't really see that much of anymore, and so they're going to try and take it here against a Renata that's now locked in for Xiaoxi.
I mean, for LNG, they're 2-1 on the pick so far. Lumao has only played with Light in one of the games, and they did also win that, so sitting 100% on that Nami. But like you said, we haven't seen it work all that much. We were even hitting on it a few minutes ago about how if you can't just surmount enough of that advantage, that it will just be rough later on where you're dashing into a range, where Aphelios can just use his red-white, burst you down, can throw out the Moonlight Vigil, but potential will be there. We're going to see what Xiaoxi is able to do on this Renata as well to dissuade a lot of that aggression from coming through.
Well, they're already starting to ban away, though, some of the picks. That could be a pain with this Lucian Nami, though. I mean, Lissandra taken away from Doomby. We talked a lot about the mid lane champion pool here, Lyric, and so far, some of those overlapping picks haven't been looked at apart from this Lissandra. I guess Azir as well, right? We also mentioned. Talia's still there, but Corki too, taken away, which is Doomby's most played.
Yeah, so taking away those two, we still have things like the Silas left on the board.
Yeah.
Which still scares me, like if LNG want to get their hands on something like that, and just what we've been able to see it do in the mid lane. Talia being the other standout to me of what both teams like to play, but especially Cryan. Cryan has just been one of the best Talia players we've had in the league. We've already highlighted the Knights, the rookies. Like, those are expected in my mind. But the fact that Cryan has been one of the people who's been able to pilot the champion to such a high level has just been very nice to see. And one of the ways where Ultra Prime have been able to pick up a lot of their wins. It's his most played champion. They've won 60% of the time out of 5 games. Like, Cryan is super comfortable on this pick.
And you give yourself a Cryan Talia just like that. Now, you mentioned Silas before for Doomby. You also said it fits nicely.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe he'd want to go for something in terms of like laning phase. We've seen Doomby a lot of times opt into scaling to try to win the 1v1. It wouldn't fit their comp at all, but I feel like that's the way that LNG have been drafting this split. Like, a lot of their compositions typically not necessarily rounding out well together, but something like a Victor if they want to win 1v1. But I definitely think they should opt into more aggression. Swain, Silas, even if they wanted to go into one of Doomby's bruisers, like something that fits this like early game bruiser brawl playstyle.
Okay, well, the Swain would be one of his most picked as well. hit a sour, not a sour note, hit a swell note. That's the one. Silas. Okay, we just go back to what we know is strong. Some teams first picking it, some teams getting it on blue side for the 5th pick. So there we go, Lyric. On the other side, quickly, tell me, Zoom's pick. He's got all the choices in the world.
Yeah, for Zoom, I'm actually kind of curious to see what he'll go into in terms of like being able to win out in lane. He already showed the Kennen, but then you do have strong 5v5 against a very low range sort of composition. And I feel like 5v5 is probably where you want to index, but no, instead opting into sides. They do have the Weaver's Wall to try to set this one up. And this will be Zoom's first Tryndamere pick of the split.
This is spring again. I mean, Tryndamere was just spring. Didn't we get this a lot at MSI? Kind of falling off a bit, but still, you know, it was lingering.
Also, just a little bit unexpected in terms of like recent Zoom and what Zoom's been gravitating towards. Like Zoom, to me, this split, he has been the Sejuani guy. Like anytime he's been able to get his hands on things like the Sejuani, the Gnar, he's also been one of the people willing to bring out tanks like the Ornn, which you'd expect, like thinking back to some of his prime years. But yeah, going towards the Tryndamere, we're going to see what he is able to do. I mean, you have the very strong 1v1. You have the ability to move with the Weaver's Wall. And then in mid-late game, keeping up pressure in sides, pulling the members of LNG apart to be able to deal with them because no one should be able to come out ahead in that 1v1.
Lyric, I just pulled up Zoom's history, right? His career stats. 650 games have been played on stage by Zoom on 56 champions. He has played Tryndamere in his competitive games over the years of 2016 all the way to 2020. 6 years. He's played one Tryndamere game on stage. One. And it was a win. It was a win. So he's undefeated in 6 years.
I'm glad that, you know, bringing it out once again to see if he can maintain that streak. And we've already hit on that Ultra Prime have been putting a lot more resources into Zoom than we expected with how this roster's played out, especially going up against a rookie in Panda C. This is where if you're an Ultra Prime believer, you need to see Zoom deliver.
Maybe you're confident in that aspect. Zoom was known as one of the greatest laners when he was on JDG. Analysts from around the world complimenting how this guy plays his first 15 minutes of the game. Now with his 100% win rate champion, his second time in his 6 years playing Tryndamere, Zoom decides to shock us all when everyone's moved on from him. Now, Lyric, you already said the ability to play sides later into the game is influential. The ability to hit sides here with Krine's Talia. Run me back a little bit on LNG, because Lucian Nami we know is a volatile lane, and it's not like you see scaling out the wazoo, all concrete through LNG.
LNG definitely want to prop up the spot lane. Like get them ahead, get them an advantage, find these kills. Tarzan kind of leaning into that side of the map, and you kind of have to expect that Panda C is going to have a little bit of a rough time in terms of how the matchup will grow to be in that top side, especially if Hacker and Ultra Prime are playing up towards it. But get them ahead early, because your level 1 power spike should just be able to outmatch what Ultra Prime have. Once we have Gale Force Mandate, and even Doinby at first item, being able to steal away these ultimates, LNG's early skirmishes and early team fights will be able to come out ahead over Ultra Primes.
I mean, that's a good sign when you see something like Silas, right? That's what you want to hear. I feel like for Doinby, a lot riding on him here when we've talked not only about LNG being weaker this split, but I feel like Doinby hasn't been as concrete as you set him up for in 2021. His great splits, his great laning too. Right now, we're looking at bottom lane because it looks like Light and Lumao are going to try and force this level 2. The minion is a little bit behind here for Ultra Prime, so as the new wave comes through, Cameraman stuck down here. Elk is walking up with Calibrum, but level 2 is about to come through off of this melee minion. Elk and Xiaoxi paying respect, and the Cameraman obviously loves mermaids.
And look, but also look at the mini-map. Glad we're highlighting over junglers now, because both junglers making their way down towards this bottom side. Maybe they also love mermaids. And with how far up LNG's bot lane is pushed, it wouldn't surprise me if Hacker did want to opt into any early plays. We do have vision set up for the side of LNG in the bottom river, so they will be able to spot it out. With the fact that Tarzan's here, Light and Lumao should be fine. Keep up the level of aggression that they've been showing.
Yeah, ward for both. I mean, Lumao at least able to clear that away, so maybe gives options, but pings are coming down from LNG towards mid. Tarzan right now looks like he's clearing Raptors, but with Krine pushing pretty aggressively to start this game off. Tarzan thinking about an option, and we talked about Tarzan not really getting things going early apart from the last series on Poppy. This time on the Viego, maybe it might be a different feel as he now spots out Hacker.
And not even be able to get it, despite the fact that, his bot did have push for a long period of time. Feeling the heat coming out from Talia in the mid lane, just forcing Duin to be under his tower. Now just going to have to opt into doing his Krugs, and then if there's no opportunity presented bot side, if Elk and Chelsea are still like where they are in lane, pretty close to their turret, probably just have to go for a reset as Tarzan and hope to find something on your second clear of the map.
Okay, well, we'll be there soon for the reset. Meanwhile, Zoom's just doing Scuttle, by the way, on this Tryndamere as he pushes up the wave himself and feels a bit of stability to do so. But hey, Tarzan, never mind. He's not even going to reset Lyric. He's setting up for the gank, but look, Hacker's here too. We're about to have a 3v3.
Both teams trying to fish
Good
for it.
handshake. Lumau's caught out, has to flash away. Hacker's in, Ignite down, but is he going to be a trade? Light flashes forward, the bailout's there, but there is no hope of a reset. Nice from Light as now for Tarzan. Look at the tools. He flashes forward and shouts. He does the same, but back. Gravitum's good, but no loyalty program for Tarzan. He's already claimed his flybys, Lyric, as LNG trade 1-for-1.
It's one of those things where it's sad, right? Because we see Hacker gets the bailout, so he's like, okay, let's try and find the second kill. Let's go in. Let's keep me alive. And then you just end up going closer to give Tarzan an ability to get a reset. We're going to get to see the full play here. Both junglers waiting in the area, but handshake coming out from Xiaoxi was on point to force the flash away immediately. Hacker able to follow up, and then Elk able to finish him off. And here, right, bailout comes through, so he's like, let's keep going, let's push for it. Just gives Tarzan a reset to go in, which enables forcing out Xiaoxi's flash as well.
I mean, bottom line, Summoners, 3 out of 4 gone for Ultra Prime, 3 out of 4 gone for LNG. We come back and Elk is dangerously low. Xiaoxi at least coming back into the lane, but it looks like he'll be fine with Light and Lumao not committing further. However, Lyric, with that health bar, I mean, that wave is going to push into the turret, with LNG now having a significant CS lead.
Nice of them to be able to take advantage of that. The one silver lining for Elk out of like all these shenanigans is he's actually the one member who was able to keep hold of his flash. So at least some safety if LNG keep aggressing on the spot lane like we do expect them to, but actually pressure in mid right now.
Oh, great seismic shove though. I mean, Cryan is level 6, worth mentioning. The Weaver's Wall is now up and available, but it might not matter if Doomby finds another engage like that again, as in comes Tarzan. No flash, but a good abscond duck with the Kingslayer. The damage is in, but just out of range. A seismic shove through as Hacker just has no interest in this play. He's on Gromp. Leave him alone. Cryan's fine in the 1v2.
We already highlighted how Cryan has been one of the best Talia players we had. And like
did.
he is hitting everything in those fights. As we get a replay here to at least see how they were able to force out Panda C's flash. But great by Cryan with the discipline, because he not only hit everything, he didn't even have to blow his flash. He did use the ghost, but the fact that he was able to read that situation well and like know what his limits were to be able to escape that was very nice.
We'll see if it turns into anything bad though, because Zoom now has his ulti. Needlework was already there from Panda, but Zoom with double summoners up there and Berserker Greaves. The chase down is going to be a lot of fun to witness as we come back towards the middle of the map, because right now it is the setup for the Dragon with control wards put down by Ultra Prime. One in the pixel brush by LNG too. We've had a lot of early action in this game, Lyric, that we've been skimming past. Only a couple of kills, but I think it's an important fact that, you know, our junglers are really trying to get this game rolling.
It's one of those things where, right, I feel like when people think, oh, this game's been aggressive, they just think of kills, and it's like, no, you can see teams posturing for opportunities, like aggressively walking in the enemy jungle, getting vision down, attempting ganks, and getting pressure ganks, which blow summoners. All those are very impactful to how the game could play out. In LNG, they sweep vision and bot side, and they're actually pinging out where Hacker is up in top, so they have a feeling that this play is going forward, but they're not turning into anything tangible, not taking the Drake, hoping Ultra Prime's bot lane does walk down, which they don't. So this actually just sets up a bit of a small win for Hacker in terms of fighting the blue, and maybe even a potential gank onto Panda.
I mean, especially since Panda C has been the weakness. Remember in the last series, LNG versus RNG, Panda was abused in lane. We had to call an ambulance because Panda died so much, but could not be resuscitated. As he jumps in again, there we go. We swing on him with a spinning slash, and that win becomes lightning from Hacker. Hits at max range. Zoom pops the ulti. Panda surviving for a long time, but in comes Zoom, who only just survives after that undying rage hits maximum value.
Zoom definitely feeling the heat after that one. Might open up LNG to have a window on Herald, which Tarzan's going for right now, knowing Zoom's alone that he doesn't have TP, maybe expecting the recalls to come through. Feels confident in starting this one up, and not even going to need to rotate any other members over, considering that they see Elk and Shousey catching this wave.
Dude, every time, I mean, they keep setting it up. Culling comes through, Shousey's okay. Shielding from Loyalty Program helps out as well. Lyric, I mean, LNG have tried so hard to kill Elk and Shousey, and they're still doing well, while Tarzan will finally get an objective on this map. Happens to be the first Herald, while Ultra Prime, as you said, timing window was crucial there. Let's look at the replay, though, because I feel like timing needs to be said about this play, too.
They had an inkling that Hacker was up towards the side like 20 seconds ago because they did ping it out, but he's patient, he waits for it. We see the ults pop, they both go in and Zoom on a sliver of help after the damage does ramp up
35.
this high. Luckily able to get it, but Zoom now in trouble.
Getting dove without an ulti, he flashes away, but can he spin away? Undying Rage still not there, and LNG punish the window. Now no summoners up there, Lyric, and Panda gets help.
Not able to lock him down long enough to be able to find the damage for the kill, and this gives a window for Ultra Prime.
Wait for Hacker's ulti, though. About 10 seconds off the cooldown. Lumao Light might not need to wait for it, though, as they flash away from the seismic shove. Meanwhile, Zoom in the top side, kiting from the needlework, and Panda gets the solo kill. Finally, Lyric, Panda is looking good.
I'm happy to see a young talent coming into the LPL and then taking advantage of moments like this. Zoom was chunked out pretty decently by the members of LNG roaming up. Panda C having the confidence to be able to go in, finish off the kill. So we do see LNG lose the Dragon, but a nice bit of gold onto Panda C. And I mean, look in Tarzan's inventory as well. He still has the Rift Herald, so he'd be able to just open up the map if he does want to drop the Herald there. And his camps naturally are pathing him towards the top side. We're going to need a replay exactly of what went down, and Zoom trying to walk in. We see Panda having the confidence to be able to look for it, considering he has that needlework, and still having a read on the fact that Zoom's ult still isn't available.
Panda A+. You know, we got to give him a ranking each play, Lyric, and that one feels like a bit of an A+ with the window used. The plating, as you said there, exposing for the Herald usage for Tarzan to just take it all down. 2 plates left in the top side, and even though gold's even, feels like Panda this game has been set up to succeed. Hell, even the bottom side, right? Elk and Shousey, even though they survived the plays, Light and Lumao have still done well enough. So as we come back to the game, Ultra Prime have taken Dragon as Zoom wants a bit of revenge, but Panda's doing just fine.
And I'm very curious to see how this game keeps panning out, considering that Panda, you know, getting that bit of gold, and Elk, like you said, on the opposite side is
good damage.
Maybe some trading, but doesn't look like it should turn into too much. Because Ophelio's actually one of the champions who can kind of deal with the Gwen jumping at you. Is no!
Seismic shove's good. Chain Lash just out of range. I mean, Doomby taking it. Meanwhile, Culling used, and Elk almost dying. Pop your pots, kids. That's what saved him, as the range is helping out with the bailout with the movement speed. Excuse me, that's a Nami. Instead, the bailout's used onto Elk as they get the champions right this time around, and he won't get the reset in a 1v2. Shousey doesn't have much hope, and even the damage not enough to handshake flash. That too was a fade away, with Light getting a double kill, and LNG's bottom lane strongly on the board.
This is what you want to see happen when you draft the Lucian Nami.
Yes.
You're finding these aggressive windows to set up for the 2v2s. Elk almost managing to get away on a sliver of health, but luckily Light going forward was able to lock him down, and then Shousey after that 1v2 had nowhere to go. I guess we can get an exact replay of how it all started, because Elk and Shousey actually trying to be the aggressors, opens himself up for a huge amount of burst coming out from Lumao and Light, and then having to flash away at the end. Sure, we see the hostile takeover kind of buying him a bit of space and buying a bit of time, but sadly for Elk, not able to get far enough, especially with Light's E having already come back up. He now kites it out, bailout comes through, and leaves him in a great position to just take down Shousey with nothing left to offer.
Just picked up Gale Force as we come back in the replay too. Herald used mid by LNG, the Ento not top, but just look at the goal that spun out of control, not only through the 2v2, the solo kill topside, the Herald play there now as well. LNG with a bit of a unique identity this game, Lyric. It feels like we are talking about players within their own rights just stepping up in the laning phase.
And right, it's kind of why we're still seeing what we said is one of the problems of LNG, of like, you don't see them link up all too much, when you have games like this where we're kind of just left to these isolated laning phases, and both junglers trying, right? But it's a lot about Doonby versus Crying, El Chelsea versus Light and Lumao, top lane 1v1s or 2v2s. This is where I think LNG as a team can thrive when they're not getting punished.
Well, I mean, even Tarzan right Hack versus Hacker right now, forcing him out of getting topside scuttle as Hacker backs away. I mean, Tarzan, CS is even, but you know that this is going to be a Divine Thunder very soon. And as we kind of gear up for the next Dragon in a minute 30, just pay attention to these items coming across the board. We already mentioned Light, but Doomby's just picked up Everfrost. As I said, Tarzan should have the Divine Thunder by then as well. All that Ultra Prime have right now seems to be a Gale Force that Elk only just managed to pick up.
First item is also where I see LNG kind of outpacing Ultra Prime, especially the bot lane mythics. I mean, just Lumao being able to buff up Light, he goes in with Gale Force, and you could take someone down to like 10% of their HP, if not just outright burst them out, right? So that's what we have to pay attention on with an upcoming fight, potentially coming up either around Herald or Dragon. But even with the other mythics now picked up, just LNG overall having a stats advantage going into these fights.
It's going to be big. I mean, as Tidal Wave comes through, hang on, we might even get a 2v2 yet again. Culling at max range doesn't do too much this time around. That's double ulti down from LNG's bottom lane. 30 seconds before Dragon Lyric, and I'm kind of wondering if it's going to affect LNG's confidence.
I think it definitely could affect how a fight would play out, but I don't know if LNG will detract that from maybe not going for Dragon or something like that, because if so, I don't know why they would go for the play to begin with. I think it was a little over-ambitious looking for those kills in that situation, but you can see both teams heading down towards the bottom lane, bottom side river already.
Now remember, the Zoom's taken Ghost, so it's not like he can join in, nor would he really want to, let's be real, without his first item, without Trinity being a couple of items up too. As LNG start this off, I guess Ultra Prime say, yes, actually we do want to take this, but caught out as Hacker, a great ulti, but the hostile takeover needs to hit at least one person, only under Tarzan while Crying comes in. Misses the seismic shove, but Ultra Prime has started this off with a kill, while Tarzan needs his reset. But the stolen ulti from Doonby divides and conquers as LNG bring Panda C in. He starts snipping Zoom, who goes into the Undying range, but Tarzan has a reset, has the range, and has bodies to take down. The Shadow Isles roam over Ultra Prime, and Doonby flares up yet again.
The fact that LNG were able to take that off of Light getting picked off is so huge for me. They not only get this mid lane turret, it looks like they might potentially be turning to Dragon as well. So they're going to be getting a huge amount of objectives off of that. And Ultra Prime, they find the initial pick, but not able to string it together.
God, that's beautiful to watch. I mean, Ultra Prime, you're right. You know, a little bit disjointed. We saw the ult from Hacker, I'm sure. We'll look at it now, Lyric. You're going to have to walk me through, because this was a bit of a longie.
I thought it was pretty risky for LNG to go for this when Light was taking Dragon. You've already lost his ultimate, so he, of course, does go down very early on. But then we see here, you hit on it, Doonby Silas, like, great ability to be able to get in the fight. Huge Abscond Abduct, flashes to separate the members. Like, that was the key moment in the fight for LNG being able to take it. And Zoom comes down, but still you have a lot of like high value members on Ultra Prime who are low, which sets up for Tarzan to go to Viego's favorite place, which is just Reset City.
That's right. Inherit the souls of your best friends, of your worst enemies. Viego loves people. Hang on. It's just a soul, isn't it? He doesn't like wear their skin or anything. No. That's a bit dark, Lyric. We're not going down that alley.
Please,
you know?
yeah.
It's still not as bad as Seraphine. No matter what, Viego is still a nicer person than Seraphine. We can hold on that because Doonby might be caught out a little bit here. Ultra Prime seem to be grouping up for the Herald on the top side, but LNG here first, and Doonby so confident here on this Silas.
I know that Abscond Abduct almost connected, and I wonder what would have panned out in that situation. Like, it was technically a 4v3, but Crying did have Weaver's Wall, so he could have ended up close by. And we just had a big fight around Dragon. Now it's time for a big fight around Rift Herald.
Let's do it again. The Weaver's Wall's up and available. Zoom has his own as well, but Chelsea wants an angle. He'll have to jump into the Herald pit as the eyes hit at 4K now. LNG have a 4-stack here, but Panda's flank has been spotted out on a ward. As they go for the Herald, he's trying to buy time, but with the needlework, he's sent backwards. Panda F. What happened there? Herald resets, and now Ultra Prime don't have to care about the objective. Zoom jumps on him. Hostile takeover from Doonby, though. That's a 4-man ulti again Doomby wants a reset. If Scott of Duck doesn't hit Brax range.
Oh,
as
Tarzan!
Elf is so huge, and Tarzan has his own fight to play. Ultra Prime with 2 members here, and Tarzan is collapsing on in. If it ain't Doomby, it's the king of the jungle.
And it's finally time that we see Tarzan popping off, Doinby having great performances, and they are amassing a huge lead over Ultra Prime right now. They can easily turn to this Herald, pick up another objective for themselves. And my God, that was just beautiful to watch.
It was, like, even if Panda goes in and Ultra Prime start the kill, seeing Tarzan and Doomby do this again is giving me flashbacks to the RNG series. Lyric, this is what I felt. If it ain't one, it is the other. As we start this playoff with a 5v4 essentially.
Yeah, initial coordination not there from the side of LNG, so Ultra Prime feel comfortable in going in looking to take this zoom, just running forward and kind of running the members down. But luckily, Doomby takes the Renata ultimate, so he locks a bunch of members down, and Cryin, he jumps into 2 members of LNG. So not only is Doomby stalled out the fight on one side, it allowed time for Tarzan to get the reset, pick up the soul, and buy time for him to join in the rest of the fight. So it really felt like Doomby, I feel like, was the huge difference maker in that fight, but Tarzan able to kill Cryin and start getting those resets coming through. Like, you needed both working hand in hand.
I mean, Tarzan's 4-0-4. Cryin was not found. He was absolutely destroyed. And LNG with a 5k gold lead just about. At 19 minutes, Lyric, let's come back to it again because you talked a lot about side lane for Ultra Prime, but they have shown both over this Dragon, over this Herald, they want to 5v5 here with this Tryndamere. And each and every time, the stolen ult from Doomby, as you said, Tarzan reset. There's so many great abilities to disrupt, as LNG now want to hit the side lane. We're just talking about that, and Ultra Prime not even going to get that going for themselves, as LNG looks to take down yet another outer turret.
So the big thing is the fact that Doinby is so strong right now, right? He's sitting on 2 items, Zoom's sitting on about 1.5. He can go toe-to-toe with Zoom in the side lane. And a lot of times when we'd see this 1v1 in mid, it would typically be of like, whoever doesn't give into pressure and holds their ult longer would be able to win out. Whoever used their ulti first would typically be on the losing end. And with Doinby having both Everfrost and Zanya's, he can buy a lot of time before feeling forced to use that spell if he did steal away from Zoom and opted into a 1v1.
I feel like, with 20 seconds to go, though, let's come back to Dragon. 2 items you were saying for Doomby. On the back end, Ultra Prime just aren't there as Light's stepping up. He wants the culling this before we even get towards the neutral objective. And I feel like right now for Ultra Prime, this Ocean Dragon might just have to be foregone, considering that, yeah, you got side lanes in order, Lyric, but how are you going to walk up to this objective?
It does. You definitely cannot, right? We've hit on item advantage for Doinby in the mid lane. You have an item advantage in bot lane for Light. Item advantage in top lane for Panda C, just across the board. And a lot of these are tools that enhance your team fights, right? We have double Zanyas coming out across the board, so that would just help LNG and hone in on the fact that they are able to get in the faces of Ultra Prime and buy time for members to either burst people out, or especially for Silas and Gwen, buying in another rotation of their spells. When both have so much inbuilt sustain, that does a lot to keep fights going in their favor.
So Dragon goes down, and LNG still controlling this game, setting themselves up for topside, and you can see that Doomby on this side wave is going to set up for inner turret, while LNG group up as a 3-man. Dodging the handshake was good, but as culling comes through, I mean, Ultra Prime still forced out of their own jungle. And Lyric, it feels like right now, it's going to be hard to get vision around this Baron, and LNG, it looks like with their waves in order, are trying to set up Ultra Prime coming towards them.
I mean, you hit on getting vision in order for Ultra Prime especially is going to be really tough. Like, not having great ways to face check into LNG. You can be face checking into a tidal wave. You can be face checking into, Tarzan locking you down, Light being there if he's not showing on mid wave. So Ultra Prime definitely have to be very careful. And even with second items coming out for them, like Archangels, which is huge. Seraph's Embrace, now being upgraded, huge for someone like Cryin able to come through. Like the extra ability haste coming on because your Q is such a low cooldown. Typically in fights, that's where you're strong. Having so much AoE from a Renata, a Talia, and the Aphelios while Xin Zhao's buying space, but when you can't walk in to have that fair fight, it feels like it's really just going to be impossible, especially if Doinby can now once again take that Renata ult like he did before.
It did so much work, and in close spaces as well. Like, will Shalsey get the better ult, or will it be Doomby again? As Panda drops the ult in the bot side while we're talking about ults, and right now, we're still seeing LNG up towards his top side. You can see Doomby still on the wave, just pacing themselves. And Tarzan even going that deep in. Look at the Herald over the wall. This will get a charge on the inner turret, and now Ultra Prime are forced to respond, but through the choke. They don't want to be here. That's a good handshake, but Tarzan takes next to no damage. As Herald charges on in, they're behind enemy lines. Doomby with a great Everfrost. There goes more gold over to LNG, and with the Renata ult coming out, nothing you can do. Doomby even stealing the Moonlight Vigil from Elf.
LNG doing a nice job of dropping the Herald and trying to pull members through the jungle to set up that pick. Ultra Prime sadly didn't give in to the opportunity, but LNG were still able to force a lot. They were able to extend their gold lead even more, now up to about a 5.6 thousand gold lead, and just getting rid of some key tools. Like, to me, the most important teamfighting tool that Ultra Prime have is the hostile takeover. And now that is down. Luckily for Ultra Prime, there's no dragon on the map, right? So the only real way that LNG can try to force you into anything and take advantage of that cooldown is starting a Baron, and it doesn't look like they are willing to risk that flip.
And so at this point, I have to ask you, for LNG, what has to go wrong here is maybe not the right time, because Hacker may have set me up to answer the question. However, Doomby with a hostile takeover, stolen again. Shalsi failed out from absolutely nothing. He's dead. Panda now on top of Elk. What a nuisance, as he can't get the damage done and the job done. Doomby now wants to flank in on Crine and Hacker. They get out alive, but that's a quick pick right
Baron.
now in front of Baron.
I'd be surprised if they don't go for it, because look at Zoom. Zoom's still pushing in bot. He does not have TP. He is sitting on that ghost, so would have to run all the way across the map. And it looks like Zoom might just commit down to the bottom lane. And for Ultra Prime, they're just going to be preying on a steal able to come through from Hacker.
They've walked on in. A beautiful ult again. Doomby. His Crescent guards have been better. His hostile takeovers have been better. And Tarzan has been better than Hacker in this first game of the series. Zoom will finally get his turret that he committed for, but even though they got LNG off the Baron, there continues to be style out of this mid laner.
I gotta say, with where they were at, that was actually probably the best Ultra Prime could have hoped for. Like, they lost one member, but stopped a Baron that realistically Ultra Prime really have no business being able to stop, and they got a turret on top of it. So this game is still squarely in favor of LNG, like by a mile. But kind of nice for Ultra Prime to have a tempered head in that situation and not only be able to stop them, but also go for that. Feels like maybe LNG didn't have to over-index so heavily into like chasing down Hacker and, could have stopped it at the first kill, maybe tried to pull them back in, but health bars were low. I can understand the temperament coming through for LNG, because that would be a bit risky.
Yeah, I feel like LNG, as you said, though, still so far ahead. Maybe just not going to care, because with third dragon, Ultra Prime not walking towards it at this point. Yeah, whatever. Let's just go next to the next objective, I mean. Zoom, as he walks in, Panda's still so aggressive. We're just seeing so many attempted 5v5s. Ultra Prime without vision. This is so dangerous. I mean, Doomby, what ult's he going to steal next? That's my first question. Hacker going to take the culling. Culling goes out. Hacker now low. And goodbye, Dragon.
And it just feels so hard for Ultra Prime. Like, right, typically this is where we'd start to talk about what Ultra Prime's options are. Feels like a lot of it is, is Panda C. A lot of it is kind of having to give up, objectives. Try to set up, not necessarily cross map, but like in a position like that where you're like, okay, we know we can't fight Drake. We have no vision. It is impossible to force our way into LNG's comp in Fog of War. At least try and set up vision topside. Then if a member either walks too far forward or something like that, you can try and set up the pick to just buy more time, because that's all Ultra Prime need at this point, is buying time to where the gold lead at some point will just kind of level out of like, hey, we're both, 4 items strong. It just comes down to who can execute better. But sadly, they haven't really been doing that. They have just been sitting in the face of LNG, and LNG have just been getting objectives with Ultra Prime, not buying time, not finding vision, and just kind of watching LNG do whatever they want.
Yeah, having a fun time. Like, okay, we're going to face it anyway. And as you said, buying time for Ultra Prime also means Zoom actually gets to play side lane. Hullbreaker's picked up. He is full-on committing to being up here, as any Tryndamere would, or maybe should. And Panda, right now he's on towards his third item. This is a game to just promote LNG's growth, or maybe where they should be, Lyric, because this is a great performance. Zoom's going to meet with Doomby, Shalsi up alongside him. And, yeah, like, how do you continue to buy time? As you said, find picks. But for LNG, they've had really good side lane control, Lyric. Am I wise to say? It feels like Doombee's always been denying Zoom from pushing and extending one of these long lanes.
I mean, other than the time where we saw Zoom get the 2 right, that was the one where, I mean, LNG went into that wanting to find a pick and convert that into a Baron. Ultra Prime were able to buy time by threatening the Baron again, and again, LNG kind of all-inning on those picks. But for the most part, we haven't really seen Zoom be able to find the opportunities, especially towards that top side. The lane he started out in to even break out that outer turret. So LNG back to the shenanigans they were in before. Push up in top side, get deep vision in enemy jungle, try and bait out some of these picks because you do have a lot of tools to just one-shot someone if they look to contest vision.
But Hacker's going in first. I mean, there's a ward around the Baron right now for Ultra Prime. That ward should pay a bit of dividends here, as they know that LNG won't necessarily be on the Baron. Actually pinged out by LNG, as you guys can see on the minimap too, so that should be cleared soon as Tarzan keeps trying to steal away. And yeah, meanwhile, look at the side laners. I mean, Panda taking the 1v1. He's going to buy a lot of time against Zoom as he runs for his life. But Ultra Prime are grouping in on this Gwen. But what can you do when the rest of LNG are here too?
And Doinby just taking turrets and sides. Like, we've already hit on how Zoom is Ghost, so he really can't answer. Crying right now Ghost with his spellbook, so nice read by LNG to just get a free turret on the map and instantly with the TP to force his Baron.
Crying's come back in, but hey, good night to Shousey. Cullen comes through. Hacker is down to half HP. A miracle still needed from the Ultra Prime jungler as Panda gets over the wall. Doomby steals his ulti, and with an abscond of Duck, once again, we're going to see this man with the Crescent Guard. A double kill over the wall, ready for his triple. And Baron going to LNG, a 16-kill game. This has become a stomp that makes it look so one-sided for Li Ning.
Sterix, do you remember the one pick that I said I hope? You know, Fantasy's probably going down here. Do you remember the one pick I said I hope Ultra Prime banned coming into this game? Remember who that is?
Was it Silas?
It was Silas. It was like, hey, you know, Ultra Prime, you guys don't really play this pick. What's a good meta pick that Doinby will be able to pilot? This was it. And he got his hands on it. And again, we've seen some great resets and great fights come out from other members like Tarzan or Light Lumao situations like this. But I really feel like Doinby has been the difference maker. We see the bot lane finds the pick in this scenario. Pandasy jumping over the wall to try and zone out Hacker. Once the Crescent Guard is stolen, Doinby joining right alongside him, and it guarantees the Baron going over the side of LNG.
And that double kill means he's got 4 and 4 items picked up too. Doinby almost full build here on the Silas, and you can say the same about Light, but let's be real. This game has been about the mid laner, been about the jungler, and how well they've piloted these fights, not just their champions too.
Even Lumao, like, to give, you know, some props to Lumao.
Yeah.
Lumao's a player who's been very heavily criticized in recent years, you know, for, like, fairly so, in my opinion. But he's been doing a lot in this game. Had some very impactful tidal waves, especially with how close-knit Ultra Prime have been grouping in these fights to allow for Doinby and Tarzan to pop off.
So funny that he has 14 out of 16 kill participation, and you look across the board, no one has above 10. Like, everyone has died within a fight, or everyone has not been part of the picks, but Lumao has. It's gotten abducted again. Hacker has to avoid the damage. Tidal waves you said from Lumao, absolutely brilliant as Tarzan now has a reset, but he flashes in. He wants Hacker. Now with the range on top and doing with the stolen wall. Ultra Prime can't say a thing. A triple going down. Zoom trying to get a response to keep the game going, but LNG in 32 minutes will shut Ultra Prime out and make this game 1 look clinical.
This is the LNG that we have been waiting to see, and the LNG that, why we've been so harsh on them, because we know the heights the players are able to deliver. Even Pandasy coming in with a much more solid showing than his first series.
Yeah, it's good to see Pandasy in the spotlight a little bit, but it's good to see LNG not criticized and in the spotlight themselves. Game 1, only the start of the series, but a good sign of life from our middle of the pack team.
Great to see. Just it's not even necessarily about how they work together as a pair, but just their own individual performances kind of shining alongside each other in Tarzan and Doinby, right? Doinby, I seriously felt like a lot of his engages, a lot of the ults he stole, he found such high impact on. When he was stealing the hostile takeover, like, it's like, okay, I'm zoning like 4 members of the fight. Tarzan can win the 1v1. Now he's popping off. Stealing the Crescent Guard, flashing in between members multiple times to hit someone into his team, knock someone out of the fight, knock someone a different way. Like, he was seriously having a huge impact. And again, it wasn't about the mid-jungle synergy necessarily, but both of them are shining at the same time, and that is an LNG roster that you can get behind.
Yeah, it is. Tarzan coming off the back of that last RNG series as well. Not only a good sign, but kind of a showing that LNG are recovering from whatever was going on in their roster. You know, Arla's still not in. We can only speculate at this point, right? We don't know the internal workings of LNG, but we know what we see in our screens, and what we see is that LNG are working together better. Light 910 with a great landing phase as well in this Lucian Nami. I think the double kill lyric kind of took away Ultra Prime's condition in the game. Like, that was the one lane that was kind of going stable.
Yeah, you know, why you got to do Lumao like that, my dude? Light Lumao popping off. But you're right.
Yeah.
That was the win condition of Ultra Prime. Like that's one thing you nailed in terms of, like, LNG needed to get that bot lane to a head and, like, punish the bot lane of Ultra Prime to be able to take this. And they did. They found the 2v2 kill early on to get Lucian Nami going. And from there on, when those two champions hit their first mythic, it is seriously so oppressive to play against, because then when we're in mid-wave, like, fighting over who can walk into river first, or we have pressure because we have stronger early game champions, you have to walk into river, you can just cover so much distance with that Gale Force and the culling and just burst someone out. We saw a lot of times that fights were starting off with Light and Lumao doing, like, the heavy damage, and that's where, like, the re-engage from up would come in, and then LNG, like, doing me Tarzan would take over. But it's good that LNG were able to hone in on that strong 2v2 in bot lane and actually be able to take advantage of it.
For once, when we see Light has been probably the most consistent member this split, seeing it go above and beyond is always a good sign. Lumao, 91% kill participation. Doombe and Tarzan, I think they're in the running for an MVP, but Lumao as well, you said it all game long. That Nami performance was great. I just can't get over, like, the sick 4-man ultis from Doombe, the Renata ulti, the Crescent Guard. Like, you know, Lumao might have been the supporting factor, but when you see flashy plays, that tends to get the MVP. At least we'll go to a break and find out, see what happens when we return, see if LNG can hold this kind of force and secure JDG as the first team in playoffs with another win. G'day guys, I'm your friendly LPL caster Hysterics, and I'm here to teach you how to speak in LPL. By now you've probably seen loads of the LPL mic check, player clips, and even the documentaries, which means it's a great time to break down some of the famous phrases of the league. 我们是冠军, a famous saying, shouted by Doombe when winning his World Championship in 2019. You can feel that kind of madness and excitement. The power of his saying was felt across the world. Translating it into English, it means, we are the champions. The correct pronunciation of Chinese is 我们是冠军. Repeat after me. Try it yourself. 我们是冠军. Cheering phrases like this must be accompanied by physical expression. 我们是冠军! Phrases like this have so many uses, like in NBA, NFL, and the Premier League competitions as well. You can even use it in your sports game, or even for your next League of Legends game too. In LPL, people press 1 in order to express affirmative replies, such as copy that, yes, confirm, okay, etc. in a much quicker way. If you guys understand today's speak in LPL, give me a 1 in the comments, or barrage, depending on where you are, to let me know you understand.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional.
调整其实也没有多大调整嘛，因为之前一的队伍实力也确实比较强，然后我们就自己做好自己的地方就行。对阵 LNG，我觉得他们最近状态也不是很好，我们在前期不要出现太多失误，跟他们打拼团的话，我觉得是有机会赢的。
Well, they are making errors. However, game one, you were sorely wrong, I feel, as LNG came out and performed the opposite of what we expected. Lyric, welcome back.
Yeah.
That was a game and a half from LNG. Again, one of the best of their split, I feel. I didn't hear MVP, but was it Doomby?
Yes. I mean, he was popping off that game, right?
Yeah.
We said it. Whenever he stole someone's ult, he found the most impactful ways to use all of them, buying so much space for his team, like getting in the faces of enemies, finding his own kills, playing off in sides. When we saw, he realized, like, hey, the two enemies don't have TP, I could take these turrets. These are the types of performances that when you see, you're like, yeah, this was why this guy in 2021 was applauded by everyone who was watching LPL. Why everyone was so excited to see him go up to Worlds after that standout split. Moments like this are just so nice to see. If we could get them consistently, it would be great. But he got his hands on a champion that stylistically, fits him, and he's clearly very comfortable on, and he made it shine.
He's also the reason why for LNG, scraping by with some of these wins, it feels like it's come down to him. I mean, he's got the most MVPs in the league right now. He's tied with Knight. And even though it's not Doomby's best split, there's still been some incredible performances like this. So, once again, alongside Tarzan, we got the best of these guys. And, I said once again because it was like the RNG series. It was like the Poppy games where Doomby played Azir alongside him. Insane performance like this, few and far between, I feel. And Lyric, now we get to actually be positive about LNG. Now we get to hope that this is going to be one of their strongest series and a good sign from them before we get into playoffs any further, because it's week 7. LNG are 5-5. They're not a team that's guaranteed. In fact, they're on the fence a little bit. They go up against V5 after this series, so they need this series win, and it needs to be clean.
We've had splits like Spring where they kind of get into playoffs and then just completely fizzle out and do nothing. We have splits like 2021, which is obviously a completely different roster, but they make an incredible run in playoffs and then regionals to be able to get to Worlds. So, in the LPL, especially once we get to best of 5s, anything is possible. I will not count anyone out once we get to that phase. But right now, you're right. If we can see LNG have another great game, especially them being one of the teams still confident in bringing out the Lucian Nami, then delivering a 2v2 kill down in that lane, I think is cool. But to the side of Ultra Prime, it really felt like we heard Crying say we can't make those early game mistakes. They had that early kind of mishap in the 2v2, and then the fight around Rift Herald is when the game really solidly was just taken over by LNG. That fight we saw was beautiful, but Ultra Prime kind of going in different directions. Crying, who we applauded as being one of our better Talia players in the league this split, kind of walling in, goes into a 1v2, he dies, sets up for the reset city to be able to come through. So definitely just need to see like a few things tweaked, so then Ultra Prime can complete their game plan of like, hey, we just want to get to mid game to be able to take these team fights. If they could do that, then they could definitely take the game, especially going on the blue side, right? Not having to ban away the Zeri, and potentially also being able to leave open that Wukong.
Because I feel like 2 adaptations have been made, right? I don't feel like Crying in the laning phase we saw this Talia was quite impactful. We saw that Crying's like, oh man, made a pretty sick play. I feel like the adaptations we need to look at, Lyric, Silas will probably be banned. Let's be real. Silas will be banned, or it'll be left as a first pick. And, for Tarzan, they'll continue to ban the Poppy, but maybe Viego goes with it as well. I don't know. I think for Ultra Prime, a lot of targeted bans coming after that game because those individual champions from some of the great members of LNG came up clutch. I even wonder if something like Lucian to stop the 2v2 and give a stronger laning phase.
I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get something along the lines of like Lucian, Silas, Poppy being your 3 blue side bans. You're fine with Wukong being open because you can always just take that as your own pick, and even giving it over. I feel like LNG have been one of the teams who haven't gravitated towards it super heavily. Tarzan's played it 3 times. They are all wins, but yeah, it definitely feels like Silas needs to go. Poppy definitely needs to go. And then if your bot lane can't keep up in that 2v2, right, then that is just going to be problematic. So definitely wouldn't be surprised if those are the 3 that they opt into for LNG. You know, they're just kind of locked into that Zeri ban, but everything else being kind of free game for them to take away and adjust after that first game.
We are going into draft soon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure what the wait is. There must be some kind of tech delay, but I've just been told in my ear, yes, here we go. So at the very least, let's see if LNG can do it again. And Ultra Prime already, yep. Poppy, Lucian, Lyric, the third one, Silas.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's what has to come through unless Ultra Prime are willing to take it away for themselves. Or if Krine has any kind of special answers, but we saw laning phase wasn't the problem. Krine was doing fine. He had like a lot of good side steps, and he was always hitting seismic shove in lane. It was just about once we got to the mid game that Ultra Prime weren't able to keep up.
It was kind of like we didn't get the Xiaohu performance, right? Because let's be real.
Exactly.
The Talia walls on Xiaohu on Knight, like, so impactful. I think Xiaohu especially, his mid-game on that champ's nuts. And it's kind of the reference point I use with people like Krine. Even though he's had good Talia walls, I guess we can find out if he brings it out again in this game, because Silas is bad lyric. You can hit the nail on the head for the 3. We now have Wukong, Aphelios, Ultra Prime are like, which direction do we go? Safe bottom lane again, and a strong meta pick really in 12-12.
This is kind of a gamble you're taking in terms of you going with the Aphelios and leaving open the Wukong, but I can understand why Ultra Prime did it, of us hitting on like LNG not leaning on the Wukong as heavily this split, and just the fact that we have seen it flop as much as we have seen it succeed. So at least they're going to get what they feel the advantageous side of the AD carry swap is, assuming you expect LNG to go for the expected Jinx with the Wukong pick as well.
Okay, Jinx, also maybe an early Doomby pick here. What do you think? Take away something from Krine?
They could take away the Talia. It's something we've seen LNG play. I feel like Doomby has been very hit or miss on the pick. Like we've had some good performances, but we've also had some ones where like, my God, those walls just not on point. But I feel like that would be the only takeaway you lean into if they aren't just wanting to pick the Jinx here.
Well, we get the Jinx anyway. Okay, let's look at what's available. Renata's there for Xiaoxi once again. No Silas to take it away this time too. Hacker kind of looking at a different jungler this time around. Last game, what did we get? We got the Xin Zhao. But, I don't know, Hacker is a man of many talents.
Yes.
We've already seen the Rek'Sai, but...
So jungle comes through. Renata, I don't know if I expect you could go for it since they have the Wukong, but just in terms of the 2v2, right, like, one of the selling points of Jinx is that she is able to outrange the Aphelios, kind of barring the Calibrum. So wouldn't bring too much in that aspect of you having to worry about all-ins, because typically it is against like the Kalista and the Lucian where it's just like instantly pick this up. But looks like they're still considering it. Xiaoxi, I mean, he found some impactful, especially handshakes, like early on in the game. But looks like they're going to go with the logic of like, hey, since we don't just have a 2v2 that is just going to be running head first into us, they're going to get Xiaoxi on something more comfortable and also something that still brings some team fight power with the Nautilus.
But I wonder if LNG then take it. No, they go, nah, Tom Kench. Sometimes rare to see, honestly. We've seen more Lulu paired up with Jinx than I feel like we have with the Tom.
Will be able to give them safety coming out from that point-click ultimate from Xiaoxi. And now for LNG, I wonder if they'll go towards mid bans, considering that I feel like mid is the pool that is a lot more, like, you could limit, in my mind, from both players as compared to top. But no, actually wanting to take away Zoom's GP. If there's one thing Lumao knows quite well, it is Zoom's GP.
He does, of course. And Zoom's best champion historically, I feel. I'd also put up, like, his Swain. I mean, Zoom has played a couple of Swain games this split, and historically on JDG, he was someone who always had that pocket pick, kind of like EDG Ray at the time. As we go through, though, Corki going to be banned. Now, you talk about limiting mid-champion pool. Maybe we get another soul lane ban here, Lyric, and it could be that Talia that we've been talking about all draft long. Azir instead, okay, same direction, different line.
It's something that Doonby himself is comfortable playing, but I definitely don't think of it as one of the champions that comes to mind when you think of Doonby, and definitely much more of a Krine pick. And to me, those have been the two picks Krine stood out on this split, has been the Azir and the Talia. So I like the ban coming through now for Ultra Prime. I mean, you theoretically could take away the Swain from them as well with how like short range your comp is setting up to be. It doesn't necessarily thematically fit with what LNG are going for themselves. It more just works well into what Ultra Prime had picked. So they aren't going to opt into it, and now LNG getting to pick up one of their soul laners first. The Gnar still being available. Not too many answers into the Gnar like we've seen this split, unless you're willing to opt into one of those more volatile matchups.
Well, Zoom might
but
be.
Ooh, and it also does open up Zoom's favorite champion, the Sejuani, always being one of the go-tos that we see into this. And like we said, it's Zoom's most played champion this split.
I've seen people opt into things like the Gwen as well at times too. Zoom's played a lot already, but as you said, Sejuani's been his favorite. 6 games played before this. It's funny that Nara is also his second most played champion too. So we get the Sedge Lyric. We get a bit of a front line built up here from Ultra Prime. Now we're going to find out if Cryan wants to play the Talia again, or maybe something that has a stronger laning phase, a bit more solid.
Talia and Lissandra are kind of the two things that jump to my mind in terms of what he should opt into going towards. Talia still gives him that ability to move, to make plays, looks very comfortable on it. Lissandra would at least bring more lockdown, and when you're dealing with things like the Tahm Kench, I mean, like you can only eat one person, and you already have a Nautilus and a Sejuani. They do instead opt into the Swain. So we said this is a pick that does well in the short range, which is what they've drafted, but it also goes well with what they picked up in terms of how much engage they do have on the table.
No. Let's pause. Remember, Doomby got his first Penta on this champion in 2021 spring or summer. No.
I put nothing past Doomby. I put nothing past him. Anything is possible.
Well, Lissandra, not quite the same ring to it, but it's still going to be something for Doomby that I guess can match here. Lyric, run me through LNG's draft because we have a lot of AoE.
I mean, I think both drafts want to opt into team fights, right? You have so many tools, so much setup to be able to look for this. For LNG, they at least have a bit of protection coming for their AD carry. So if fights go a little bit longer, a little bit more extended, if you can get out of Swain's ult range early and make sure that doesn't get a lot of value, then LNG could probably take those. For Ultra Prime, they want short, they want brawly, they want to be able to get into your face. And to me, that seems like the thing that will define this game. Is if Ultra Prime can find the engages, they can close the gap, they do have a lot of tools to be able to take these 5v5s. If not, if LNG can either bait them out or get Doinby in there first, you lock down L-Keys out of the fight, then that is where the side of LNG will be able to come out strong. I'm interested to see how Doinby does on this, because it was a pick that we thought would lean much heavier into his play style, but he's only picked it up once so far this split, and that was a loss. But this is a pick that should highlight his strengths very well, especially when you think of what someone like Xiaohu is able to do on this pick. So hopefully we can see a big stand-up performance from Doinby once again.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right with the sense that, he's been playing Talia, Corki, things that have movement within the kit, but the Lissandra, Twisted Fate, Rise, Galio, Kled, everything has movement of some kind of shape. Victor's really the only thing that doesn't. Maybe that's why he played Gragas, because Gragas has a dash. He's got to play it mid. Doomby so far, the damage dealer of LNG, 31% of his team's damage, and has been the core carry. I mean, last game, if you missed out, Tarzan and Doomby put on a clinic, and Ultra Prime got shut out. It wasn't a convincing game from them, but now they have another chance with, as you said, a similar comp to LNG, a team fighting comp, scrappier, close range. I'm excited to see how Ultra Prime play the early game, because LNG last time around, it was around the Herald, it was in the 2v2 lane, where they blew open the early game, and Ultra Prime just started losing out from there.
Ultra Prime definitely come online strongest at level 6, and typically right when you're hitting around that level 6 spike is when things like Herald are coming online, and I feel like when you have Sejuani against Gnar and you have a lot of these great teamfight ultimates, that's where you really want to see the value to secure that objective, when you should be hitting a bit of a better power spike than the members of LNG. So first few levels, we'll see if we get anything. We do have Hacker on the Rift too. I feel like we sold Beitron earlier, where we're like, not too much should happen with these drafts. Beitron still looked for it. Yeah. You actually do have set up in your lanes this game, but yeah, we'll see if Hacker goes for anything before the expected play for Herald does come out, to where LNG, I feel like, will be a little bit more chill. I mean, your bot lane's obviously very safe. For Panda C, you're going to have to be careful of the all-in threats from the Sejuani. That's where he wins out, but I feel like a lot of LNG's lanes are fine kind of just sitting back and chilling for the first few levels.
Well, they're going to do exactly that. Elk and Shousey help with the leash on the bottom side. Ward cleared away as well, so that Hacker has a bit of clairvoyance as Shousey gets a good hook in and Lumalt takes a trade for it. And as we already see these lanes starting out, I mean, Lumalt missing the tongue lash there. Hang on, Shousey will have Dredge Line in about 3 seconds as well, so this already starts in a perfect way for any LPL fan, while both junglers are actually on the bottom side, and there you go again. All right, support's now half HP.
Yeah, both bot lanes heavy trading, despite the fact that jungler's probably not going to interact with this lane. You can see them going up towards top right now. as Zoom, I mean, taking an incredible amount of health from Panda C. And right, Mega Gnar incredibly strong for the trades. A lot of Gnar's like good trades in this matchup come actually on the exit of when after Sejuani all-ins you, and you can just auto him down and especially get a lot of value out from your W with that HP damage. So good to see Panda C kind of still keeping it up, because we hit on it in game 1. He struggled a lot in the first series, not necessarily in the 1v1. He was just getting focused a lot by the enemy team and really wasn't playing around that pressure well.
No, he wasn't. I feel like Panda on the Gnar as well wasn't impactful as many other Gnars in the league too. So this is his chance to show up big against Ultra Prime, against Zoom, who is a bit of a veteran of the league despite not being able to play in the past year, I should say. Remember JDG 2020 spring, 2020 summer, leading veteran in that sense. He's got a domestic title under his belt as well. On this Sedge, opted in for the matchup. We know he comforts it quite a lot here as he goes in for the Arctic Assault. But Lyric, my mind's actually paying attention to the minimap because junglers are battling it out a little bit. Hacker seems to have a camp lead as Tarzan seems to have picked up Scuttle Crab right under his nose.
But Hacker going to try to head down to the bot side to get that Scuttle, but we can see Light and Lumao trying to at least check and see where it is before he gets here, potentially pick that up themselves, but Ultra Prime
going for,
kind of getting caught out.
I mean, LNG going for the gank on Tarzan, onto Cryan. Now turning their head. This is a 4 versus 1 if they continue, but they will not. Spot it out on the exit path. The Xiaoxi looks to roam up too. A dredge line, not going to find Light, of course, and LNG, they have 4 members around this with Doomby still going back to mid.
And for LNG, they could have potentially even gotten more had the knockup from Lumao connected on a Hacker. That could have, been a flash having to come out from Hackers. So they already got a lot and had 1 or 2 things gone mechanically better or just, prediction better. That's no slight against Lumao. Like, had Hacker walked in the wrong place, that's even worse. So nice by LNG to capitalize on these plays, bringing jungle into mid. And now for Ultra Prime, looks like they might be trying to set up a play in bot.
They are. Lumao went for the tongue lash, but look how deep he is in lane. Hacker's on his way through. Movement speed going to come through with a harrowed path. As Light flashes away, he heals too. Ultra Prime, the 2v2. They get themselves some summoners.
That flash was right in time as well, because you could already see the auto attack wind up from Xiaoxi coming out. That would have been his passive connecting. Light would have been locked down, and that could have also been a kill. So we're having a lot of close calls coming on both sides of the rift so far, but Summoners being burnt only at the 5-minute mark now. Tarzan wanting to play a lot around Doonby considering he has the lockdown.
I mean, Cryan saw him too. This is going to be a good trade as Cryan gets himself the never move, and Tarzan takes so much damage. Hang on a minute, we're looking top now all of a sudden. His Ignite goes down. Panda! Zoom doesn't look at explosions. That's a cool guy for you for first blood.
Zoom, incredibly not only experienced, but experienced in this matchup. He has gone towards this pick so many times. You can see him knowing the levels of aggression that could come out, and with that Ignite, he cements the kill. Great first find by Ultra Prime when they hit on their goal. Like, if we get through the early game, we feel comfortable that we can be able to take it. And you'll see here exactly how it goes down. Able to connect his initial abilities. Panda C, the giant stone, the Q not connecting onto Zoom and actually hit the minions initially. And Zoom's like, okay, nothing from you connecting onto me. Keeps going forward with that W, layers down the Ignite, and Zoom got himself that first kill.
All right, he took the matchup. He knows he loves his champion, and it's his most played for a reason. The Sejuani solo kill, no one expects it, but it's happened so many times in the LPL. As we put our attention back to the bottom lane, Tarzan gonna get a rude surprise from Xiaoxi, who's waiting in the brush. A good zap here from Light as a knock-up as well. He's got no summoners, Lyric, and LNG key this play together so nicely. Light gets the kill, and that was just gorgeous from Lumao. Tarzan and Light in combo.
Yeah, and we're gonna see what happened on the other side of the map as well. Is it looks like, okay, just able to get a good trade onto him. I don't think he went down.
No, but he almost did. Oh my god.
Almost did. They'd have to use, actually, yeah. So TP is down as well, and is quite a bit behind in terms of minions, because it looks like Zoom has a wave coming into him. So overall, just really nice trade coming out for Zoom.
All right, Lyric, let's be real. We need Zoom to build AP. Okay, chop chop. LNG's bottom lane already ahead. It looks like a bit of a nightmare here if Ultra Prime, if the same pattern continues. I know I'm just joking, but in all honesty, Zoom is doing the best on the map. 15 CS is the lead Bot might have a small CS lead, but now Light has a kill. He's got a noon quiver, ladies and gentlemen. Look at mid. 10 CS here for Doomby. And Zoom continues to play this Sejuani like he's playing his, Swain, his GP.
He's kiting it out perfectly.
So well. He's been doing it all game. He did it at level 2, Lyric. Like, that's why the trade went so evenly. These fancy footsteps, I mean, it's so clinical.
And now, 7:45 on the clock. Meganar just timed out. Your top lane is pressure. We'd already hit on the fact that this would be where Ultra Prime should potentially be looking for that fight around topside Herald. With how much pressure Zoom's generating, I feel like it just warrants it even more. We could see on the minimap, though, that Lumao is heading up to mid first. Xiaoxi still sitting in bottom lane.
Panda, oh my god. Yeah, I'm going to be tracking Xiaoxi a little bit closer, but he's still only level 5. Sorry, level 4, actually. That's Lumao, who's 5. Hasn't made the move. 2v1 is topside. Panda has to flash away, but look at this. The Swain sends Vision of Empire. He puts the fingers up, and ladies and gentlemen, he says, hey, that's a perfect shot right there. Lyric, no one can see what I'm doing, so I just sound silly. But you know when you don't have a camera and you want to be artistic and you want to be like Vincent van Gogh, and you, whatever his name was, and you put your fingers like an L shape, both hands. You know what I'm talking about? Make a rectangle.
Of course.
That's the Vision of Empire. Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Trying to bring a bit of culture, trying to bring a little bit of, I got you, as Ultra Prime did also have that same culture and that same artsiness, as they did pick up the Herald. LNG realizing they can't contest, especially once Zoom found that heavy trade up in top lane, and now Hacker heading down towards this bottom lane. Probably just going to end up clearing out his camps with the wave crashing in. If LNG did opt into overstaying, it would set up a gank opportunity, but LNG won't, so maybe the most realistic place we expect Hacker to use his Herald would be towards his top lane turret, just doubling down on the lead that Zoom has. His camp's already up, heading towards the top side of the map, so it should just naturally be where Hacker looks regardless.
I mean, as well, Cryan looks like he's having a good time in lane, or better time in lane, as we keep pathing towards here. You can see that so far, Cryan hasn't really made a big back, so this should be one as he clears out the rest of the minion wave. Doomby trying to stop him from backing from the time being, but that glacier path needs to be at max range, and yes, it does hit him. Cryan has to stick around for a little bit longer, while Lumao helps the push out through mid as well. So for bot mid, it continues to be, I guess, a good time for LNG, while Zoom still only seems to be the winning line.
And even though LNG haven't found anything off of it, I still want to compliment them on the amount we've seen Lumao influencing the map, because we've hit on that has really been one of the big areas for LNG that we don't see too much in terms of support jungle moving together, trying to help with reset timings on mid, or in this case, punishing Cryan, who wants to look for a reset to find the enemy advantage that he needs. So LNG now just trying to double down on the bottom lane with how rough of a time that Panda C is having up at top side.
So waiting for those first items, though, look at this vision control in the first alcove was built into the jungle. Lumao and Tarzan trying to utilize it as Elk and Xiaoxi are playing really safe, but there's still no vision in here. If they walk up, they will die, even with summoners available. Lumao, Tarzan having Cyclone knock up. Tarzan going to back off for now, though, as the minion wave's coming through, and they feel confident now because Hacker's coming down.
Ultra Prime not opting into looking for any sort of play on topside with, they could have made a 3-man play on topside with both Cryan and Hacker and potentially gotten that tower, but saying, no, we value keeping our bot lane in the game even more. Zoom will continue to win out naturally, so I feel like that's why they feel very fine leaving him on this island. And now, with Dragon coming up in 45 seconds, feels like the vision control that both teams have around the side of the map is going to be crucial.
Panda C getting him on the way out. Zoom gets the turret. That's what he wants. At least the turret plating, excuse me. Vision control you talked about, 35 seconds kind of evaluate that, because as Hacker walks down, it's LNG once again gearing up for the play. Tarzan goes in, double Cyclone. Elk and Xiaoxi in a world of hurt. Xiaoxi with a great dredge line, but look at this abyssal dive. Lumao predicts the path with Ignite down. Cleanse won't be enough. Death Rocket avoided, but Light's about to get excited yet again onto Xiaoxi. Zap block, but Cryan comes in. A double kill already for Tarzan, but a reset given over. Cryan wants to dive. This is Light. Is still so low. Flash away from the Heartbreaker. He lives for now because Doomby can't get in to get a return.
That started off so well for the side of LNG, but with Cryin and Hacker able to make it down over Doinby, that completely changed the play, gave them the opportunity to drop Herald as well, and pretty much coming out even across the board. The one kind of silver lining for LNG is Light being able to survive, Light being able to keep picking up farm and experience when he will be the big damage dealer. But starts off here, Tarzan finds the angle. Chelsea does a great job at trying to prevent the kill from going out, but my god, I don't know what happened to Lumao today. Another beautiful knock-up coming through, and then they try to all in on Chelsea because he is incredibly low, kind of brought into this alcove. But we see here, Cryin gets in, he has his ulti available, and now with members going down, allowing for more uses of the Heartbreaker to come through, makes Light blow the flash. And yeah, Doinby just not able to make it down in time.
It's unfortunate because, you know, the other two cleanups there, and LNG would have themselves a gold lead, but they don't. As we look at topside yet again, this continues to happen over and over. But what we saw in the bot side play, look at the gold distribution. 2 kills onto Tarzan. We now have him with a Divine Sundra. It's going to be matched by Hacker, but this Wukong was 10 CS down, so it feels like right now going to be in a pretty good spot as Mythic's actually coming pretty much across the board here for the core LNG members. Panda we know won't have one, but look at Light, look at Doinby. As Dragon is live, Lyric, you were setting me up for this, but Doinby, as he gets stretch line in, Shousey won't make the pull back. He gets locked in place. Cryin's coming in, wants to never move, as the rocket as well almost kills Shousey. Light on point, and now that Shousey's low, we'll see if Dragon's a confidence play from Ultra Prime.
I think LNG should be able to look for this now. I also got to say, I don't really, even if Shousey would have connected the hook and pulled him closer to him, like, the other members are walking around. I don't see in what way that play is able to guarantee a kill on the Doinby. And then just, they find out Tarzan's there, and he is the one forced down. But I like this. Have Tarzan go towards that Drake and play more towards your bottom lane. And they actually do just opt into hovering for Light and end up stopping Drake to just make sure that he's able to get this. But with the Gale Force advantage, it really feels like that is some huge momentum for the side of LNG. Light either being able to reposition, or if Lumao once again would land a good knockup, being able to follow from quite a distance.
Well, I like that. Light's actually going Kraken here as well. So we're just having a bit of a Zoom show. So yeah, I know, because we're used to Gale Force, right?
Well, also, it's that point in the day of like, okay, we're 5 games deep. You see a Kraken Slayer and you say something else, you know?
That's true.
Especially considering the weather of what seems all around the world is L.
Yeah, he's got no summoners. And Zap might not even need to connect. Death Rocket, Lumao gets a kill, but yet it's still a kill. 0 and 2 on the bottom lane for both support and AD. Light tanking this up. Might give a bit of time to Tarzan and Lumao to get out as the turret's ramped up, and Lumao with a dredge line getting him pulled in. He'll sacrifice his life. The knock-up just to buy time, but Cryin picks up the kill with LNG going past the inner turret, looking for more blood.
Oh, and Hacker and Pandacy gonna find each other. Hacker not wanting to opt into this because Doinby's still close by, considering he is in mid. And I think the same kind of uncertainty coming from the side of LNG of why you wouldn't want to commit onto the Viego there, right? You theoretically don't know where some of the members could be now after having moved from picking up some kills in the bot lane. But Ultra Prime very clearly wanting to look for this. Zoom's on the opposite side of the map, though, and I still feel like Zoom is one of the big power members on the side of Ultra Prime. Seems like they have enough of a tempo advantage coming out from their resets, though, that maybe LNG can't get here in time, but no. LNG actually should be able to look to contest.
I'm looking at Doinby right now. We haven't seen much of him in this game, but no contest. Maybe waiting for the pick off the back of the play. Lumao drops a ward to spot this out, but Ultra Prime have full control of the area, and second Herald will be theirs. So an early game that's still dead even. LNG with 2 dragons. But apart from that, I mean, Ultra Prime are keeping up in gold, Lyric, and we talked a lot about the team fighting here. The tanks are online as Dredgeline comes through, and the question can hold for now. Shousey just trying to fish out for a hook and see what he can get. But back to my point, you know, the team fighting comps, we know there's 2 apiece here. We know that LNG and Ultra Prime have similar identities, but just different pieces of movement. I mean, in close quarters combat, we know that Ultra Prime are still going to be doing well, being this even at this point in the game.
Yeah, and to me, Ultra Prime are also, I'd say, a little bit more reliant on ultis. Like, that is the big power point of Swain and even Sejuani in team fights. Like, sure, LNG's ultimates are crucial as well, but If Cryan goes in, his ult time's out, you're not that same sort of drain tank that you would be otherwise. You will just get bursted down by the members of LNG. So definitely a lot of it going to come down to that execution, especially now that we've seen the game develop in a way where teams have their gold in different places. For Ultra Prime, their gold lead being on top, and I believe Cryan, despite being down in CS, was about even in mid, and then for LNG, it's the opposite, right? Your big gold lead is on your AD carry, so both teams can kind of get prio in different places or in different ways. It'll be about how they use that. For Ultra Prime right sides, for LNG mid, because that's where Jinx will be.
Yeah, okay. Well, 2 minutes at least. We're going to see a full 5-on-5 at the very least around Dragon. And, you know, that Jinx will have rapid fire cannon, so it'll become harder as well for Ultra Prime to try and utilize that mid lane. And, you know, you talk about sides as well. Zoom doing pretty well in this game, as we've already talked about. But Panda C finally getting the Divine Thunder. It looks like his confidence going up a little bit here with the wave pushing in bottom side. Elk's moving down there while LNG have a concentrate towards mid, towards top side, Lyric. I mean, this could be a disaster if Panda overextends.
It could be very rough, but he won't do that. He's actually going to make his way towards mid. Elk!
Oh my god, eaten up. In the nick of time, Lumao saves his life, but here's Panda. The flash ult backwards. Elk not going to take the death rocket, and a good attempt from the newbie of LNG to make a pick happen.
It looked like LNG's bot lane weren't extremely prepared for it, or I feel like Lumao maybe could have been already preemptively walking forward, or maybe that also gives away the play. So I don't know, but point is, it wasn't able to work out. Elk did have to blow everything to be able to get out from there. But even going back to Elk going in, right, this is kind of one of the differences in power spikes in Aphelios versus Jinx, of with that Gale Force being able to look for that pick, Gale Force straight into the Moonlight Vigil, and try to just have that burst available. A lot of things blown, with Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. No summoners on Elk. Ult's down. LNG's ults are down as well, but at least you still have Flash on your AD carry and support.
And I mean, giving away Hextech Soul, like this is the third Dragon, it will lead to the Soul afterwards, of course, but LNG on Soul Point means the fight's going to be forced, but if you give away Hextech Soul to this team as well, we can talk about that in a second. Tarzan going to dodge away from crime, but look at the rest of LNG. Glacial Path not taken, it just forces away the mid lane turret. While Panda C's about to go to Meganar, but Zoom's here with a nice flank of his own. The Glacier Prison's available, but Panda C going into Meganar. Ultra Prime don't seem to be worried here as he gets the stun down. Zoom walking forward, the Prison sent out. In fact, it's just the ease. He sends it onto Lumao, and Panda, the bait is not worth it. As Ultra Prime get a pick in front of this Dragon, the fight continues as Doomby is dredge lined in. He'll ulti in with his own tomb as Shalcy has to flash away. The Death Rocket again not connecting. The Wukong ulti not working. LNG not coming together as Cryan steps on up. This is so messy as Doomby comes back out. The Nocturno is light, looks for his moment in the sun. But Hacker, no, won't find the kill because light flashes away. Another Jinx moment. Lyric, triple kill, somehow!
I can't believe that LNG actually were able to bring that back. Members were just getting picked off one by one with Hacker able to pick up those resets. But just like last series, we see what happens when a Jinx is left untouched in these skirmishes. He finally gets one, he gets excited, he can just keep laying down the damage. I'm excited to get the replay of this one, especially with keeping the focus onto Light. Panda C, of course, getting caught out. You can see the members of LNG, Duenby and Tarzan were still trying to make their way to mid. They are able to stop this one, but Shalcy, he actually starts it off by finding a hook onto Duenby, doesn't get baited, does throw out the ulti onto Light, but gets chunked so low from Light while doing it. And then Cryan, right in close quarters as a Swain, burning down multiple members. But Lumao comes in clutch to save him. And just the fact that they knew, or at least they had the guess that they could keep going for this, that Light would have the damage available to look for it, as that flash was so key to making sure he didn't go down. This would have been a completely different fight. The ice zombies, also surprisingly, wait, what?
We're back, and Shalcy's dead. I mean, Shalcy's had a rough game around the edges on Nautilus, and Light is now 4-0 and 5. 100% kill participation on this Jinx AD carry with 2.5 items. All of a sudden, LNG, through one minor swing in a fight, have their AD carry online, Lyric, and that is just such a good news when we've set the stakes of this game. Being for these 5-on-5s, Light is leading the charge.
Light doing a lot to, again, kind of bandage the problems that are going on the opposite side. But for LNG, even though Panda C's been rough, I like how they're using him. Use him as the role player, play around your other 4 as like a core. It's what we saw V5 do back in 2020 when they had Bubu in terms of like 4-in-1 kind of squad. And LNG, so far with this iteration of the roster, have been doing it quite well. And once again, both teams going to be around the mid lane. But look at Tarzan. Tarzan's still decently far off.
He is. I'm worried about Zoom for Ultra Prime, but as he backs away, I guess LNG are going to be safe here in the mid lane. They've already taken the outer turret. And right now, the battle for vision continues around these side brushes. As it's towards the Baron. It's towards the Dragon that's up. That's going to be sold in 3 minutes' time. LNG do not want to give away this inner turret, outer, at 23 minutes into the game. Xiaoxi rooted down yet again. And as we continue to 5-stack here, with 4 of LNG sitting pretty, Panda now walks in case it happens over the next wave too. And let's be real, it looks like it will, but LNG seem to be giving it up because they want LDR on Light. He's now picked up that item as Ultra Prime wait for the wave and to see if Light can get back in time.
And when you have a lot of armor already being built on Zoom and Hacker, you know the Zanya is going to come out for Cryan. That's a huge pickup and engage.
Cryan's already taken half his HP. Light's come in with the Death Rocket. Zoom is just dead. What? LNG given a fight as Panda's ulti. That'll redeem him for the S+. Elk gets one of his own, but Light's free hitting again. He opened up the Death Note. Cryan, Elk, Xiaoxi, Ultra Prime all die of a heart attack.
And now we see it gives the Baron over to LNG. They're making their way towards it now. And it just feels so nice to see LNG 2 games in a row, playing up to a decent standard, kind of dismantling the enemy team. Game 1 from early this game in these 5v5s. And now we can see what momentum they could take after they get this objective.
This is LNG, unleashed, uncharged. I mean, not as clean as Game 1 Lyric, but hey, great plays like this coming through.
Everfrost
is so nice.
Yeah, Everfrost from DoNB locks 2 members down. Cryan already forced out. Sets up for Zoom to get hit by the ult from Wukong. And then Panda might not deliver them into a wall and stun them, but delivers them right into the other members of LNG. So very easily able to start off this fight. That initial Everfrost being the hero for LNG to set up those kills.
I mean, DoNB has had a pretty good series. Let's be real. He's been quiet this game, though, Lyric. On the Lissandra, he hasn't really done much, but when everything's focused around the mid lane and they just happen to group up, I mean, the Lissandra having the time of his life is 4.6k damage. Light truly is Kira in this second game. A 6k gold lead, Lyric. LNG with Dragon Soul on the horizon. All of a sudden, the gold lead looks near unapproachable for Ultra Prime.
No, and that hook was close, but Light has the protection from Lumao. He's the big care, and it's why we've been hitting on him. Is even when we've been down on LNG, he's been one of the members we have not been critical of because he has consistently put up solid to good performances, right? Like, he has his range, it never really dips down. This is one of those games where Light just able to show what he has, especially with the range he has available. And Panda putting pressure in mid lane, just playing through the 2 lanes. He can now roam to bot, and he can just slowly whittle down this turret. Balls in Ultra Prime's court to try and engage on either mid or look for the 5v4 bot, but LNG just really strangling them out so far.
I think LNG right now have their eyes set on the prize. JDG looking at this smiling playoffs on the horizon. And as LNG get TP'd on, look, Xiaoxi almost dies. Lights the target, but he's still got Lumao into the belly of the beast as he kites it on back. The Demon Flare's ready, but he's out of range. Now back into the rockets. Cryan is down, and Ultra Prime are burning the midnight oil. He returns, excited as ever. The world is rotten, he says. And for LNG, those who face them deserve to die. Someone has to do it, Lyric. Someone has to do it. So why not Light here on the Jinx as they secure JDG's playoffs in the LPL summer, the first team, but revitalize this roster we have been so sus on for the past couple of weeks.
It's actually crazy that we have 2 winners in this series, like you just said. With this win, somehow, JDG locked in playoffs, but LNG, I mean, just showing up today. You can see so great of DoNB being this wholesome guy, trying to get Panda involved in the team. Walks up, gives him the pat on the back because they were able to do it. That man carried in game 1. We saw Light be the big damage dealer in game 2. We'll give a shout out to Lumao as well, because Lumao had some, once again, really good moments. And for a member where it doesn't feel like we get a chance to highlight the good plays that come from Lumao all too much, it was great to see. But those team fights, able to turn them around, able to punish the small missteps from Ultra Prime, because Ultra Prime were able to find some solid momentum like throughout this game. Zoom became huge in that top lane, but it was really that one overstep in mid. Everfrost comes out, now Light popping off left and right. He was left untouched even in the prior engage that looked like LNG should have lost. Light outplayed it with his flash, with Lumao devouring him to be able to pick up and just start accruing this gold lead.
Yeah.
Great to see from LNG. Kind of show two different dimensions in two different games, and also them leaning on a player who has been ever so reliable and ever so great in Light.
And let's be real, like, this game wasn't decided, by Ultra Prime's laning phase, as you were saying. You said it was a dive mid. It was multiple times grouping up mid. They wanted that outer turret so bad. And when LNG have Lissandra, so many tools to deny Ultra Prime stepping up, it just felt like Ultra Prime continued to try and group up to no avail. We got to this point where, as you said, Everfrost comes in, the dive goes wrong, the push goes wrong. LNG with some great plays. I mean, hell, even Light in that play, that flash away changes everything. Because otherwise the dive is successful. And, maybe Ultra Prime end up winning this game. Maybe they snowball from there.
100%. I mean, that moment, in my mind, that moment was actually the most crucial one, right? That fight around mid that LNG were somehow able to turn, most important. Second one being the over-aggression that LNG were able to catch them out, and then, the Everfrost. But Light delivered. There's no doubt in my mind that he's probably going to pick up the MVP for this game to be able to come through. And, looking forward to LNG when we've been saying, like, you look at their score, there's no way this team shouldn't make playoffs with the amount of wins they've been able to accrue. But it still was in the back of our minds. We're like, wow, there actually really is a chance, a possibility that it does not happen. And with this win over another team kind of in that running, it just feels like it goes such a long way for LNG.
God. Now where to from here? Like, LNG have... I don't know, is this enough for you? Because LNG were on a 3-loss streak. Finally ended. Lost to JDG, FPX, RNG. Their schedule looks hard coming up, but hey, this win was so well needed.
I think this was enough because they still play WE, they still play RA. And I'll be honest, right? LNG are going to have to keep showing up, keep proving this, because on any day, they've dropped series to teams that you wouldn't have expected to in the past. Like they were able to go down to the likes of FPX before, and OMG did also beat them. So, I'm not going to say those are free wins for LNG, but just with teams that you would expect them to be favorites over, it should be looking pretty good for LNG going forward. I'm more excited to see them with their harder test, right? Them playing against V5, which is their next matchup, them playing against EDG the game after that, because it's like, cool, we're starting to see them stabilize a bit, but how far can that go? How far can it especially go when they're put to tests against top teams? Because even if they don't beat V5, which I don't think anyone should expect them to, if they put up competitive showings, like with the fact that they still have 4 weeks before LPL playoffs, my God, like that'll make me excited for LNG again.
Agreed. Like if LNG continue this form, we get into playoffs, into best of fives with Doomby like that. Let's be real, Doomby in game number 1, so deserving of MVP. Game number 2, we know it's going to Light. I think Lumao as well for this whole series gets honorable mention. No wonder they're sticking with him. Lumao's playing some of his best League of Legends, and I don't know, Free I Wand, he just doesn't have the same ring anymore because Lumao is obviously the better player at the moment, at least within this team, who has started moving parts around.
I was going to say, right, regardless of who is a better individual, doesn't matter. It's about who the team feels there's more synergy with, right? They've tried both. They've had time scrimming with both, playing on stage with both, and there's no doubt in my mind that LNG are going to put forward what roster synergizes the best, because it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you could be a better player, but if for whatever reason your comms become worse, the vibe on the team, whatever it is, that could kill the energy, and that could just make it so much harder to win. So it's kind of nice that LNG have been willing to make these shakeups here and there to find what works, and who knows going forward, right? We don't know if Ala comes back. We don't know if Iwandi comes back. You could always change a roster. So, but now we've seen 2 series in a row, 1 competitive series against RNG that was still a loss, and now a nice, decisive win against Ultra Prime.
God, I just didn't think we'd come in today. Honestly, you and I probably, I'm sure you expected a 3-game series from this one too. With how LNG have shown us their gameplay, like versus OMG, LGD was one that was a bit risky as well. The recency of LNG, I still can't get over it, but 6-5. And as you said, you think it's going to be enough. It should be enough. However, in LPL, I just don't believe in anything. I don't believe anything.
Anything's possible.
Yeah, everything is possible and anything. Thunder Talk are now 4-5, right? They're now in top 10, by the way, because they overtook FPX. TT are in top 10. I don't think I've seen top 10. Oh my God, TT, that's the next segment. I don't think I've seen Thunder Talk be in top 10 since their days of Sino Dragon. I don't even think DMO were top 10. During any of their splits. Like, in any point of the split, it was always 0-6, 1-6, 1-7. Like, it was never an even point like this. It's kind of crazy how things change. Light MVP, by the way. Who knew this was coming?
Who could have guessed? Great performance from Light. We'll go back to giving him some praise for a couple of minutes, because even going before we had the team fights come through, right? We very much had the split map scenario of where Up are winning on top, LNG are winning on bot. And it's like, okay, this man's getting the resources now. This guy's getting some of the attention. Can he deliver? And he did. Really, never any doubt that Light is a player who is going to be able to deliver a great performance, right? This man has just been around for so long, even going back to, his days on Snake, kind of his days coming in and out back in the day, and now making it all this time through the league, and now being here with LNG, set up to be one of the primary carries. They've even drafted for him quite a bit this split and put him as the primary damage dealer. So that moment right there was him showing why LNG are willing to put so much faith into him.
I mean, that moment made the game too. This one as well. These 2 dives from Ultra Prime and, Light just playing such a great Jinx game. And you're right, the stable member of LNG for sure. While all these shenanigans have been going on, while LNG have been making us question where this team really sits, I think Light has been the most solid member, despite Doomby taking MVPs, despite Doomby still having high performances.
Yes, right? To me, it's been like to where in some of their wins, like maybe Doomby and like Tarzan and some have been the key member in said win in that individual game. It's been Light who across the whole split and across the whole year has just been someone you don't really look at that much and be like, yeah, that guy messed up. That's why that team lost or anything like that. And he's always a player you can point at and be like, he was one of the facilitators, one of the big reasons why they won. So great to see from Light, even if, the other 2 members can step up from time to time. If this team is firing on all cylinders, they will be terrifying.
Yeah, they will be. Let's see if it ends up being that way. Today's results, though, if you missed on out, as we come to our end of our LPL broadcast, just a reminder that earlier on, TT upset OMG, who should have been in the same position as LNG, right? The 6-5, we have 5 more series to go. Excuse me, 5? Yes, Lyric, I am correct. I just had to double check. 5 more series to go. And LNG in a great position. OMG, I'm starting to question, Lyric, if their schedule is going to be too much for them.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm very interested to see. But it does bring us to the standings. And the one difference in these standings today, actually there's a lot of differences, like TT being 10. But JDG being locked in playoffs. JDG were the biggest winner on a day of games that they did not play. There was obviously no doubt they were making playoffs. They're sitting at literally 10-1. They've only lost to FPX, and they've even beaten a team like Top Esports. But still, the fact that they are confirmed, guaranteed, locked in is just great to hear. And just another congrats for JDG from after such a rough 2021, bringing back Coach home, kind of changing the roster a little bit with 369, and, of course, their bot lane, and everything just going above and beyond.
It's so great to see. I mean, JDG proving their worth when there was a lot of doubt at the start of the split. I feel like in the first week I was doubtful too. And they have just continued to prove themselves with King Kanavi. And speaking of another team, I mean, now, Lyric, you know what that means? 10 becomes the number, right?
10 becomes the number.
Top Esports tomorrow. The chance to do it against RA. RNG are getting up there too. They're currently in the top 5. And against BLG, let's be real, if BLG lose that series, they will also be a team that we start getting very concerned about, considering that they should be an expected playoff team with their roster, but have just had to remodel.
I mean, this split's been a weird one in terms of teams stepping up or when they don't, right? So for BLG, anything's possible, considering that they have also shaken up their roster quite a bit, like LNG have been doing. But yeah, it's going to be an exciting day of games, and we're at the point where almost every series has playoff implications in some way, which is kind of nice that we always have some sort of stakes there.
I think week 8, week 9 from memory, and I'm trying to go through previous splits, is when we do the majority, right? Like week 7 is very early. We're at the start of week 7. This is actually incredibly early, but we've had that bubble of 3, Top Esports, V5, and JDG, that have knocked it out of the park and have been super consistent. V5 took their first loss, but it's like it took 10 series for them to take their first loss. Lyric, that bubble as well. That's why we're cracking it open so early. So it's exciting to see if Top Esports can beat team number 2 tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you to Lyric for dealing with me tonight.
Big thank you to Lyric for dealing with me tonight, as per usual.
Okay, well, bye for now, but not forever. And as they say in showbiz, good night.